What up, Nine?
Trapaholics Mixtapes.
As the 9% and word would say, make a better you, a better us.
Fuck being rational, give them what they ask for.
Who do you think you are? I'm the word. Boy, I'm the one who put in the work.
When I move, is it a quick rumble? I will never ever fall, never stumble. And I don't need to be humble. Break down walls like Jericho crumble.
What up, though? It's the word. You see the title, we about to get into it. But before we get into that, let me get into the chat. Let me get into the chat. Riders, what up, though, sis? Appreciate you. Appreciate you. What up, Nine? Mr. Sports Chat, Mr. 33 himself, my brother Gary Busted Down Brown. What it do, what the business is. What up, Nine? Appreciate you. Stoic Nine, what up, little Nine? I think you were Commander, probably the youngest in the Nine. But what up, though, fam? Appreciate you, Nine. Dee Dee, Dee Dee, Dee Dee, Dee Dee, Dee Dee, Dee Dee, Dee. What up, though, Dee Dee? Mint Tech Soul, what up, though? Northwest, what up, brother? Ain't seen you in a minute. Hope everything is good. Hope everything is well. What it do with the business is. Is that everybody? Think I got everybody. What up, though, people? What up, though, man? My bad, man. I was supposed to come on a little earlier, but I was chilling. I ain't gonna lie. Almost didn't come on at all, but I'm like, you know what? Only been on once this week. Let me come on another time before the week over. We get two in a week. I usually take 2 days, maybe one day off a week, but yeah. So I came up with this topic. I was listening. It was like three people yesterday talking about this, but the last context of the conversation I heard about the purpose of life was on Speak Easy. They was doing a debate. Man, what is that girl name? There was another young lady I watched. She just do uploads though. She don't go live, but she had one finding the purpose of life. So it was in different contexts, right? But my question is, you know, like what is the purpose of life slash what is your purpose? And the reason I worded it, I'm gonna just come out and, you know, just give the context of the conversation up front. Usually I like when people unveil it. But, that's one of them questions that people been asking since the beginning of time. Like, what is the purpose of life, right? And people try to define it, and there's a lot of compelling arguments. I got my own personal belief, but my opinion is it's stupid to debate. But a simple fact is like, who cares why we here? We here. What you gonna do? That's how I look at it. Like, what do it really matter? Why we here? What you gonna do while you here? You go spend your time trying to figure out what the creator created us for, or you just go define your purpose, find your purpose within the experiences of life, right? And that's what I think is more important because you only got one life, right? So instead of trying to find out the grand scheme of things, I think just focus on defining your purpose. And my understanding, or where I got my answer from is when I stopped listening to everybody else and start listening to myself, trying to figure out what my purpose was. And the more I found my purpose, the more I understood the grand scheme of all things, the actual purpose of life. And when you ask people, it'd be subjective. You know, some people say the purpose of life is to simply survive, just to survive. You know, you look at nature, people, it's subjective because it's how people perceive it. And I wasn't gonna share my own personal belief, but I shared it. Like I always tell people, my purpose is to expand consciousness through the human experience. Is to actually experience life and expand on consciousness itself, the way we think, the way we act, the way we do things, and just make it better for the next generation. You know, don't try to obtain everything and withhold it because you're gonna die anyway. When you die, you can't take none of the shit with you. So for me, my purpose is to expand my consciousness, and that way I can expand the consciousness of those around me and make through my experiences, I can help other people understand their experiences and pass that down from generation to generation. You know, to leave the world in a better shape than what I found it in. That's my purpose. You know, is that the grand scheme of all purposes? Like I said, it's subjective. But do I even really care? No, I don't. I really don't care. No point. If the creator wanted us to know what the purpose of life is, the creator will reveal it. And if we look for it and listen for it, it will be revealed. Like my purpose was revealed. And I only understood it by analyzing and defining my own personal experiences. Not only my own, but observing other people too. You know. Now, like I said, you know, everybody got a book and the book everybody books say similar things, you know. When you look in those books, it's basically to be a good servant, you know, be a good servant to the God. You know, you're here to serve God. That's what all the books say. You're here to do that. The spiritual books all say we're here to I ain't gonna say expand consciousness, but we're here to trying to find the easiest way to sum all of the books up. But basically we here to um, elevate ourselves, elevate our soul, you know, to actually increase our frequency so we can get well that's different book. But anyway, yeah. But again, the purpose of life, balance the world. You know, and see that's why I say it's subjective because we can all say it's gonna be similar things, right? Even like I said, to expand consciousness to leave the world in a better place. You know, Stoics say to balance the world, similar thing. You know, basically to add but not subtract, right? Add to on what's already there. Build on to go forth and be fruitful. You know, what is fruit? You know, people think fruitful is just having babies. You know what I'm saying? You could think of it like that, or you could think I add on to what's already there to be plentiful, not only physically, but not only with like baby, not only with kids, but look at all the great things we added. We didn't have fire before. People was living in caves. Now we have houses. People was riding horses. Now we got cars. You know what I'm saying? That's being fruitful. It's adding. It's evolving to take it to the next level. Okay, you start at A, but you still got to get to Z. And there's a lot of alphabets in between, but we got to hit all those alphabets. You know, every I don't want to say generation, but that's how it's supposed to be. We're supposed to continuously add, make things better than what it was before. You know, does that happen? Hell no. So we done went back and forth so many times in society. Oh shiznit. Hold on, Stoic. Thanks for your time. I appreciate that, my brother. I appreciate that. What in it? Oh, there you go. Let me do that.
The key word is consistency, right? Yeah, consistency is hard work. Hard work. Sometimes you just want to crash out. Sometimes you just want to crash out.
Like, here you go, bro. In my bathrobe, doing the thing. Yeah.
Sometimes you just want to crash out. Sometimes you just want to crash out. Sometimes you just want to crash out. The key word is consistency, right?
The key word is consistency, right? Shout out to Ragamuffin. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Ozzy, Ozzy, Ozzy. Oi, oi, oi. What up, mate? What's poppin'? Good day, mate. Is that how y'all say it? Good day, mate. But yeah. So I mean, like, honestly, I think people on an individual basis should focus on what their purpose is because, like, if you ask me my understanding, I think we all got different purposes. That's why we all different. We similar, but we different. We all got different abilities. We all got different perception. So we can add different things. If we all try to be uniform and do the same thing the same way, and it ain't how life's supposed to be. You can look at nature and see that shit. That's why all the trees ain't the same, all the flowers ain't the same, all the animals ain't the same. Eat specific, even within a species, they all do different things. They all add different things. You know, red fire ants are different from black ants. You know, honeybees are different from killer bees. You know, they all get their specific traits and abilities that add to different aspects of life. Even though they're in the same species, they do different things, just like us humans. You know, some people are good at one thing, some people are good at another thing. You know, so we all add different things to life. But if we all try, we can have a similar goal. Just say, for instance, like Stoic said, to balance the world. You know, to add, to not take away. You know, leave it in a better place than what we found it in, and we do it our own way. So we can have the same goal, but we have different ways to get to that goal. You know, that's what I think it is. But to sit here and I don't know. It's just the way, everybody go look at things. And I think the more we focus on our differences, the less we look at our similarities. That's when we get shit done. When we can get on common ground. But if we sitting there bickering back and forth why or who's this or whose way is better instead of just doing things our way. That's why, like, even I always equate it to like a job, right? Life is like a job when you're dealing with people. You know what I'm saying? Like when I was working in the hospital, I was an anesthesia assistant. I wasn't an anesthesiologist. I wasn't a nurse anesthetist. I was their assistant. So I can't do their job. They ain't trying to do my job. And if I don't do my job, then they can't do their job. If they can't do their job, then I won't have a job. You see all that work, how it's all connected and intertwined? So we all focus on our own things, or people equate it to sports. If the quarterback trying to play the wide receiver, then you know what I'm saying? What happens when the quarterback try to be the running back? Get his ass knocked out. I would, for my Australian people, I would use a soccer analogy, but I don't really know soccer like that. I just know you kick the ball in a goal, and after you score, you run down and slide and take your shirt off and stuff like that. That's all I really know about soccer. But, but when you play basketball, the center ain't trying to be the point guard. You imagine the center trying to be the point guard, trying to push the ball up, he'll get it stolen every time, unless he like a Wimbyama or uh, Giannis Antetokounmpo, whatever his name is. Mel, what up, though?
Hi.
What up, though, man? What
Um,
up, though?
what's happening? What's happening? I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful, doing wonderful.
That's good to hear. You know what? I've been discovering the wonders of life. When I saw the title of your live stream, it hit me raw because I'm discovering and piecing together the wonders of life. So when somebody says something's wonderful, emphasis on the wonderment of it, right? Like I wonder. And when I saw your title, I was like, yeah, do we actually know what the purpose of our life is, or do we wonder about it? Do we wonder about it? Are you sure you know what your purpose in life is, or do you wonder about it? So when somebody responds, I'm wonderful, it's like, okay, so you wondering.
See, I love word because
I love
people
wordplay too. I do.
don't really know what they be saying half of the time, but that's true. That's why I don't normally use that word wonderful because of the context. I mean, from the construction of the word itself, wonder, like you were saying. And you know what? I used to wonder what my purpose was until I stopped um, really listening to everybody else and start following. Like I noticed, like this is how I know I'm on the right track as far as my purpose of life. Because when I get off of it, I suffer. Like shit just go all fucking bad. Like when you get off, like if you're riding on the road and then you see the dirt on you on the freeway and you rear over to the side and they go boop 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 boop. You're like, oh shit. That's how I understand now. Because when I was like when I tell people, they say, "Well, what is your purpose?" It's simple, to expand consciousness, my own and the people's around me. Is to leave this place in a better situation than what I found it in. Now, am I gonna do that? I'm not gonna want. I ain't gonna focus on that. I'm gonna just do it, and if it get done, it get done. If it don't, then I did my best. But I know what I'm supposed to do because when I do it, I get. I don't even like using the word blessed, but when I do it, great things happen for me. Doors open.
It's true.
Um,
It's true. I do the right things for the right reasons. That's my intention. My
mhm,
purpose in life is to live my intention. Um, that's my specific philosophy. And it is my intention to do the right things for the right reasons. And I keep it simple in that manner because anything else would complicate things and distract me and promote all the words that are out here to entertain, like being vain. Being vain. That was a big distraction for the majority of my young adulthood. Being vain. I didn't even realize it. But what I was doing was I was keeping up appearances based on concepts that had nothing to do with myself as an individual, right? Like, for instance, celebrating a birthday. There are pressures in life that insist, superficially speaking, that you're supposed to celebrate elaborately your birthday. Like if you're not doing it big time, like what are you doing it for? You're like there are pressures for people to accommodate the expectations of those that really, they may be your loved ones, but it doesn't have anything to do with your growth and
mhm.
understanding of your purpose. Is it my purpose in life to satisfy your expectations of how I celebrate my birthday? Is that what you're saying? And I had to change that whole scenario in my mind. It's like my purpose is not ruled by your expectation. And that's why I came up with my mission statement of what I had mentioned to you, to do the right thing for the right reasons. Because, see, there's a lot of nuances in between that statement, right? You know, what
Hmm.
I think is the right thing to do may not be what you think is the right thing to do. And for the right reasons may not be reasons that make sense to you. So it's individual to me, that allows me the freedom of to explore what it is that satisfies me. Because if I just come out here and say my purpose in life is to be satisfied, that sounds kind of fucked up. But that's basically what that statement encompasses: to do the right things for the right reasons. There's so much mystery that can be interpreted, that you can interpret in that. But what it all boils down to is to be satisfied. I mean, who really wants to go through life not being satisfied? Okay. And but you can't just come out and say that, like, my purpose in life is to be satisfied. You can't just say that. So I came up with this: to do the right things for the right reasons, which is a more digestible sentence. So we all slick out here, okay? It gets on my nerves that everybody tries to pretend like they have these redeemable qualities as if they've never done anything wrong. We are adults that have regret, and we want to play off those regrets by designing a life as if we are pure. And this is what I want to convey to your audience, if you will allow me.
That's right.
Always
You got
keep
the
in
flow.
mind that the best person to know in your life is somebody that's willing to admit their mistakes.
Hmm.
That way you know what you're working with. That's my humble um thank you for having me on the panel statement.
No, but you know what, man? That's why when I come on here, I try to be. I got this mantra. Stay humble so you won't get humble. So, I don't come on here and try to be bigger than what I am. I mean, if anything, I downplay a lot of things. And that's just my humility because I mean, I think my actions, what I do, speaks for itself, the way I am. I try to be as transparent as possible without putting myself in harm's way. You can't, be fully transparent because you don't know what other people's intentions is. But as far as me being a host of the podcast, me being a life coach, me, having different conversations with people about life, I'm gonna be real with you, man. I'm not gonna come on here and try to, I can, even the way I talk, if you put me in different settings, I'm gonna talk differently depending on what setting I am. But this is my home, so I'm gonna talk, freely. I'm gonna talk loosely. Sometimes people hear me say big words, and my brother called me the lexicon. Like, and I don't even normally use big words unless I'm presenting some type of ideology or concept. I try to keep it simple, so I can actually convey my thoughts, without with less
And
collusion.
there's
You know.
nothing wrong with being considerate of others. However, there's also nothing wrong with enhancing yourself. And if it takes the practice of using new words you're introduced to, people that love you will will accept that without pointing it out. They're not, when they really love you, they're going to notice that you're using a different term without shaming you for it. And that's my whole issue with being satisfied in life. The purpose of one's life, for my life, is satisfaction. It satisfies me that someone allows me to grow, which includes discovering new terms that I want to introduce. Like, I don't just broadcast it with, you know, cheerleader pom poms like, hey, I learned a new word today. I actually try to come across like I knew this word for years, you know, but they don't point it out like that because they love me. You know, they don't say, "Oh, you just learned a new word. Congratulations." They don't shame me for growing into my aspiration of continuous satisfaction. It satisfied me to learn their word, and people that love me, they will appreciate that I've experienced satisfaction, if that makes any sense.
Definitely do. Frankie Blanco, what up, though? Appreciate you, my brother. Appreciate you. My bad, Frankie. I got to you a little late, but definitely, like shit, my wife she downloaded the damn thesaurus on her phone just because, like, she used to be like, "What that word mean? What that word mean?" Now she just look it up, like, "Oh, okay." So just talking to her,
Yeah,
but
it's
you
wonderful
know,
to grow, man. Like that's satisfying when you discover something. Like just when you think you knew it all, here comes a introduction of something that you didn't know, and it's satisfying to discover it. You know, so so in a nutshell, that's my purpose in life, to be satisfied. And that encompasses all types of different things. You know, that's my purpose.
my bad, real quick. Hey, if y'all hit the link, do me a favor because that beeping thing ain't working again, and I'm moving throughout my house. So just hit in the back chat or put in the chat that y'all hitting the link so I know somebody back there. I don't want to leave nobody back. I don't know if anybody tried to hit the link. You know, when Mel hit the link, I was sitting at the computer, but I've been walking through
It
the
was
house.
timing, right?
Yeah,
Because
because I
life
think
too, I want that's what I'm looking for, to be satisfied. I was like, I'm not trying to figure out why he ain't see me in the background. Like, you know, um,
I be having to tell people that because, like, I'm like in
it's
a lot of
timing.
times
It's
too.
not on purpose. Anybody that's not getting clicked onto the panel, it's timing. It's technology. It's not personal. It's not like he looking at your name like, no, I don't want to let them up. So just keep trying. I'm sure he'll welcome you.
The people who've been through here, they know that I'm not going. If I don't want you up there, I'm gonna say, "No, you can't come." You know, I don't bite my tongue about that. If I don't fuck with you, I don't fuck with you. But you know, it ain't intentional. I ain't just for ignore nobody. Even if I don't like them, I tell them like, "No, you
Exactly.
can't." You know, so the people who know. But you know, usually like that is a beeping sound when you hit the link, it'll say beep, and it ain't been doing that the last couple of days. So I don't know. They added some new stuff on here that I'm not even seeing working.
Oh yeah. Okay. So
But
that's
then
true.
I
I
just like
heard
to
that.
tell
I
people.
heard content creators say that when it beeps when somebody has, as they say, hit the link, it beeps. But if it's not beeping, if it's not giving you a notification with a beep, yeah, I don't know if you gotta. I don't know. I'm
If
not
you're looking at the
savvy in that
screen,
way. I don't know how to fix that.
yeah, you have to be looking at the screen. Like if I ain't looking at it, and I don't really I look at my phone to read the chat. I don't even look at the computer monitor. Oh, there it goes. It finally popped up. That little thing in the corner. That chat, the chat scrolling up now. Okay, so that do work. But yeah, man, I was hearing people and listening for real though. So I was yeah, I be listening to other content creators and you know, I heard people debating like what's the purpose of life? Like and I'm like, man, that shit don't matter. Like I mean I understand why it would matter, you know, to people, but I think it's just if people find their own individual purposes instead of trying to figure out what everybody's purpose is. I think everybody's purpose is gonna be different.
Yeah,
So everybody
that's why I came up with the word satisfaction because it encompasses so much. Um, you know, my goal in, or rather my desire in being satisfied That's a desire. Um, is it a purpose? This is why I'm attracted to the title of your live stream. Like, is my desire for being satisfied? Like, I would prefer that my child has a certain, you know, level of existence. I would prefer that my relationships have a certain existence of reliability. You know, hell, I just want things that continuously make my life comfortable to exist. So that's why I use the word satisfaction, because to me, that's all encompassing. It's like, and so because I was looking at the title of your live stream, I said, "What is the purpose of life slash your life?" And I was like, "Wow, how can I answer that in one word?" That's the challenge I
Mm.
was questioning myself with when I saw the title of your live stream. I appreciate the title of your live stream. I truly do. It challenged me to use one word that encompasses that's that question, you know.
Mm. I'm always interested to hear, people perception, how they think, because the more I listen to them, I begin to understand like their, if you want to use the word epistemology, how they acquire the knowledge to come to a different conclusion. So, like, even like when you said satisfied, like when you said that, I thought of thriving. Like when I heard you say satisfied, it's like thriving. That's what I associated
I
satisfied with
share
because
satisfaction, not
well, satisfaction.
the purpose of my life. I did say satisfied. I'm not gonna lie. I said satisfied. But like, to answer that question, what is the purpose of life? Your life? I was like, satisfaction, to be satisfied. And so, yeah. So what were your thoughts when you heard that?
When I heard that, it's just like you like when you delineated on it and went into further detail. Like I want my kid to have a certain existence. I want my relationship, and it just it kind of confirmed like my understanding because you often hear people say surviving, right? Especially in the black community. I think for a long time, that's all I was focused on. Like I grew up in the hood in the east side of Detroit. I was just trying to survive, make it to the next day. Like
I
that's
feel
all I
you.
was thinking of. I was in the
Yeah.
street when you make money, and if I tell you how much money I blew in a day, you'd be like, "What the fuck?" Like you ain't put none of that up. I wasn't thinking about thriving. I was thinking about surviving. Like when you're in the street, you trying to spend it as quick as possible because shit, you might not be free or alive the next day to spend it. So what's the point of holding on to it? That's how my mindset was, right? Like the fuck I'm gonna save money for? I better spend this
I
shit
can relate.
because you know what I'm saying. So I was literally surviving, and then when I got out that environment and I started experiencing the world, it's like, man, I want to thrive. Like, so I had conversations with people like, and I tell them like, you got a survival mindset, and that's fine. You need that, but that's not supposed to be on 24/7. I mean, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's not. That's there for when you in situations or scenarios where you have to survive. But other than that, you should be thinking about thriving. I didn't think about a year, 2 years, let alone 10, 15 years from now. But now I do. I didn't have a portfolio. Now I do. That can be passed down to my kids. I didn't have assets. If something happened, I can liquidate. But now I do. So if stuff come hard, shit, okay, sell that, sell that. You know what I'm saying? It's like I wasn't thinking like that. But now I am, and that improved my quality of life. So
Yeah.
when I see people stuck in that mindset, I try to help them out of it.
Yeah. Thriving is a key. It's very important to focus on that word. Um, because it's about abundance, right? As opposed to what's the word I'm struggling, right? Survival equates struggling, but thriving equates abundance. So I like that word. Of course, thriving. I like that a lot. I would prefer to thrive than just survive. It's like surviving. That means that you doing God knows what, but God knows why. But thriving, it's like we good. There's no there are little worries. there are
Mm,
very few worries because we're thriving. But if we're surviving, you're worrying about something every damn day.
mm.
You know?
You know, I started looking at things different. Like I used to mentor, some young kids from the hood, and I had to remember, like, when I was in a position, I was in survival mode. So two of the kids decided to try to rob me, right? And that almost put me back in survival mode. But I'm like, these kids, but I understand, I'm trying to teach them how to fish, and they just looking at the fish I got and want to take the fish instead of
I
learning how to fish,
know, and that hurts. That hurts when
but
somebody that you trying to help steals from you. That hurts. It's like,
mhm,
damn,
but
I'm
they
literally trying to help you and you want to take something from me. That's crazy.
but they in that I had to remember, like, they in that survival mode. They looking like, okay, what you teaching me, it takes time for me to get it down and actually benefit from it. But what you have, I can take that and it can benefit me now. I understood the mindset because I came from that. I wasn't no like no robber or nothing. I never robbed nobody, but I've been around them. So I understand the mindset. Like some of my cousins stole shit from me, like shoes and, hats and stuff like that. Instead of asking me for it, like, hey, can I borrow this? They just took it.
Just ask. That's what I'm saying. Just
Right.
ask.
They just took it.
You ain't
So it
gotta
was
feel
like,
it. What the fuck?
so, but now you see the type of, so now when I meet people like that and I see they have that survival mindset, I know I have to keep a safe distance from them. I can't allow them to get too close because they go do like, Maya Angelou said, um, when people, believe people for who they are when they show you, DMX said, if a snake is a snake, is a snake and eventually it's go bite you. Just trust people for who they are.
Do you
If
think
that's
it's based on jealousy or is it actual survival, like the mentality you mentioned, or is it jealousy? Because why should he or she have this and they take it?
I'm I say it like this. Honestly, I have to, because there's so many variables involved, I have to take it case by case and look at it as an individual because at
Okay,
times
that's
it
fair.
will just be simply jealousy. Just simply like you said, it will be cases like that. Oh, they got it and I don't got it. They shouldn't have it. I should have it, and they take it. In these situations, like I've known people like that. Even like with girls, like I had one homeboy, he used to always try to. I'm like, bro, what is wrong with you? Well, why can't you have her and I can't have? Her? Why you ain't trying to talk to her before me? Like, shit, you could have had her, but now you want to just because I got her. It's not even the fact that they want stuff. Sometimes it's the fact they don't want you to have it.
Exactly.
So you definitely go get
So
people
how
like
do
that.
you navigate that? How do you pick out people that have that attitude or mindset? How do you pick them out? Because you don't want to be bothered with people that think like that. How do you pick them out? What are the
And
telltale signs in the beginning that they're more likely than not that type of person?
there's a couple things. I don't deal with envious or jealous people at all. Once I see it, I don't. And usually you will see it not jealous of you, but you will see them jealous of other people. Even when people say that shit, oh, I'm jealous of that, or I'm envy. When they say that shit, I'll be like, why? And sometimes people just use words loosely. So sometimes people would be like, oh, I'm jealous, and they ain't really jealous. They just like, damn, they use terms out of context. But then you start looking at people actions, the way they move. Words are just to bring awareness. So when I hear people say that, then I start watching how they move. And it's the little things that always add up to the big thing, like underhand compliments. Like when people do shit like that, I'd be like, oh, hell no, bro. I'm straight. You know what I'm saying? Like over complimenting, like when people compliment me for shit I ain't even do. Like, nah, bro. Like, that's almost
I'm
to the
not gonna lie.
love bombing shit.
I'm not gonna lie. There was this instance. It was serendipitous. That's a word for everybody. It was serendipitous that this woman on this particular day that I didn't tell anybody that was worth being celebratory gave me a a whole lot of compliment. Like she just came out the box with how amazing I am in her mind, right? In her mind, based on experiences of having conversations with me on this particular day, she just let it pour out. And it took me a minute to realize that it was meant for me to hear that, as opposed to thinking she's doing too much. Cause they're you're right. When somebody like over compliments you, it's like, okay, what you want? What you looking for? What's up? But but because of the timing, I was like, there was something about me that needed to hear out loud what I was not understanding about myself, you know, because it's, when we're in this thing called life, we're so busy defending ourselves, we forget how awesome we are. We forget, because we're so busy defending ourselves. It's like you got this hater over here, this hater over there, and you got to keep your chin up and make sure that you're not looking stupid or inadequate. And here comes somebody that just pours out everything that they perceive to admire about you. It reminds you, yeah, I ain't really got a trip about the haters. I really don't have to trip about that. What a hater thinks about me is none of my business. What a hater thinks about me is none of my business. And that was the reinforcement I needed for that day. So I would say when people compliment you and over compliment you, just pay attention to the timing as opposed to assuming that they want a favor back for making you feel good. You know, she wasn't looking for nothing. She wasn't. She just she was just compelled to say that. And it happened to be on a day that meant something to me, you know. It was the anniversary of um joining the military, and a lot of times I used to beat myself around like, why did I join the military? What, would I have been better off not joining? What I could have done something that, a lot of times I had, this record playing in my head about why, and what if. And what she did with all those compliments and it was like, yeah, I'm tripping. I am literally tripping. I'm dwelling on something in a defensive stance when there's no need to be defensive. So I would urge you that when people give you a compliment, it might be your instinct to be defensive. And I would say and plead to you to just accept it. Just accept it. It doesn't have to mean anything when somebody compliments you. It doesn't have to mean anything other than the timing that exists for you to have heard it. So I hope you don't
Oh no, oh
continue to
no,
continue to be suspicious of people that compliment you. Just accept it. It's all
oh
right.
no. It's I don't. I let you rock it 1 second, Frank. But oh no, I got this thing. I don't get too high and I don't get too low. So I accept all compliments if they backhanded or whatever they are. I don't get too high on things. I don't get too low. So people compliment me, and I'm always grateful if they have good intention or bad. That ain't got nothing to do with me. You know what
Exactly.
I'm saying? It's all
Exactly.
about like life. Actually, is I don't be trying to sound self-centered, but it's gonna sound self-centered. But life is about me. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, like I
That's
got
right.
validation all around me. So
That's right.
everything else is only confirmation. So when people, say nice things, I'm grateful and I'm appreciative. But I'm aware, you know what I'm saying? Because even on this app at times, I could tell when things are genuine when it's not because not only the consistency of it, but the behavior that follows it. I didn't have people say I'm like the greatest person on the planet, and then an hour later they talking shit about me, and I ain't feel no type of way. I don't get mad or upset. That's just who they are, and I'm fine with that. Shit, you said it. You got to eat them words, not me. You know, like so. No, I don't. When people compliment me, I'm always grateful, and that's why I say that humility keeps me in that state. I don't get too high or too low. I don't. People give me great compliments. I don't think I'm the shit. People talk shit about me. I don't think I'm shit neither.
Exactly. You got to make sure you don't get the big head about it.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
just take it for what it is, and
Even and
you
like I
know.
said, even like I down. I ain't gonna say I don't like every time because my mom listens to the show, and she'd be like, "Stop saying that. You don't downplay yourself." It's not that I downplay myself. It's just I don't flex. I don't feel the need to. People who know me, they know what I accomplished. They know what I'm capable and possible to do. People who don't, then that's their loss. That's just how I look at life. I don't need to go around like a peacock spreading my feathers. I know I'm highly confident. I'm not arrogant at all. Sometimes if I'm in my field or genre, you will see how confident I am, but it's never arrogant.
I
Frankie, what
think,
up though, brother?
Yo, salute,
yeah,
peace
we
and
have a
bless.
new
Oh,
panelist.
how you
Hello.
doing? Hello, how you doing? Mella. Word, what's going on? Salute to the chat, everybody, man. Great conversation, and I do have some kind of questions to it. I don't know if it's gonna be way up, I'm thinking out the box too far, but one, humility builds humbleness. When you was mentioning that earlier, so that's a good thing, right? Because it teaches you
Mhm.
to listen before speaking. You know what I mean? Sometimes you don't want to put your foot in your mouth. So sometimes when you get embarrassed, it's a lesson. It's not really if you know how to apply it, right? Because knowledge is only good if you
Mhm.
apply it, right? So if you apply it and make it become beneficial, then it's not really a bad setback or nothing, right? Two is so the purpose of life, right? Can one's purpose of life not even be for them? Can they be a can they purpose be greater to, like, say for instance, a sacrifice to help someone else's life? For instance, a firefighter, right? He doesn't really.
Mhm.
He got 5 kids. Wife at home. This guy's every day in a building waiting for a fucking house. Excuse my language, for a building to be on fire so he can run in, not knowing if he's gonna come back home to those 5 kids or his wife, right? But that's his that's he feels in his heart that's his purpose. You know what I'm saying? I'm
That's
just
his
saying that,
purpose.
right. So what I'm saying is, like, I guess it's the gauge of it, right? It's how you gauge it, because sometimes you don't have to, like what they say, you don't have to change everybody, just change one person, right? And with that being said, it's like maybe like even just being in a bad relationship with somebody and giving them that, and then getting out of it, whatever, and just learning through that. And they because some people might only be meant to be around each other for 5 minutes, right? More or less. Sometimes people force in a relationship and it becomes toxic for 5 years. You know what I'm saying? Because
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
feel like we all serve a purpose, and this time is not it's not really a thing where you can it could be for 2 minutes, it could be for one word, right? You could catch me at that, right? Because time is everything. You catch me at a moment where I'm really down, I'm not in my right state of mind, I'm in a bad mindset or mind state, and you just happen to come along, and you can be, you're empath, you can sense that because you've been around it or you experienced it, or you've seen other people going, and you got a little bit of it resonates with you. You know kind of how to help this person deal with that at that moment. You know, and sometimes it happens like instantaneously, like spontaneously. Like you just become a great fucking. You give the best advice that you couldn't even take on your own. You know what I mean?
Hmm. And see, that's what I was
Absolutely.
saying at the beginning. Like, my bad, I'm gonna let you rock out, sis. That's what I was saying at the beginning. Like, people, when you hear this, people think of one grand scheme. When I think of it, I think of it on an individual basis. Everybody will have a different purpose, man. Just like if you get a colony of ants, right? They all ants, bro, but they all serve a different purpose. You know, we ain't no different. All these trees, bro. You gotta look at nature. Everything is similar, but it ain't the same, and they have different purposes. Some plants heal, some plants will kill you. You know what I'm saying? Some animals love you and can feed you. Some animals will kill you. So everything has its own individual purpose, and that's as a species of humans, we do too.
And before Miller gets put, come real quick. Word you said mention nature, right? And I just want to ask you: Is Nate? Would you consider nature to be programmed? Would you consider it to be all in a, you know, like out of like a script? You know, where there's a cause and effect?
That's a good one.
Man, that that shit is designed too perfectly to
Right. Well,
function for
it's
natural
divine
beings.
design. I can understand, but you see, when you say this is why I brought this up because when you mentioned earlier, I don't have to peacock and show, which is very true. You know, when you assert yourself and you know who you are, you don't have to worry about other people trying to piss on your tree. You know what I'm saying? If you want to say so to speak, but it's kind of the way of nature as men programmed and we're kind of wired that way in our genetics, the way we're supposed to be out there with, if two men are around and a pretty female walks by, it's almost kind of like and they're just single, let's just say hypothetically they're single, little scenario, they're gonna kind of like a woman can draw a divide between two male friends without even wanting to. You know what I mean? But it's not even her it's not even her fault. It's in a man's, it's in our mind, right? It's programmed there, I guess. Some men, let me get that straight. Sorry, some men.
Competitiveness.
Yes, there you go. Exactly. Yes. We always kind of get like a little edge to see if she kind of wants to smile at you more or if she's giggling at his jokes. Who's more funnier between you two? That type of stuff. You know what I mean? Which is
And that's
nature. I would say that's wired in nature because it's like two animals, like two lions going at it to see who serves dominance, to mate.
That's an excellent introduction to the variable of human nature. It's the nature of men to compete. And yeah, this
it's natural.
yeah.
It's natural. And I say this too. Us as humans, like you will see some outliers in animals. You know, if you really pay attention, or even insects, anything, you'll see outliers, things that go against the norm. And I think us as humans, we design with that capability on a higher aspect of any individual creature out here that we can not only follow natural processes, but we can recreate them. And like you said, growing up, that was natural. You come around a tick come around and peacocks, you know. But as I got older, I wouldn't. You like, man, I ain't competing with these dudes. And I kind of did my own thing, laid back, and I ended up getting all the attention. Like, damn, I was more mysterious, and that's what I think. Like females, they be interested in that shit when you ain't really chasing them. Like, damn, why ain't everybody on me? Why ain't I figured that out at a young age? It's like, so I mean, I agree with you say when you say, nature, but I think us as humans, we have the capability to rewrite natural things. To, I mean, we program a certain way, but we can rewrite the program,
Well, what would you
if
say that
that
there's a
makes sense.
would you say there's a difference between nature and nurture? Well, like say you would
Oh,
condition
definitely.
to be that way, right? Like say your parents coddled you, whatever it was that it is that made you feel like this is the way life should be all the time, right? Until you get into a situation where you wasn't trained for or taught how to deal with, all right, or even know how to express. You get in an argument, you don't know the right words to choose to articulate yourself, right? But you know what you want to say, but you just, you know what I mean? You're kind of like
But check this.
huh?
It's,
Sorry.
I want to find my old thesis paper, but I wrote a thesis on when nurture meets nature, and it was using that same concept, like the way we are nurtured in life, and then that's how we build our whole perception of life. But then when we get out into the natural world, or we get out to nature and we don't have those positive reinforcements and we ain't in that bubble where we were nurtured in, then we begin to see things ain't all things are different.
Yeah, I would
You
say
know,
that
and
too,
then
because
we gotta adjust and
nat-
adapt.
nature don't have like pity. You know, nature doesn't show pity
No,
or
nah.
there's none of that in nature. Nature is nature, and that's just the way of the land. You know, like that's the law of the land.
And
Whereas,
then comes being human. Oh, how did? Hold on for a second, you guys.
yeah, but yeah, that's you know even that part with the firefighter analogy. You know, like there are some people that don't even get to live to live 21, right? And I wondered sometimes, a lot of times, I always thought like, damn, man, like you know what I mean? I'm this age, I probably didn't do as much, or what, but you know, what was that purpose? Why would they get taken out by such a tragic event or some mishaps or some unfortunate, you know, current like a sequences of events that happen and they were just caught in the middle, like you know, wrong place, wrong time, shit. Like to me, does that make it? Well, this is the question I'm asking: is did they get to fulfill their purpose before the good Lord took them? Is what people would say, right? Because they say God works in mysterious ways, and He only takes you when it's time, right? That's what they would say. I'm just saying hypothetically. I'm not going against what they or who they are or nothing. I'm just saying they'll say that you know in them certain religions they'll say that God only takes you when He's ready for you, when you're ready for Him, or when you're ready. You know that saying what I'm talking about, right? Like
Hmm.
they say when people got to go, it's because God's calling for them. So, you know, and I've had lost friends at 21. I lost friends at 18. I lost friends at, you know, 9 years old, 11 years old. And I didn't understand it, but when I get older and look back in hindsight now and think about it, I'm like, did they already serve their purpose? Is that what, you know, because that's what I was being taught the whole time. They fulfilled their need on this planet. You know what I mean? They had to go and do whatever the next, you know, level was or whatever it might be, which is crazy because,
But
I don't know who could say it. You know, they did, you know, these kids was basically 15, 16
even
years old.
man, for me to uh, elaborate on that, I might have to sound kind of cold, but this is just what life has taught me. Sometimes, like this experiences in life, I lost 17 people before I graduated high school. So like friends and you know people I'm hanging around and shit like that. So I just realized like the experiences of life teaches us, and those who learn the lessons benefit from them. Those who don't, um, sometimes they become the lesson. You know what I'm saying? That's how I look at, you know, a lot of the people I grew up with. I look back at what we were doing at that time, what they did differently from what I did, and I learned a lot from their mistakes. You know, so I chalked it up to that was their purpose was to teach others. You know, um, why did Jesus go on the cross, bro? That's it,
Yeah.
crazy, man.
I was gonna say
Why?
too, we probably would appreciate and we probably understand life better if we appreciated death, in my opinion. You know, especially in the Western
Yeah,
society, death is really
people.
like taboo. We don't like to talk about it, and it's you know it's right in front of our faces every day. It's probably right upstairs from you, next door to you. It's probably in two buildings away. It's so everywhere, right? It's something like you know, we really kind of don't like to talk about it. We're kind of like we get into it, you know, and there's other tribes and I'm pretty sure other places in the world where they don't celebrate, they don't see death as a bad thing, right? They kind of know how to because it sets you in a place in your mind, right? Like the first person, I'm not trying to one up you or nothing like that, but like I said, first person I saw
Oh
pass
no,
away,
no.
right, was my father. I told y'all that, you know, he was a vegetable. He died. I was probably 11, 12 years old. I'm standing at the funeral. This is my first time even being in a funeral. Never knew what none of this shit was. Well, I probably was like 10 years old, and I'm standing there looking like the Adams family. Like I got this look like those dudes did back in the Dust Bowl days when they were standing there with pitchforks and dust storms, and then you know nobody wanted to smile because everybody's starving, but they still taking pictures. You know what I mean? Like I had one of them looks on my face. Like I didn't know what the whole thing was, and I go back and I see that picture now when I'm here, and I just realized like it. And this is my opinion. Right? It's something in the mind. It's like pain, right? You got a receptor, and if you can cut that off at an early age, or if you can really like desensitize it, it becomes less effective. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't really what's the right word? Like stimulate you or impulse, make you have an impulse to it. You know, it doesn't really catch you
Yeah,
off guard. Yeah, like an emotional impulse. You know, and I feel like that kind of why certain people are different from others because and even being an empath, you know, feeling people's pains, trying to walk in people's shoes. you learn a lot more about this experience we think is like we call life, right? You learn more about, how to be more compassionate, right? More sincere with what you say, mean what you say what you mean. We learn these little things like your word is your bond. And those are little things that some people don't even they don't even grasp that thought when they're
You
talking to
know,
you. They don't have no kind of consideration to how you feel or what their words are saying and what they're doing to you within. You know what I'm saying? Because we know words are spells, right? And the words are swords. If you split, scramble the words, you get swords. And they pierce the soul. But there's people that don't. They're not all programmed like, especially now in this new generation that we're in. They don't have the same morals and principles, and you know what I
They
mean. These
don't have integrity.
There you go, and sincerity. And
hmm
sincerity is what I really mean. Is sincerity, because
Integrity.
right.
I was just talking with my mom about somebody pretending to be what they're not. That's a lack of integrity, right? When somebody's going around saying, knocking on your door talking about this the manager, and they're just a tenant, it's like, what the fuck are you, there are people that want to assert um a certain authority that they don't have, that includes moral principles. There are people that want to portray that they're moralistic when they're
Sounds like
not.
religion. It sounds like religion.
Yeah,
Low key.
yeah. They throw the Bible verses at you, all that.
Oh my lord.
It's crazy. It's like, okay, so you really gonna throw some Bible verses at me as if you are pure as the driven snow. Like, come on now. Stop.
And the Bible is a double-edged sword because, like I said, you can pull good out of it. It's really a book of
You
magic.
can.
It's just
You
like
can. It's
what they
very
call those
calming.
what they call those are books that you write that have books of spells and all that. I forgot what it's called, like a Gorbian, something like that, with the demonology book. The same guy who Saint King James, I think it was, that wrote the Bible, wrote the demonology. What do they call it? Grimoire? I think it's called a grimoire, right? Word,
I have no idea. But I
word would
do
know.
I do recognize that there are Bible verses available that are calming. You know, there's a Bible verse that I forwarded to my Facebook page today that indicates having the desire that you thrive. It doesn't say that specifically. If I remember, I know the plans I have for you. Plans to grant you prosperity and a future. It goes something like that. And that's a very calming thing to
Right.
read. Like when somebody sends you that, I know the plans I have for you to, that you would have a life that brings you peace and joy and happiness. Like when you read calming words, it just takes you out of that negative space. And I appreciate that more than having knowledge of voodoo, hoodoo, witchcraft, and because there's a certain curiosity in human beings that want to know the dark side, as they say. But what really soothes my spirit is calm, because it reminds me that I'm not bored. I'm at peace. And that's the thing. If I may expound, give me a moment. I'm
Real
I'm
quick,
gonna
one
be real
second
quick.
before you do that, Mello. One second. Shout out to Nate the Gray in the chat. That's the bro. Shout out Nate. What's popping, Brody? I haven't seen him in a minute. Go ahead. Sorry, Mello.
What I would say is that there are people that convince themselves that being bored is significant to dwell upon. Like, I'm bored, I'm bored, I'm bored. No, you're not bored. You're at peace. And a lot of us don't know what peace, we don't want to examine what peace is. Being at peace means that what other people interpret as being bored. And that's the problem. When you have convinced yourself that you're bored, you looking for action. You looking for action. You want to cut up. You want to start something. You want to get it moving. You want to kick it. because you've convinced yourself that you're not at peace. You're
Real,
quote unquote bored.
real quick, Melody, right? What would peace be considered to someone who was raised in chaos? Like, if for your whole life been chaos, and
Mm-hmm.
you're sitting trying to find peace all of a sudden, and you find it, you would feel so abnormal. You wouldn't feel comfortable in your own skin.
It's unfamiliar.
So that's what I'm saying. It's perspective. It's like perspective or perception. Like, it's only how you would perceive it. Because
It's
for
like I'm
someone
used
who's
to
used to living on the
answering.
edge,
Like,
no, I'm
what's all
agreeing with
this
you.
quiet about?
I'm agreeing with you 100%. I'm just saying, like, these are just questions that when as you speak and it pops up, it's, these are thought provoking things. So for someone like me, I live my life on the edge a whole lot for a long time. Sometimes when it's too calm and peaceful, I get agitated. I feel anxiety. You hear me?
know.
I can't leave. I can't stay like that. I need to like make noise. I turn the radio on loud. I fucking bang on the pans. I gotta do something
Something
because
gotta happen. Like, what's
yeah,
all this
because something's
quiet
gonna happen. I
about?
feel like it's the movie and everybody's waiting for that part right now for something to happen. Like, it got too quiet. Nah, shit. I need that. I need the electric, the white noise. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So, my bad, my bad. I'm back,
yeah.
y'all.
But discovering that being at peace has been misconstrued as being bored is so delightful. Like, it was the greatest discovery of my world when I realized, having grown in chaos, having grown up in chaos at times, when I realized that it's not about looking for the chaos. It's not about that. That's not what, how can I put this? I mean, there's an excitement, there's an element of excitement that is craved. I get it. Believe me, I get it. There's an element of excitement that's craved. However, to misconstrue that being bored is not being at peace is a detriment to your spirit. You have to know the difference. Like, you have to understand that being at peace is all right. And we call it being bored because we were indoctrinated in chaos. That's
Mm,
our element. That's how we get down. That's what's happening. That's what we used to. But in actuality, when nothing is disturbing you, nothing is disturbing you, that's being at peace. But we call it being bored.
right. It's like tranquility.
Yep.
I got a question for you, real quick. Sorry, word. That's my last. But Miller, has there ever been a time where you say you was in your house or something, you argued with your kid, or anything? You take just someone in the house, you just had a bad argument on the phone, and then you got this, you're mad, you hang up the phone, you walk outside, and right when you get outside, your neighbor says, "Hey, good morning." Do you keep that same anger and rage inside you, or do you automatically quickly put it to the side and say, "How you doing, Mr. Johnson? Good morning. Hi, I hope everything's fine." You get in your car, you get back into your bitch face. Not you per se. I'm just saying, or get mad or angry, like because we
I
all tend to turn away. Like we pick, you know what I mean? We'll let something get there, and we'll know how to put it in the back burner, and that
I
to me is a problem. Instead of
I was
addressing it,
yeah. I was introduced to the phoniness. Like, for instance, oh, I gotta be quiet because my mother's around, right? But I remember our mother gave us a whooping, right? And the phone rang, and she answered the phone in the most gentle voice. That shit, I was like, wait a minute, I thought you was angry enough to be hitting on us. But as it turns out, it's a personality shift. It's like,
hmm
that shit is confusing. So yeah, you can actually be enraged and then turn around and say, "Hi, good morning,
right? Mixed
neighbor,"
emotions,
in
mixed
your
emotions,
Mr.
right?
Rogers voice. Yeah,
did
that's
I
the
did I do the
thing.
Mr. Rogers voice?
I wouldn't even
You can
say
do
mixed
that. You could be
emotions
whooping
though.
the fuck out of your, excuse my language. You could be whooping your children and then turn around and say good morning in your Mr. Rogers voice.
That's crazy. It's so
That's
true.
the
Humans are weird,
deception.
man. We're weird.
That that that's 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 how can I put this? That is operating unconsciously. It's like if you are disciplining your children, if you believe in the method that you're using, to discipline your children to correct their behavior. If you actually believe in it, you will be consistent in that particular state of mind. You're not going to come outside with your Mr. Rogers voice talking about hello neighbor. You're going to be
Right.
like, I'm pissed off. What do you want? You know, like my children fucked up. I can't believe this and this. You know, you're going to carry that energy. But if you just pretending, you're like, okay, I'm going to make my children, you know,
Well, the societal norm will make you be will be to contain it and not let your energy affect someone else's energy that's being nice to you, right? If you
but
just feel like the right thing to do is be polite back, but that's what kind of messes you up because now you're hiding
I'm
your
saying
your
the lack
you know
of thinking, the lack of thinking
right,
that
right.
we as human beings conduct is not understood by ourselves. Like we, it would behoove us. Well, anyway, it would be of interest to us to actually dive deep into why we have this inconsistent behavior among, you know, with our patterns. Like if I really, how can I put this? If I really wanted my child to correct their behavior, I wouldn't just resort to what was used against me. I would actually think about it and say, okay, this is what it we're gonna, you know, we're gonna do because you're not in a position to challenge me. So this is what we're gonna do, as opposed to whooping them, right? But because I was whooped, that would be what I would do to my child. And
We
that's
don't. I don't think we
ignorant.
could do that anymore. I'm not being honest.
That's
I
ignorant.
can't.
No,
I was
I'm
whooped too,
saying
but I
that's
don't. I
ignorant.
cannot hit my kids for the life of me. I feel so.
I could not,
It kills me.
I could not ever do that because it is so foul, ignorant, and stupid. I
Yeah,
would not ever
unresponsible.
do
Yeah,
that.
it's
And
unresponsible.
you know, but there are people who sincerely believe, for the life of me, I don't know why, they sincerely believe that, you know, that kind of corporal discipline made them a better
It's
person.
because they
I think
got this.
that's
Yeah, they
dumb.
got it. Yeah. My fault.
That's
Word. You was gonna
dumb.
say something. Where we cut you off, man. Sorry about that.
Okay, my bad.
No, you cooking, Melly. You
So
cooking.
I wanted to hit on a couple. Y'all done made a couple good points, and I wanted to elaborate on a couple of them. But I'm gonna start from the back to the front. So when you were talking about, whooping the kids and then losing the Mr. Roderick, um, and then switching, going from one emotion to another one.
Right. Mixed
What
emotion.
we call that it is a form of emotional intelligence. I always say it's three parts, but it's really five parts. So you have emotional adaptation, adapting your emotions to the situation. That's part of emotional expression, but it's its own category. Is being able to adapt your emotions to the situation, circumstance you're in. So some people who able to express their emotions or have uh, an understanding of emotional intelligence, they can adjust or adapt easily. I can be mad 1 minute and then go back to calm if I need to,
Right.
depending on what the situation calls for. Um, so, and then back to the beginning when Mel was saying, "Damn, I didn't write it down. I started to, but I started moving around again." But
That's all right.
when damn, it was trying to think what she was saying, and I'm like,
What's it
oh,
about?
Was it the
uh,
true peace? Like true peace,
Yeah,
oh,
being
and
at peace.
like, well, you like, Brother Gary would say some people peace is chaos. And I think a lot of that, like y'all said, we condition when we in environments and we get so accustomed to things, when we do have that peace or calmness or that tranquility, as Chris Mel said, people think it's boredom, but a lot of that is emotional addiction too, because when we fluctuate through those different emotions, we got chemicals releasing in our body too. And the more we in that
Oh yeah.
type of environment, we get accustomed. And when we don't feel those chemicals, that's where we get that urge to okay, I know this is about to happen. People start
Yeah.
getting paranoid, thinking shit about to happen. It's like a fiend not having a fix. As soon as something happened, they feel good, even though it's something bad. Why do they feel good? Because they get the oh, I was right.
So you're
I knew that
saying
was gonna happen.
there's an addiction to stimulation
Yep,
from
Oh,
chaos?
sensation. Yep,
definitely,
addiction is sensation.
definitely,
Yes, a fact. I believe it
definitely.
too. 100, especially now in the social media era, 100%.
You can look at psychology. Is a real thing called emotional addiction. People get addicted to certain emotions. Like, if you ever wonder, like, why do people stay in these abusive ass relationships, or they get out of one and get right into another one? And when they go to therapy, they tend to learn that they have been desensitized, and they actually begin
Right.
to attract these or
That's
look for these
right.
certain situations subconsciously because
They look
of the
for it.
feeling. Yeah, and it's not like I'm looking to go get beat or nothing like that. But you're so used to it and accustomed to it that that's your norm.
It's like a Stockholm syndrome mixed with something. You know what I mean? It's like one of them
Yeah,
things where you kind of like, you kind of feel like you deserve it,
like
because it's weird. It's a
bro,
weird thing.
I used to now you know how people I was an addict. Now when I say that, people used to laugh at me, but I was addicted to violence. You know that
Addicted to
butterfly
what?
feeling, violence,
Oh, all
like
right.
violence, like
I thought you said
fighting
viol. I thought you said violins. I was like, nigga, you Asian?
like just
No
no.
violence, not
I
violence.
was addicted. no,
I said, nigga, you
I was
different.
I was addicted to violence, bro. It was like I used to put myself in situations, and sometimes I put other people in situations just for me to hit them, just for me to get that. And it was an emotional thing because I was an adrenaline junkie, and that's really what it was. But
Yeah.
violence gave me that fix of adrenaline. I was really adrenaline. I roller coaster. I jumped out of planes. I mean, going down the freeway at 120 miles per hour, all that made me feel alive. Getting hit in the mouth, like I practiced martial arts for half of my life. And I used to allow people, like, people thinking, oh, he gonna block this. No, I let him hit me just to feel that hit. And just to feel that this adrenaline you get when you get hit in the mouth. I used to enjoy that shit, bro.
Yeah. It's the same thing with like like a fight or
Well,
flight
I'm not
mode.
trying
Like
to get hit in the mouth, so okay.
this is the thing, man. Look,
And you,
sometimes if you're in a situation and you don't get in the mouth, you won't know how to really react, right? Because you're kind of sitting out over analyzing it and everything, right?
Y'all tripping, man. I can't relate to this.
I'm just saying, I'm being
but
honest with
see,
you.
look,
Listen, Mike
now
Tyson
let
said
me.
everybody got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. Sometimes when you get hit,
Okay.
your reaction is what makes you really kind of get everything together. Your scruples, right? Sometimes you still in butterfly
Mhm.
mode. You scared, nervous, knees is buckling like Bambi. You don't know. You want to be trying to figure this shit out. Trying to read the room. But when you get hit, there ain't no more reading. I'm throwing everything. I'm poking eyes. I'm pulling fucking hair. I'm doing whatever I gotta do.
Hey, Frankie, that's the funny thing. That's when I formed the plan when I get hit in the mouth.
I'm
That's
blacking
when I
out. I'm poking
was
you right in your eye. I'm punching you in the middle of your nose. I
like,
want you to be tearing
that's
when I'm
when
fucking you up.
that's when the plan came into fruition. Like, oh yeah, now it's go time. Like,
But that
shit,
means something within you, word. That shows something inside of you that you had that urge for
I,
violence and aggression. Because it stems back to some PTSD that you had or something you saw. Maybe even a TV show that you wasn't ready for at the time, and it was leaked. That's what they doing to our kids now. They're desensitizing the mind
I used to,
so far advanced. Like these kids don't, if they don't see the eyes hanging out the dude's head while he's running to the hospital, it doesn't. That nigga faking it.
and that's just like from a young age. My stepfather, used to kick my ass. He used to abuse me. I think a lot of it came from that, you know. But even like when I worked in the hospital, it was like people come in, shot up, everybody freaking out. I'm like, bro, y'all get paid to dope people, and y'all. I be the cool, calm, bro. They call me Batman. Oh, like I just come in, do the job, and walk out like ain't nothing happened.
You one of them dudes like they doing stitches and you stand right at the needle going in your arm and all that. You one of them dudes, right? Oh,
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
I gotta look the other way. I'm
I was
sorry. I know they doing, but I
nah,
can't look
bro.
right at it.
Nah, I'm like cool, calm under pressure. That's what my wife loved that about me. He like no matter what happens, it's like you never shook. It's like
But then
you
again,
always focused.
that could be the Lord wiring you up for something that's no. And I'm just saying this, God forbid, but something that's to come. And then the situation that everybody, your mind and some probably a couple other people are going to be the ones that's going to have to be able to overthink because everybody else is probably going to be in some, that first stuck, oh my God, shock mode, right? But you see, you already know how to, through years of going through certain things, you already know how to pass that shock mode in your mind. You know how to clear that and reboot your system to get it moving, to do something, fight or flight.
I always just equated like I was just born as a warrior.
I just never
You
knew
know,
you was addicted to violins. That's crazy. I thought piano or something.
trumpet. I played trumpet and
The
drum.
trumpet is mean. You play a mean saxophone, pause. You the man. I ain't gonna
I
lie
can
to you.
I can't
Hey,
I can't touch the sax. I ain't gonna
any
lie to
white
you.
dude that sits there and plays the acoustic guitar with a surfboard haircut will get any chick in the world. And any black guy who can play the saxophone with a do-rag is amazing. Fuck that.
I never touched the sax. I only touched the trumpet. I never tried the sax. My
Yeah.
nephew played the sax.
You a
I
bad
never
member
tried.
jam when you play that saxophone, boy. That shit hit different.
Said my grandma taught me the drums. My grandma, I was like, hold on, bro, that's weird. Grandma rapping out the heavy metal. Like, like, oh, no. But, yeah, it's just that cool demeanor I always had.
Yeah, and it's also
Uh,
earlier they were saying something about I was gonna say it's like subconscious it's like hypnotizing the subconscious, you know what I mean? Where you ever heard of NLPs, like neuro linguistic
mhm,
programming? We talked about it, right? Where hypnotists use,
yeah.
that certain kind of frequency and these patterns and sequences of words and where it literally will put you into a trance state, like you become docile or they can irritate you. Like these people, the words is so crazy. Like just not even knowing where you're in your mind thinking about something at a train station and someone comes up to you, asks you a question, and within that little bit of those words exchanged is enough to make you blow, you know what I mean? Trigger something to make you want to, you know what I mean? To just
Oh, Mel
black
dropped
out,
off?
crash out, Crazy.
I didn't even know that she dropped off. I just sat back down.
Oh, she
I don't
mentioned
know
her
if she
mom
probably
though
be
too.
back
Yeah,
there.
man.
Yeah. But yeah, bro. That emotional addiction shit real, bro.
Yeah,
It it,
especially.
it, it, it explained so much shit to me when I learned about it. I'm like, oh damn.
Would that be
It made so
considered
much sense.
addictive personality? When they say like addictive personality, could that be in that kind of category?
Like so when they talk about, addictive personality disorder, it's a lot of things. Addiction itself is equated to emotional addiction, if you think about it, because most addictions are caused by emotion. Like think about even drug addicts. Why do they take drugs? Because they don't want to feel bad. They want to feel good. Why
But
do people eat?
But at the
Overeat.
end of the day,
You know,
it's not even the satisfaction of the body or the it's the mind because they would keep doing it, and they keep eating more, not even seeing that their body's about extending 27 inches every day, but they're still doing it because the mind is telling them I'm at ease now, which is kind of like
but
you're possessed.
what tells the mind is those chemicals released that tells the mind that
Mm,
you're at ease.
right, right.
You see what I'm saying? Is
But where those chemicals derive from, right? Is it not coming from out of the mind? If it all starts in the mind, how do you not know that you're feeling full of your lust or your greed, and that I'm at a like because there's probably going to be a limit to you over glutton of it. You had too much that you so just hanging out your face, whatever it is. And I'm talking metaphysically too, not just literal. But I mean, it's always in the mind. I would think. I mean, the body chemical, like the chemical reaction that will happen in your body, right? But the mind is what's going to make you understand what that chemical reaction is craving. It's not going to let you know you're having a chemical reaction, probably, but it's going to tell you, yo, I want another hit, or I want to smoke another cigarette, or I need to watch another site. You know what I mean?
well, it's like they call it the circular process. So what happens is you think and you feel, and then that feeling actually is what releases the feelings that we have. This is what I always tell people: your soul is your navigational system. This is just one aspect of it. But when you feel something, those feelings you get is what releases the chemical. And then when the chemicals release in the body, that's what calms the mind. That's what calms that's what switches the thought process over. And then you start to think to feel again. You think to feel, release, think to feel, release, think to feel, release, think to feel, release. That's like even think about this, like when you about to fight, you think like, oh shit, I'm about to fight. Then you get that feeling of the butterflies, and then that's when you feel your body change because now the chemicals release. That's when you get the fight or flight. In the process, it don't is like seconds, bro. It's like you become conscious, like, oh shit, I'm about to fight, or some shit about to go
Oh,
down. Not even a fight,
everything,
just say some shit
everything
about to
could
go
slow
down.
down. Everything could slow down respectfully. Like it can literally slow down like the Matrix while you're still in real time thinking and calculating all the things that can go wrong or right at this, almost like a dream. Like have you been in situations where when it gets real, the shit literally slows
Everything
down
slow
to like
down
a,
for me.
a tenth of a second, huh?
Everything slows down for me.
Right, right. That's
Like
what I'm saying.
when
Like it's even in,
that's why you addicted to it. That's why I was addicted to it. Because
right,
it
right. You're
was
right. It's kind of
that's
like a
the
yeah,
now
spider
look what
time.
dopamine is, yeah, you look
Yep,
at what
yep.
dopamine and serotonin does to
You
you.
ever played Max
Now,
Payne? You ever played the game
yeah,
Max Payne? It's like one of those things that you
yeah,
can slow it down and you know what I mean, dodge
yeah,
shit.
you
Yeah.
go into bullet mode.
Right, 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 right.
You go into bullet mode and shit. But yeah, that's what it is. You when you look what serotonin and dopamine do to you, it has uh I ain't gonna say the same effect, but similar effects on everyone. Some people the shit don't slow down, everything speed up.
It can give you
But a lot of
superhuman
people
effects.
slow
It can
down.
give, I believe that
Yeah.
it can give you superhuman thought or effects at that moment in time. But what happens is when it doesn't dissipate out of your body is when it becomes detrimental. So through the years of us watching scary movies, we developed a lot of cortisol in our bodies from being fear,
Hmm.
right? From being in fear and going to bed right after watching Freddy or Jason. All that cortisol that built up in your body was never, released right, and it sits inside your organs, right? A certain place, whatever it does. I'm not a scientist or
Muscle.
doctor. I'm just saying what
Yeah,
I've
it's
what I've
good in
heard
muscle.
and what I'm through observations. But that's why a lot of us, in these day and times are odd shaped. We're shaped like pears because the body couldn't break down that in chemical balance. You know what I'm saying? With the cortisol and the adrenal
Metabolize.
glands, huh?
Uh, couldn't metabolize it.
Right. So
And
your
see,
metabolism
and
becomes fucked up. Now you're looking shaped like a tire, like you got a tire around your waist. You know what I mean? With muscles in your arms and a little neck. Like this shit looking crazy now because of years of that fucking fear and shock. Shock and fear treatment, shock and awe.
yeah, that shit wild, but just how it is. I used to think like the way I am, everybody is like.
Yeah.
I used to think that, and then I realized like, no, we all really different, bro. We got a lot of similarities, but
Severely
we all
different.
different, bro.
Severely different. You know
Yeah,
that? There's a very, very
yeah,
couple of people that think like you amongst your circle. I promise you that.
yeah. Very few people think
And
like
then
me. Oh,
then there's the 85. Well, let's just say for instance, if 85 are dumb, deaf, and blind, the 10 percenters are the ones that are really close to you, right? The ones that know the knowledge, they understand the wisdom, they know how to bring out the understanding, but they use it for nefarious reasons. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. Well, then now we're talking about intent. You
Right. And
know.
those be the ones that are more closer to you because your hater will watch you more than someone who loves you.
Oh yeah, definitely, definitely.
They want to study you. You know what I mean?
That's why I have. I don't know, bro. It's just my experience on this app. It's like, uh, I see so many things that I don't. I don't acknowledge or say nothing about, but you see it and you be like, okay, good. And just the experiences I had on here with different people, um, yeah, it just, interesting.
It's interesting that me and you could both stand in right next to each other in the same park, same anywhere, same scenario, and we'll both see different things if we'll put you know what I mean? Like we'll through a whole day
Yeah,
of time, we'll see a whole different it's weird. Like it's like the
but
site, it's
see
like
the
this
difference.
right, the psychiatrist who holds the ink blots. The ink blots, the paper that he holds up and he tells you what do you
Yeah,
see? It's like that, you know what I'm saying? Where he's pointing, everybody's gonna say 20 different things, but in his mind, he knows what's the right thing to say. You know what I mean? Let's look like fucking somebody drop ink on the paper. You know what I mean? Because that's like Occam's razor. You know what I mean? But he wants to hear the guy who says, I see a pink elephant wearing a tutu on rollerblades, jumping through hoops of fire. Like, you know what I mean? Because he want to see how intricate the mind gets. You feel me? How you can create a false reality real quick by looking at something that's nothing. You know what I mean? If that makes sense.
yeah, how you perceive things. Man, I've been
Right.
looking for my daughter bottle all day and I just like, but wasn't even looking for it and found it. Had it in a damn playroom. I just went and bought her some new bottles because I couldn't find this one.
Man,
Yeah.
bottles. I man, listen, boy. You know how much bottles I've been to my. That's so crazy. That's like one thing. Bottles and diapers. Let me tell you something,
Yeah.
man. Sheesh, a lot of money in that shit. I should have had stocks in it before I had kids.
We was talking about that one live. I remember that. We was talking about that in the formula.
Yeah, the formula is even crazier too, bro. You buy 7 cans, it's almost like 230, $40, right? If you don't get help from the government off of that stuff, and the bad part about it is that they make it so bad because some of it's like, it's been sitting on ports for 7 months because of certain kind of policies and government issues, and the shit sits there. Now the heavy metals start to build up in the bottom of these cans, and then they're sitting in sunspots on the side of a road in a warehouse for 8 months before they get legally signed to get shipped out, distributed. So by the time you get in these products and stuff now, especially with all the stuff going on, these things are almost like a month already overdue from what they're supposed to be selling them on the shelves for. You feel me? And it's all a number change. This is like what was it supposed to be? What's 1227? Nah, we're just gonna put 127. And mind you, we already in February. You feel me? Like that's the type of games going on right now, man. With the food, with the baby stuff more too, because I always feel like I said, it's colonization of the imagination. It's way easier to get the kids now while they're at that age where the mind is still, sponging up shit. We already gone, my nigga. By our lifetime goals, we won't see change. I know that. I won't. I don't think anything's gonna big change besides all the shit that's been going on. But within 100 years, 150 years from now, because this is the thing, right? God, they say God is all knowing, right? They say God is in the clouds. The next thing that I heard that's like that is AI, right? AI is all knowing, and AI is in the clouds.
Mhm.
And we're creating AI to be as smart and almost. We're gonna end up looking to AI as God in the future, or these kids. They're going to be asking AI, what's the circumference of the world? How far does it? How many rockets do I need to get from here to moon without, without risking the fact of too much hydrogen blowing up before I get there? Like these kids will have the answers within seconds that took these people in the '60s allegedly, right? Whatever time it took them. We got more technology in our phones now than they had in those offices, but they were able to go these depths. We're supposed to be so farther ahead. I think something's going on. They're playing with and this is my opinion, the timeline and the information is the biggest thing. So what they do is they oversaturate it with information, everything. They put a lot of bit of lies in all the truth. They put all the truth in a little bit of lies. They mix it up so bad that it's so compartmentalized. It's like trying to figure out, who really hit, who did this and that from. I don't want to mention it. I don't want, you know what I mean? But you know what I'm saying? The game is always like that. It's compartmentalized. So even when you think you get into a certain point to understand it, there's a whole nother bunch of people that didn't even know that these people were involved. You feel me? And they wouldn't have died on that. They're like, no, I promise you, I'm the last one who saw that paper. And they don't even realize it. You know what I mean? Like, and that's just a metaphor.
I just want to give Stoic some sauce real quick. So, have you ever heard that the mind is the seat of the soul? The mind is the seat of the soul. Literally, take that literally. Like the mind is the seat of the soul. So the soul, the heart, as you will, take its seat on the
Tongue, right?
mind, which
The
is
heart
the
is the
throne.
tongue. Yeah.
Yeah, which is the throne. So if you try to, so think about it like this: our mind is supposed to filter our feelings. If you're taking a seat on the throne, the soul is taking a seat on the throne, which is the heart. What it's doing is that care is protecting it, is elevating it, but you have to use that care. We have to use our mind as a filter. That's how we don't become emotional, impulsive, and that's actually how we develop discernment. That's what discernment really is. They tell you all this woo woo shit, the supernatural shit. Discernment is filtering or uh, rationalizing your intuition to what you feel. Like, you know how you get that feeling like, oh, this person cheating on me. You can go impulsively, like, yeah, you cheating on me. How you know? Because I feel it. Or it's use it as an indicator. Okay, I feel like this person's cheating on me now. Let me observe or let me look.
Right.
Okay, now you're moving different this way. You're moving different that way. You wasn't doing this. Now you're doing that. Oh, now You know, you go in the bathroom with the phone. You know, it start making sense. But if you just go impulsively, and sometimes you might think that's just my insecurity. It was times where I thought somebody was doing something, not like cheating, but I felt like somebody was doing something. Then I had to use my mind. Like, no, no, that's just my own insecurity. This person is just being themselves.
So what was
That's
tricking your
just who they
mind?
is.
What was that? What was giving you that hunch that was a false sense of like a false sense of reading? What was that? What was tricking the mind to make the mind believe that this person wasn't good when the person probably really was, Like how does that work? Like how does the mind remember that you don't remember something, but you don't remember what it is?
Well, it's usually it triggers from past experiences. So, just for the situation, like I got set up by my cousin, right? And it was the way he did it. I had a friend who did similar thing, and they were similar, called me at awkward times, being in awkward places and shit like that. And it was just this dude, just he was a poor little pink tank. He just put himself in bad situations. And he looked for me as, like I know he reliable, he gonna help me. He probably gonna cuss me out, but that's just how he was. But it was like you get that call that, oh, meet me here in this some fucked up area, and it's like last time this shit happened, I almost got my head taken off, or it's just some awkward shit, and it's like, nah, this shit don't seem right, and then it's like, hold on, man, it was my past experience. But even like with women, like um, it was this one chick, who I dated. She was an executive, so a lot of her phone calls was business calls. So she was just accustomed to walking out the room because she wanted quiet and she didn't want to be disturbed while she was taking a business call. But I've been in places where women did that and they'll walk out the room because they talking to another dude. And that was my own insecurity. Like, no, she really do this is really her life. So but I had to think because it was similar situations. Female walking out when the phone ring and shit, so it was like, but I had to analyze or observe the situation. Like, no, this
Right.
is just who she is. This is her job. She was like this before me. You know, no matter she did this shit around her mama. Not just me, but this is what she do. She walk out because she talking business and she want complete silence. She don't want to be distracted.
Right. I
So
tend I tend
I
to
had.
look. Okay, got my fault. I think it's done. Okay.
I'm not. No, I was. Go ahead.
I was saying I tend to look because I know we're creatures of habit, you know. So I tend to
Hmm.
follow that after a certain time of years of experience. And when things ain't going the way you think it is, your mind becomes like inquisitive. You want to try to figure it out. You want to put some science to it. You might even test your theories. But I get what you mean though. Like if you've seen it so many times, out of 10 times it happened eight. The next time it happens, you're gonna think that it's gonna be the same way it was the last eight. If that makes sense.
Oh no, I mean you almost be insane if you, by definition, if you don't.
Right.
You
Right.
literally be insane if you don't, by definition. I think, my bad. I think that's a bad definition of insanity. I think it's a horrible definition.
What? Wait. What? Because I want to just clear this up real quick. So what I said was like, if you walk in and you seen something happen 8 times out of 10, you're gonna expect that for every time you come around, right? And you said, if I'm right, you said that's the definition of insanity,
Or you think is if you don't think it's gonna happen like it did majority of the time, that's the definition of insanity.
right? What is that saying again? They say if you do the same thing over and over and expect a different change, a different result, that's the
Yeah,
definition.
expect some a different result than
But
you
we just
insane.
said
If
there are
you
possibilities. There are possibilities or
yeah, too
probabilities
many
of a
variables.
different result.
Yes. That's why I say that's a bad definition because
Right. Right. I get you now. I
you
get you
just
now.
counting
Yes.
variables.
Right.
You simply do that's like, bro, if you leave your house every day at 10 o'clock and you live 15 minutes away from work and you get there 17 minutes every day, but you expect the shit to keep going that way, you fucking insane to me because there's
Yeah.
traffic. Shit, what if you get in a car accident?
Right.
There's
Right.
too many
Right. Right. A
variables
flat
involved.
tire. A flat tire.
Yeah,
You're right.
it's too many fucking variables involved for
Yeah.
for
You're right.
things to not change, due to circumstances or situation.
That's probably our
You know,
problem too. Like with GPS, we get to put it in the GPS and it says you'll be there in 2.5 hours, and we feel a sense of, all right, this is the best time to go because I'll make
Security.
it at this time. Yeah, like security, a false sense of security, but not even realizing 2 hour and a half down the road, the highway might fucking, might have a big accident or oil spill or something. Like we don't even take those kind of things. We just thinking like, you know, uh, our mind is programmed from A to B. I guess we're just like, no, I'm not worrying about what's in between this mission. I'm just gonna get there or try to get there.
We start. The problem is like we get it becomes a convenience for things to think for us, as
Okay,
opposed
that's
not
the
to
best
think for
word.
ourselves.
Convenience is so double
Yeah,
edged. It's so bad. That's what's making us so devolved right now is the convenience of everything.
yeah.
We don't even remember phone numbers and like we used to. And
Nope.
everybody can say that argument is a fact. We used to know phone numbers. We used to go to job interviews, socials, and this, that. And now you talk to a nigga, he couldn't even remember his own number. He wouldn't even know his shit. I know
Uh,
niggas that don't even remember their password to their email. I'm like, nigga, how old are you?
I know, bro. I know people who don't know how to read math, bro. I learned to read a map
That's
at a young age.
crazy, bro. I used to lay that shit
You
right in the
know what
hood, like old
I'm
school.
saying?
Triangulate.
Yeah, we used to have to trap like we traveling down something. You got to help navigate and shit.
Let's
And
let
you
some
see,
little
like
kids
most
see.
people don't even know what fucking mile markers are, bro.
Oh wow.
I was who was I was
Yeah,
going out of town
I
with
learned how to
somebody.
read
I'm like, oh
trees in
shit,
the woods. You heard? I used to be in the woods and learn how to read
yeah.
trees because the Indians put
You
paintings.
see
They
the
put two boxes on the
yeah,
left or the
mouse
right, red.
grow up.
Right.
Hmm.
That's crazy though, man. It's a whole world. It's like I said, everything is compartmentalized. All these different aspects of life is compartmentalized from the micro to the macro, all the way up to the biggest planets, to the biggest things in the sky, if there is, to the smallest things that live on your body and every day wake up and go to sleep just like you do. And they need, you know what I mean? To something that they got to feed off of to keep them alive. Like it's so much going on in one little. So, for us to just kind of like blank all that out and just think that we're the center of everything is kind of fucking, it's kind of crazy. Like, it's just almost saying like when you walk outside and you step on that ant. Like, did you really kill one of your God's creations? You know what I mean? Did you really just, or could you have been humble and moved your foot the other way and took it? You know what I mean?
Hmm. Well, there's a story of Buddha when it talks about intention. Um, I done told it a couple times, but it was a blind monk who walked outside and stepped on a group of ants, on his way to meditate. He was blind though. So the next day, I'm just paraphrasing everything. So the next day, a group of monks looked outside his hut and seen it was a pile of dead ants, you know. So they went and told Buddha, like, you know, monk such and such killed some ants. Is his karma bad? He said, well, did he see them? Well, like, no, he blind. So his intent wasn't to kill. Like,
Mm,
no. So how do you get bad karma?
that
So a
was
lot, I think a lot of things, that's where my understanding of intent comes from. Like when I say intent is so meaningful is because when I was practicing Buddhism, I got a understanding of the concept of intent. And that can, it's been debated within situations, does uh how to define intent, but intent is a lot of time, even with conversations on here, right? Like when I hear people talking about certain things, I listen for the intent because that tells the story of it all. Is
right.
the motivation or the motive or the intent of why people even think
Right.
the way they think,
Right.
you know. So oftentimes when you hear people arguing or debating something, it's more or less like when people feel comfortable with uniformity when people think
Hmm.
like you know, I don't need that. I
Yeah,
don't, long as
group
you
think.
ain't like unscrupulous about shit, like you have some morals and values and you ain't trying to hurt nobody. I don't give a fuck what nobody thinks or how they think.
Right.
Long as the intent ain't bad. If the intent
Right.
ain't harmful, then
Right.
it's like it's cool. So that's what I look for is people intent.
Where you watch kung fu flicks back in the days, right? Drunken Master. Legend of Shaolin. You watched Jet Li before and all that, right? When you were
Hmm.
younger. Well, when you just gave me that little parable, with the blind monk. I don't know why, and it's gonna be honest. I felt like I was that little Buddhist monk boy, you know, and I was standing there trying to do, and you was like my great sensei teacher, because that lesson was just so pure. Like the way you put it together in that analogy, like why we can't blame this monk with all the dead ants in front of his hut, and then you see that and they don't realize he's blind. Like that was so, it was that was a great way of just putting life, you know, in that little picture right there. It was amazing. I felt like I'm ready to do the dragon kick. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I feel like I'm ready.
And I take it another step further, bro. Like when you was talking about, the ink blot, like what people see, you only can see what you're aware of.
Right.
You may see something and not be aware of it, so you can't identify it. So I think I was talking to Gary, but I was asking him, have you ever like walked past something, never noticed it, but somebody was talking about it specifically, and then when you walk past it again, you're like, damn, this was here the whole time. I never noticed it. Why? Because you wasn't aware of it.
Right. It's like
It's
the red car theory. Like the red, where you tell somebody, how many red cars you see, and all of a sudden you start seeing all red cars. You know what I mean? But if
you
you
see
didn't, if
all
you were
red
never were
cars,
looking for it, yeah, when you're not looking for it, you don't even notice it.
you don't even notice it. That's what I was telling somebody one day, like, if you walk in the bookstore looking for a cookbook, that's what you going straight to the cookbook. But look at all the other books you done passed by, filled with an abundance amount of knowledge that you may need, but you're not even aware of you need it because I mean you're not conscious of you need it because you're not aware of it. But if you walk in there with intent to find certain information, then you'll start
Right.
noticing different things.
Right. If you go in there with the
But if
intent
you
of
just
finding,
focus on one thing, that's
right.
all you gonna see.
If you think
That's
about
all you look
cooking, yeah,
for.
right. But if you're looking for
You know,
seasoning and
you,
you're trying to figure out what mixtures of flavors taste better, that type of book, you become a better cook. You know what I mean? Like now your shit is different, because
hmm
everybody can make a burger. It's all about the season.
and like we was having a conversation. I don't know, this might get Gary to come up for it, but we was having a conversation the other day when we was man, what did I ask Gary? I asked him if he liked to be vulnerable, and he said no because everyone doesn't deserve it. And then I say, I said yes, I do like to be vulnerable to the right people. Well, we're saying similar things. We literally saying I'm not gonna say the
It's the
same
same
because
thing.
it's not.
It is the same. It's
No, it's
just
not. I'm
worded.
gonna
It's
tell you why it's
semantics.
not. Now I'm gonna tell you
You
why
might
it's not.
mean
It's
different, but it's
similar.
worded the same way. Go ahead, I'm listening.
I'm gonna tell you. So we got a same is identical. It's not identical because it's the perception. When I said yes, the right people, that's what I'm looking for is the right people. But he said no because everyone doesn't deserve it, meaning the wrong people. That's his perception. He's seeing the wrong people that's not worthy of it.
Yeah,
I'm
but the
seeing the
opposite
right
of him,
people.
right? But I'm saying, not to, just to give you back, the opposite of Gary saying no, not to the wrong people, is saying only for the right people, in my opinion. Like if I was to analyze what he meant by that, like if I had to try to think about what
Right.
he's saying, so it would be the same as for you, where or you're willing to be vulnerable to the wrong people. Then is that what you're saying?
No, see, that's what is similar but not the same. Now, if
But
I would
that's
have
your
said
end.
no,
Gary's end is easy for me to comprehend. Is your end that becomes complicated. If you understand what I'm saying.
and that's understandable. That's understandable because it's the perception and the focus. I'm focusing on the right people. I'm I'm not even looking at the wrong people. My focus, just
But
like
how
you
do
were
you
saying
know?
with the
How do you
red
know who's
car.
right? How do you know? How do you know who's this? I'm just being devil's advocate. How do you know who's the right
Oh no,
people
you cool.
if you don't know how to distinguish the wrong people out of the right people? Right? You got to know who the wrong is before you can say they're
But
right.
see, that's the whole point. That's the whole point I was making. I already experienced the wrong people, so that's how I know the right people. So now I can focus on the right people, and the wrong people I just walk right past, just like
But
that
then
red
through
card aspect.
right, but just through the argument, not even argument, the analogy you put earlier. Uh, out of the 10 people, right? You're gonna expect 8 of them probably to be the same way, and there's going to be 2 that are not. What if you run into that 2% of the probability that are not, but they just don't know how to articulate it, or they're not really social, you know what I mean? Like where, but they're still genuine, but they don't know. Like you can see a girl who's quiet and thinks she's shy, but she might be conceited, right? Or she could be considered conceited and she just might be shy.
Time tells everything. Time tells everything. So I mean, in that
I
scenario,
like that answer. I like nigga said, nigga, shut your ass.
you,
Nigga, time to
yeah,
nigga don't tell me no shit.
no time. I mean, it do, bro. Like time tells everything. Like I can sit
But you can
around a group of
understand. You can
people.
understand my end of what I'm trying to say. Like what you know.
Yeah, I
Okay,
like the whole concept of same and similar. Um,
it's somewhat
we can
semantics.
articulate it. It's semantic. The word to me, they're not interchangeable though, and like the differences are profound. Like we are not the same, but we're very similar, and it's the
I dig it.
differences.
I dig it. I know what you mean
You
when you
know what
say it
I'm
like
saying?
that.
It's the
When you say it like that,
differences.
I get it 100%. Because we are all the same, or made of the same, but we're not. It's not similar. No, no.
Right. And it's the differences that tells the detail, that tells the actual that shows the fabric of it. Like if I'm that's like this, right? If I like just using that same concept, right? If I say no, everyone doesn't deserve my vulnerability, right? And I'm focusing, I'm gonna see more people who don't deserve it. And I might walk past the people who do because I'm focused on the people who don't. That's what I'm
Mm,
seeing because
hmm
that's what my mind is fixated on. Everyone doesn't deserve. So now that's what I'm
I
telling
got you
myself
now.
subconsciously.
I
But
got
if
you
I
now.
say only the right people, then as I'm walking through life, everything will be a blur except for those right
You're
people because that's
100%
now
right.
what I'm fixated on. So that's
I,
why I was saying it's similar, but not the same.
can I just say this, brother Gary? You were wrong. I tried, my brother, but yeah, you're wrong. You lost that one. I just gotta get that one. You one up right now. Last one, you had word on the ropes. You know, he came back. He didn't want to argue, but now this time, Gary, yeah, he definitely proved to me that's similar and same or not the same. If that makes sense. Wow, that's crazy the way you flipped it like that. Because all of us ourselves, right? We all would think we're all the same thing, but our mind is so different. We're all so different in so many ways. It's like the only way to really beat you
Oh,
is by your imperfections. You know what I mean? Oh shit, nigga.
yeah.
Round
Frankie, why
two,
you ain't keep
fight.
going, Frankie? I needed you to keep going because I was gonna get his
I was
ass.
yo, listen, I'm smoking. Word is, Word got that
Cause now that he
NLP going
said that,
on, man.
now
Word,
now I'm a,
he,
now I'm gonna stump him. I'm gonna stump him right now. So
Gary,
now
I
that
was
he
hitting, I
said
was
that,
hypnotized.
no,
Sorry, Gary. I
hold
was
on,
hitting
Frankie. Because now that he said that,
pause.
I better not hear him say I fell into that trap. That's all I'm gonna say.
Ooh.
So to what track? No,
Ooh, I
same
wish I
ain't
had a
similar.
Of
Funkmaster
being
Similar
Flex
ain't
phone.
vulnerable.
the
Hey, well, you could drop
Of
me if you
being
want, man.
vulnerable.
You could drop me if you want. Get it
No, no,
done.
no,
same.
no. You stay right there. No, no, no. You stay right there. You stay right there, Frankie. You stay
Oh,
right there.
word.
So
This shit get ugly.
you cannot say you cannot say you fell into the trap of being vulnerable. Off of your explanation, you could never say that ever again. Ever.
Fall into the trap of being vulnerable.
Yeah.
Getting caught in the
Well, it's
physical? Do you
levels
mean
to
by getting caught in
everything.
the physical? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
no, 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 no,
Well,
no, no, no,
no,
no.
no, no. I'm gonna say this
You stated
now.
your level. No, no, no. You
Now,
stated
watch
your
this.
level.
Now,
Here you
I
go.
stated my
Here you
level.
go.
What are you talking about?
Yes, you did.
I still got levels to go.
What
I'm grown.
what was
I
your
ain't grown.
answer? Wait a minute. Wait. What was your answer?
What was my answer for?
You said I'm not looking
Oh,
at everybody, so I'm only going to see the right person to be vulnerable to. So you
no,
can't
I'm
say
focusing on the right people.
no, so that means you can't be vulnerable to the wrong person then.
That's not true.
That's what you
That's
meant.
not
That's what I
true.
thought you meant though. Like you only
That's
see
what
No,
the
you
right.
meant. That
listen
is
to
what you
listen
said.
to
See,
what
I'm back on Gary's side now. I'm lost
I'm.
again. Fuck.
That don't mean I can't be there. And that mean I'm damn near God. Each level has new devils, bro. So it's gonna be people who have a higher level of
But
even
you're not looking at the wrong
Consciousness.
but you're not looking at the wrong person because you're only looking at the right one.
That's what I thought word meant when he said that. That's exactly what I thought he
That's
meant. He
what
don't
he
see.
so
said.
He don't see wrong,
but
Because
if
right?
that's
you
how he worded it. That's
But
how
he
he worded
convinced
it.
me. He
I never
convinced
said
me.
I'm not but what you're saying is I'm not susceptible. I'm not
No,
saying
no,
I'm
no, no,
not
no. That's
susceptible.
no. I didn't say
I
that. You
said
said
well,
that. You said that.
I did not. No, I
You're
didn't.
not
No, I
susceptible.
didn't. Why are you
You're
so
not susceptible
you
because
can't no
you're
no
only looking at the right
you
people.
I did
I
not
didn't say
say I'm
that.
not susceptible. This is what I said. This is what I said. Word for word, this is what I said. I like being vulnerable to the right people. That's all I said. To the
So
right people.
okay,
So
so that
But
so
wait,
no
when
that
you
so
said that,
no, that's not what you
now
just said.
listen.
That's not what you just
But
said. That's not what you
now
just said.
when he clarified
You
it for
didn't
me,
just
now
right,
say
Gary?
that.
listen.
When he
Now
clarified it for me,
Right,
listen. Let me
right.
finish it. Now
because he
let me
convinced
finish.
me. I'm sorry, word. I'm just
Now
here to
what?
help. I'm just main moderator.
No, but what I'm saying, and then what I said when I followed that, I said because I'm focused on the right people, I'm not looking at the wrong people. But that doesn't mean I can't be wrong. That don't
But
mean
if
I
you
can't
only
be wrong.
know, oh wait, he said focus. That's the key word. He said I'm
Yeah,
focused on
I'm
the right
focused
people.
on the right people,
That's
but
the
I
key
can
word
still
is
be
focus.
wrong. I can
But
still be. I mean,
It gives him
how could you focus
room,
on
Gary.
how could you focus on the unknown?
because people can have
Oh,
a higher level of
that's true.
manipulation than I'm aware of. It's shit I haven't experienced in life yet.
It's chess,
So it can
chess.
be people. It can be people who play the game just as well as me, or as skilled as me, and they can just as good. I'm as observant. They can. That's
But
why I said
you
I'm
as
not God, bro.
no, but here's the thing with you. This is what I keep trying to. This is you to a T. If you don't like being around people, you're only going to be around the right people. So how would you know?
Right. That's what. Yeah, Stoic, you're 100% right. This is like a tennis match. This is playoffs.
No, it's not. It's not even back and forth
No,
because
no. I mean, in
what
a good
he's
way. In a good
doing
way. I
is.
like this. I like when your brothers
But
do
no,
this.
but what he's
It's a
doing
volley. It's
is
a volley. It's a volley because ain't nobody gonna get
he
the point. But go ahead, keep going.
no, it is. I am gonna get a point. What you're saying, you're taking what I'm saying and you're adding more context to it. That's what you're doing.
How am I?
Because I
I'm
said I'm focused on the right people. I'm only focused on finding the right people. But that does not take away the variable that I can be wrong,
Gary, he's right. We did
that
talk
I
about
can make a
variables.
mistake.
We did just talk
I'm
about
not
variables,
perfect.
Gary.
You see what I'm
He
saying?
he's. I think word got me
I'm
back.
talking about a
I'm back with
variable.
the word.
I'm talking about a variable. He will tell
You're
you he
talking
don't
about a
like being around.
definite.
No,
You
this is what
right.
you say. I
So
don't
okay,
say this.
now
You
let me
say this. So
now
if
let
you
me
don't
hit
be
you with
around,
this.
if you don't, hold on. Okay, go ahead.
So even that, right? So I'm sitting here telling you, hold on. So somebody can hear it and play it to the T. They can play it
Okay.
to the T because I'm telling them. You see what
Word,
I'm
you breaking up. Word, you sound far away.
No, he stepped out. Yeah, he stepped out. He stepped out. Go ahead, finish.
Is this part of his? This is part of his attack.
No, I switched my one ear. No, my one earphone was
This is
going
that
dead. So I
this is that
swapped
smoke and mirror attack.
it.
This
Well,
is this is that Jagger style fight.
Telling you,
I
word know how to
swapped
play
my
these
ear.
RPG. He play RPG game. He
Nah,
just lose level 6 attack on
no,
you,
no,
Gary.
no, 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 no. No, my ear. I
He pulled a
switched my
ninja smoke
earbuds
bomb.
because one.
Nah, go
Can y'all
ahead.
hear me?
I know.
Can y'all hear me
Go
now?
ahead, go
Yeah,
ahead,
we.
word. I'm sorry, word. My fault, word. I'm just trying to bring comical relief
No,
to this tennis match over the net.
I swapped my one earbud was going dead, so I swapped it out for another one. But can y'all hear me? Because I don't know if it's switched to
Loud
the
and
mic.
clear, boss.
I hear
Loud and
you. I
clear.
hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. So what I'm saying, I don't even know what I was saying now. But the variable that I can be wrong. I'm not perfect. So I mean it's not I'm sitting here telling y'all exactly.
I'm
I'm
not
giving
disputing
people
that
the
you could be
playbook.
wrong, but I'm not disputing that you can be wrong. I'm disputing how you are as an individual, how you portray yourself to be an individual. You
Are you?
don't like to be around people, right?
Right.
How can you say that? He's a
So
life
if you
coach.
are, hold on, no. So if you don't like being around people, you're only going to be around the right people that fit you, correct?
Correct.
So how you know if they right for you or not? If
I'm
how
within.
you know? So no, no, hold on, wait. I said that wrong. So you already know you're going to be vulnerable to that person because they right for you. So it doesn't matter. You're not going to be around a
Ooh,
person that you're
I
not
get
going
it
to be
now.
vulnerable to. So how is that possible?
I was what I just told you how. People can be
How if
deceitful.
you don't like being around people that you're only around people that you like, so you're
But
going to be around.
Gary,
You're only going to be
Gary.
vulnerable because they're right for you. That's
But
it.
the key word though, Gary, is that he said I focus. And when he
Now
said I
check this
focus,
out.
I took it as he's searching him as when focus means to pay attention
Now,
you know.
now,
So I would think he's examining or observing and trying to figure out
now
if
check
that person is good to be vulnerable
now
for.
check now Just answer these couple questions for me, right? Do people change?
Of course
Do
they
people
change.
change?
100%.
Okay.
Of course they change.
Are people deceitful?
Yep. People will act the way you want, the way they feel you want them to be, so they could get close to you.
Yes.
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 So what are we talking about then?
That's why I was saying you're right when you said
We,
What are
focus,
we talking
Gary.
about?
I don't know, Gary. Gary, you're right. Gary, get up. Gary's a 5 count. Get up, Gary.
What are we
ain't no
talking
5
about?
count. It's not a 5 count.
Go back to
It's
Get
not a
in, get in
5
your
go back to your
corner.
count.
Get in your
original.
corner
Now,
respectfully,
No, no,
Gary. Get in
no.
your
It's
corner.
not.
now
It's
you
not a.
Touch
Listen,
gloves.
listen,
now,
listen. It's not a 5
now
count. It's not a 5 count because you're not going to be
oh,
around
well, that's all.
anybody that you don't feel vulnerable to. That's him. That's just the way he is. He's not going to be around nobody that he's not going to be vulnerable to. So you don't know. So you saying you gonna be the exception to the, so somebody's gonna be the exception to the rule, but you're gonna stay with the rule that everybody that you around is you still could be vulnerable to.
I think it's the wording because even when I first heard of semantics, I think it's the way you said it, word that I only focus on those that I
I
can be
say
vulnerable.
I'm methodical with my shit, bro. I say things exactly the way
I
I mean
know.
them. Bro.
Hey, you got brother Gary on the
Word
edge
for
We
right now.
word,
understand all of that.
word for
No,
word,
he don't got me on
word
the
for
edge
word.
because just like he's saying
No, go back to your original
identical.
statement, what you said when you came up. Go back to your original
No, I
statement.
said
I'm gonna
Oh,
show
no.
you
you.
know you don't fucked up, Gary, right? You know you don't fucked up,
Go back
right,
to your original
Gary?
statement. I'm gonna show you. Go back to your original statement.
What's your original statement? Which one?
Oh shit, Gary, no, don't do this to me, Gary.
Which one?
It's a knockout. The original one.
It's to the second round, Gary. What the fuck?
No. Oh, when I said no, because everybody doesn't deserve it.
No, no.
Is
When
that
you
what you're
came
talking about?
up, what was the original statement towards me? What did you say I was? Hold on, I'm letting somebody up. Riders. Hold on, Rick.
I don't even remember. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't remember.
Can I be
Frankie, can we count
butterflies?
that? Can we count that as a
Yeah,
knockout?
that's an 8 count. We got an 8 count. Wait, because you got to if you refresh
No,
his memory
no,
and you can finish him off with the
because
fatality right now, he's done.
no, because I don't remember. Because I think
But
because
this
when I
Gary,
came up, I had
this is
also
what it is, Gary. You got to remember your argument point. You have to remember your main argument point. That's your foundation, Gary.
okay. Well, my main point was to come up here to
Gary, you're
defend you because
babbling.
you said
You're
listen.
babbling. You're babbling.
Okay, what
I'm
is
in my Tariq.
identical?
I'm in my
Somebody look
Tariq
up
Nasheed voice. You're
hold on,
babbling.
stop. Somebody look up identical for me. Put identical up on the screen and tell me what word that you see in the definition of identical. That's what Frankie said. That's what I said, and you said that's not the same. I need to know what identical means.
Oh,
I
I
never
think
said
Gary threw a
identical ain't the same.
haymaker. I think Gary threw a fucking haymaker.
I
Wait,
didn't
why we
say.
looking
I
for the
never said
definition?
identical ain't the same.
You
I
said
never said
same and
identical ain't
similar
the same.
in a weird way. You convinced me
You
that
said
same.
same
You
and
did prove
similar
to
is
me.
two
Same is
different
not
things, and I'm telling
similar.
you
Same
Yeah,
identical.
that's what you said. Same is not similar, is what you said. Exact words. Yes. So brother
No,
Gary's saying
I
look up identical, which falls in the same. It
look up
correlates with same and
identical.
similar.
It
That's what
says
I'm
same
saying.
and similar in the definition of
So
identical. Yeah,
What does it
so
say?
so
it says
but you told
same
me two
and
things ain't
similar.
identical. You said two
Oh, it
things ain't
says
identical either.
holy
Didn't you tell me that?
shit, Gary with the
I didn't
fucking
say two things. When
uppercut.
did I say two things are identical? I said same
Round
means
3,
identical.
fight.
I
I said
I asked you was two things identical. You said no.
was two things identical. What does that? What context is that under?
Remember we spoke about
It's two.
identical
What two
twins?
things?
Oh,
Identical
didn't we speak
twins
about
ain't the
identical
same.
twins at that time too?
But they do
Huh?
have
And
differences.
then you have definitions, and then you have meanings. Then you have functionalities of word. Words
Okay.
are complex.
Oh,
Words
this
not only
nigga
have
word. I
definitions,
like
but they have functionalities, the way the
and
word
this.
Mm-hmm.
functions, which
Mm-hmm.
equates noun, verb, adjectives. Then you have
So
meanings,
what does
meaning
equate mean? So
perception.
what does equate
So
mean?
would
So
you
what does equate mean?
Oh
to
shit,
add up?
Gary's coming strong. I ain't gonna lie, Gary's fighting this fucking round,
What
Gary. I
does
don't.
equate mean?
To add up.
No, the equal. It don't add up. It equals.
What add up is equal. Right. Again, we're talking about definition
I
and we're
mean, I
talking
think
about
y'all both.
functionality.
Wait, can I say
And
something
then
real
you
quick?
I
have
we said that
operation too.
it's
So let
semantics,
me
right?
ask you this. Let me ask you when you
Listen,
ask me equate, when you ask me equate, let me ask you this then. When you ask me what does equate mean, are you talking about The philosophical definition, the psychological definition, or the functional definition? Which definition of
However
equate?
you
Shit.
want to put it. Does equate mean equal?
No,
Okay, let
because
me rephrase it. Does it?
no,
Okay,
because
so
they
does
all
equate?
have
All
Oh
right, so
different
I'm
shit,
going to
Gary.
meanings.
rephrase then. So
Now,
You
I'm going
tap
to
no, because
dancing.
the
rephrase
way,
then. You can't
no,
tell me
this,
no, because you asking for a definition. Unlike you, I'm going to give you a definition.
Talk your
Does
shit,
equate
Gary.
mean equal?
I did not ask you for a definition. I asked you under what context am I defining
He
the
asks, is
word?
it
That's
functionality or yeah, right.
under what, under what, under what
So
context am I defining a word? That's what I'm
equal,
asking.
equal. That right. That's the context. The context is equal. That's what it means. That's what I'm asking.
So you're talking about the functionality, the definition, the functionality of the definition.
However you want to put it. However you want to put it. Equal.
Well, the
Equate to
context is
equal.
everything.
That's what I'm asking.
Context is
I'm
everything.
asking. I'm asking
If
you.
we gonna be
I'm okay. The
analytical
context
about
is
things, we gonna be analytical.
the context is equating to equal. That's the context. That's the context. To equate to equal.
Well, so when you add stuff up, what is the functionality? When you add stuff up, what happens? What is the process of adding things up?
When you subtract, is not that the same thing? It equals. So when you subtract, is that the same thing? Are you equating then too? If you multiply, are you equating? If you are dividing, are you equating?
You are right. It's equal, right? You say 5 plus 3 equals 8, but it's not equal,
And I'm saying it's 7 minus 2 equals 5.
right?
So we're
So I'm just trying to
equaling
get
things.
clarity.
So
Okay, all right. Okay, I see. I see what you mean. It's the word.
if identical is similar and also the exact same thing, it's the same thing.
I word. You
It
know,
is
Gary.
equating
You're right. Gary,
similarity
I'm
to
back on your
equal.
side,
No,
Gary.
it's not.
To equal.
No, it's not.
Gary,
So
I'm not gonna lie to you. Hold
they
on, Gary. Take water real quick. I think
okay,
you got something going on, Gary. You might be onto something.
so when they say identical, it can associate to either same or similar. That's a word that can connect, that can mean either same or similar. But because same and similar is in a definition, does not make same and similar the same word. It doesn't make it, they all each have their own individual properties or meaning.
It makes
So just
identical
because
the word that it is. But does it make identical the word that it is?
yes, but that does not mean same and similar is the same word.
Are you saying like to hear and
But
to
that
listen? To hear and listen almost is like one of those examples, like to hear and to listen. Is that what you're trying to say, word?
Well, to listen, you have to hear to even
Right,
listen.
right. I know there's
But that's not
differences there,
what
but
I'm saying.
they
So you have, okay, what's the best way to explain this? Let me think of the best way to explain it. Because I don't know no other way I can explain it. So you have, um, I'm gonna say it one more time the way I said it, and then hopefully it resonate until I can figure out another way to say it. But you have what he's using is identical to clarify that same and similar have the same meaning, but it doesn't because identical is its own word that has same and similar within the definition of it. Identical, same, and similar all has different properties. Does that make sense? That's like this. Okay. Does
so,
does
okay, so now I'm gonna ask you a question. Does 7 have a different identification with 2?
what?
Does the number 7 has a different does it have a different value to the number 2?
Gary pulled out the mystery card. I don't know what's going on. I'm just following along.
So if you put it together, it equals 9. You got 2 different things, but when you compound it together, it makes another value number, right?
That was some Jedi
Okay.
mind trick shit. That was good.
But what does that mean?
So that means when you put identical, right? When you got the word identical and you put similar and the same together, it equals identical, which means it
Why
works
would you
together
need
to
to
get
put?
you to
But
the equation.
these ain't no, these ain't numbers, bro. Why would you put same and similar together when they have different functionalities?
That means identical. That's what it means. When you put it together, that's the
Why would you?
definition of identical.
Can we get a stalemate real quick on this one? I just want to say, guys, you guys are both doing great out there. Sparring is great, you know. But there's no this shit ain't gonna
That's
come to
what
an
I'm
end because
saying.
this shit is like this
Nah,
shit
I
is like.
don't. No,
Yeah,
I
because
don't.
But yeah,
I'm
I know
not.
I can see both your
he
arguments, but I
wanted me
think
to
it's
come
just
up here for his
Okay,
reason.
he did
but no,
Gary, he did
because
call you
that.
out slightly. He threw a shot. I'm not
But
gonna
this
lie, Gary, he
is
threw a shot.
taking the premises of same and similar.
Right?
It's still not the same. Like
Yeah.
what we said is not the same. It's similar. And you
Mm,
using
it
another
sounds
word
alike,
to
but it's
try to
not.
link them, but it's not.
Right.
Like
I can
that's
see what
like
you
this.
mean now.
If me and you, okay, we both men, right? We both men, right? But I'm what they call black, and Frankie is Hispanic. We not the same, but we similar
Right.
because we both men, but we not the
Okay, and
same.
if you and I come to okay, and if you and I come together, we become we, right?
Semantics. I'm just saying it's like saying book and look. They sound similar, but they're different words, if that makes sense. Like they had a similar
But you
sounding,
But see,
but then
but see,
I'm
I
not
can
having
It's
a
not
similar
talking
define.
sounding.
about.
But see, but see, this
It's
is what I'm saying. I can
it's not.
show you from the comment or the statements that we made. I can show you why it wasn't the same, but he can't show me why it's the same.
okay, word, you winning right now. Word, I'm not gonna lie, you changed, you started this
I
shit
can
back
show
up.
you why I can show you
Just saying
exactly
that,
why it's
you
similar
you
because
better
we came to the same conclusion, right? That's why it's similar
Wait, what?
because we came to the same
pontificate, my brother.
conclusion, right? That's why it's similar because we came to the same conclusion, but the perception or the way we go about it is different. That's what similar means.
Facts. Look what story wrote in the
That's what
chat. Like
similar
nine,
means.
right? That's a fact.
So when every
That's
okay,
literally
so when
what.
everybody else okay, so when everybody else comes to the same conclusion, you feel it's similar. So who's right and who's wrong?
See?
Huh?
See, I'm straight. You're right.
Hey,
Okay.
one of y'all niggas
Because
is
everybody
good. One of y'all niggas
agrees.
is real good at what
Everybody,
y'all
now
doing,
listen,
and one of y'all niggas
I'm
telling
gonna
the
say
truth. I
this.
just can't tell who.
I'm gonna say this. Everybody can agree on the falsehood. That don't make them right. Just because everybody
Yeah,
agree on something that's wrong, I'm just because more people agree on something that's wrong doesn't make it right. It
Okay.
can.
You
I'm
right.
not even gonna get into the wordplay,
you
but
right. He said you right.
You right.
Hey, where why you be doing that? You know where you can get charged for that, right? You know that's elder abuse, right? I don't like when niggas pick on my New York OGs, man. For real, man.
what you
Nah, he
talking about,
listen,
bro?
I'm removing myself from the conversation. That's
Nah,
why
Unc,
he's
don't go
right.
nowhere,
Yeah,
Unc. Chill,
oh,
That's
Unc.
not
bro.
what
Sit
I
there,
mean.
hold your
This,
40,
That's
hey,
not
Unc.
what I
Hold your
mean.
40,
hey,
Unc.
Because
you know what you
that ain't
need
what
to.
I mean.
You need to hear me and my
You know
sister
what I
go at
mean.
it. You think this is something? You should hear me and my or even me and my dad. This I intellectual spar all day.
But this is the
I even
thing.
got my
Yeah, that's
white
what he
I
boy.
was
do.
on Gary's side. I even thought I like, and then I don't know what you did. You did your Jedi. It worked, and then I went on your side, and
He did
Gary
get
came
that
up
out
here,
because he pretty much said
and,
if everybody is under the
but
same concept, everybody else is wrong but him.
but
That's what he just
then
said.
the thing is, you gotta look for the word.
That's
It's a
what he
key word. He said focus. When he said focus, is when I got clarity of what he meant. See, when you said it the first time, I didn't really listen to the whole thing. So I'm thinking the same way you thought, Gary. Like, how's that possible? Because that's why I said you got to know wrong to know who's right. But when he cleared it up and said focus, meaning he leaves space to be wrong, he leaves room for interpretation, basically. Like he can be, he has to go through a process. It doesn't just happen, but he knows, through experience, he can tell now more
said. I
easy
get
than
it.
he could before, is what I meant, what I thought.
And the more I do it,
I,
the better
I
and
get
better
it.
I get at it. But that don't mean
Right,
I'm the
right.
best at. You know what I'm
So
saying?
who won this
It's
one? Who do you
still.
think won? I think this one's this is a good like 5-2,
I
5-3
don't
round.
know who won because
Gary, you won the last one.
he
You
said
won the last
things.
one, but Word, I ain't gonna lie to you. Word had you on the
I don't.
ropes.
He said I ain't win the last one. That's what I'm
No,
trying to
you.
tell you. So I
I
lost.
I
So
felt
that means I
I gave
lost
it to you.
twice.
I gave it to you. My shit don't mean nothing, but I gave it to you.
He
Fuck
talking.
that.
He talking about the Star Wars. Frankie talking about the Star
Because
Yeah,
what
I'm
Wars.
he
talking about the
just said
Star
is it
Wars.
two
No,
of us.
I'm talking about the Star Wars, Gary. I'm talking about Star
Oh,
Wars.
oh no, yeah, okay, Star
Yeah,
Wars.
I
Oh
gave
yeah,
you that one.
he's
I
still
gave you
ain't
that one.
answer that question.
Once you said R2D2 flute was flying, my nigga, I said this nigga's the
Yeah,
Bible of Star
yeah.
Wars. Yeah, he's the Bible of Star Wars.
Yeah, he didn't. He watched. I mean, he
He
more
saw
conscious of
episodes.
it
Yeah, he
than
saw
I am.
shit, sneak peek trailers, shit you didn't even know was coming out. He saw the black Obi-Wan Kenobi, all that. He knew it was coming before it came, bro. I'm tell you.
No, that's Samuel Jackson. That's why they killed him. But I ain't gonna say nothing. Y'all go ahead with that.
Okay, you see? Talk that power shit. But I kind of gave you the Star Wars
Nah,
one,
but
but this one, word came back and he kind of had you was babbling. Speaking the she voice, you was babbling.
y'all can say I was babbling. I'm
But
like
you
I
know what it
said,
is?
you
I
right,
think
I'm
word
wrong.
got you when he told you to explain your point and the foundation, you know, your whole basis and your argument, because it was semantics. I thought it was semantics when I first heard it. I said it, then word broke it down how similar and the same or not. And then when you said the definition, I'm just giving you the breakdown of the fight, how I was going along with judging it. When you said identical, you know, and then you said the definition and word worded it exactly the way he worded it, same and similar. When it says and similar, I caught on and said, ooh, Gary,
It
you got
don't
a point
say
there.
same and similar. It
That's what he
doesn't
said.
say same.
That's what he
Well,
said the definition of identical was.
his might be say same. Mine is my definition is in the chat. So
What you got?
I
The
don't
King
know.
James dictionary, nigga? What you got?
No, I ain't got no King James. I ain't got no King James.
Well, what does your
I just
definition of
got to
identical say? Respectfully, I'm joking, Gary. You know I'm joking with
It,
you.
I can't say. I can't see it. It's in the chat. I put it in the chat.
Oh, okay, my fault. Yeah, it was a good argument though. At the end of the day, y'all
I'm,
both not gonna go nowhere. Y'all like Eddie
I'm up
Murphy and
here.
Martin
I'm saying
Lawrence in
what it
life.
said in the chat.
I don't know. You
It's
guys
in
are
the
good.
chat.
Y'all
I
guys
can't
are
see the chat.
good. You guys make a good co-host team, like a debate team, like against each
But
other. I'm telling you.
I'm a chalk it up to this, right? I'm not a debater. So he's
You
a
passionate.
very seasoned debater. So
Ooh.
he took the rookie to school. And I can accept that.
No, Gary, no, don't do that. Don't concede. It's 1-1 in my book. Don't do
No.
that. Oh, you giving up. Don't do that.
Because y'all already picked a
Now, see,
winner. It
No,
was
I didn't. I
now
said
look,
it's
check
it's
this
not
out.
die
So
your
look,
sword,
check this
Gary.
out real quick.
Die with your
Now
honor,
check this
Gary. Die
out.
your sword.
Now this is what
I'm good.
this is what I'm saying, and with these definitions. So if you go to dictionary.com for identical, you will get similar in every detail, exactly alike. Right? That's sketchy because they use a similar and alike. Right?
So
I break
but
the
they're
like
wrong though,
down.
according to
Now,
you.
but listen, now you go to the Merriam-Webster dictionary. The meaning of identical is being the same. So same, how to use okay. So that's another one. Now you go to Cambridge, right? This is an older dictionary. So the definition is a lot older. You'll get exactly the same or very similar. For the definition
Okay,
for identical.
so the others, because they translated something new, the older thing is right and everything else is wrong.
Is
It's
there
not the
not
older
just
thing is not the older thing is right. Is the meaning changes over time. The meaning of words
right?
change over
Just
time.
like Black's Law
How the word is
Dictionary.
being used.
Right, right. How
Yeah.
it's
Now, if you
applied.
look in
So
a Black Law
okay,
dictionary, it's not gonna be no fucking. When you look in I know this for a fact. When you look at in a Black Law dictionary, identical, similar is not in the definition of identical.
It's just like
Similar is
persons.
not.
Persons is a whole nother
okay,
different
so
meaning.
if
Right.
words and meanings change, so how could somebody be wrong if you going back to prove your point, but everybody's going forward and they're wrong?
That nigga Gary ain't giving up. I don't know what that
It's
nigga will
a
fight to the
context.
death, boy.
I'm using context. How it's being used. I'm telling you how I said it is different from the way you said it. I'm saying it has differences in it. And because of
Isn't
those differences, I'm using it under the context of similar.
isn't that the definition of semantics?
What context?
The whole thing you just defined, saying the same thing but meaning is different. You know,
Everything you just said.
it's
I didn't say the
semantics is
same
what it
thing.
was from. No, I didn't say what I'd say. Is it the definition of semantics? What you just said? Because it's
He's
kind of like,
asking, is it
yeah, I'm
semantics?
asking. I'm asking. My fault.
No, that wouldn't be defined as semantics, is what I did.
No, what you said. I didn't see what you did. I just said more like the way you just defined it right there, saying something and using different words, but or using words and having a different meaning of what you're using. You know what they're supposed
Using
to, what the
words,
function of them is, what the function of the word is for. Yeah,
you if you use like so semantics is using almost using a word out of context. Like when you
I
using
don't think that is.
semantics, you,
No, I think it's saying the same thing but using different words. That's what I thought semantics was. You're just wording it different, but you're both giving the same point. Is what I meant. That's what I thought it would be. I might be right. You might be right. I don't know.
You using half of a thing. Semi
yeah,
is
I mean
half, ain't it?
Can somebody go? Yeah, the etymology of semantics should be
semantics.
semi. But can you Google it real quick? What semantics is, or if you don't mind, please, Gary. I might have you, Gary. Hold on, sit back, Gary. Let me show you how to do this.
I ain't doing that.
I'm fucking
I'm
with you,
sitting there
Gary. You my
talking.
bro. Damn, joking. Hey, damn,
Okay,
Gary, I got you.
now
I thought I was a lifeline.
now
I thought you called me for a lifeline, brother.
semantics
I
is the
dial
study of
718.
linguistic meaning.
Facts.
That's what semantics is the study of linguistic meaning.
And what? See, now you playing games though. Where you playing games? Now you going straight for the. You know, you went for the. You know what I mean? You went for King Arthur's dictionary. Let's get to black laws and all that other shit you were doing.
No,
I
no,
just
look,
told you
no,
he
see,
got
when
that.
people now
He
when
went. He
people
went to the
say
fucking. He went
no,
to the Wizard's
now see
Bible. He went to the Wizard's Dictionary or
when
some shit.
when you with the way you used it is how people say, oh, you using semantics. But the actual definition of semantics is the study of linguistics. That's the
Yeah, I
actual
understand. That's the
definition
practice. That's
of
the
how we
practice of semantics. But what is semantics, right? How do you do? How do you notes? How do you how do you see? How do you spot semantics, right? When someone's having a conversation, two people arguing, how do you notice semantics within their argument? Is what I'm saying. What would that be? You know, how would you define that? Like, how would you go about that process? You would have to see if their
people use
points are the
that.
same, right? Even if they're using different words to attack the argument, if their points are still the same at the end, that would be considered semantics, right? I understand the way, the process you just explained. I know that part. I'm just saying.
But what you're saying, I always think people. I've never say nothing, but honestly, people use that word out of context.
So you're saying I'm using the word out of context?
It's commonly done. Most people use the word out of context because when people
But
say semantics, they're talking about um it's more of a nuance and a functionality of the word. Like when they say semantic. So normally when people say, "Oh, you just using semantics,"
so can you give me
they
an
the
Can you give me an example, if you don't mind? I don't mean. I'm just respectfully. Can you give me an example of what you
when
would consider
people
semantic?
when what I would consider not what people do. You never heard me say people use semantic. You never heard me say that because I always knew people use it out of context. Like first time I heard somebody say it, I'm like, what the fuck is they talking about? And when I looked it up, I'm like, okay. So I had to more or less understand under what context they were using it out of. Even if you look up the, I don't know. Let me try. Let me look up the philosophy understanding of semantics. Maybe it shows something different.
Gary, sit back. I got Google on hold right
And
now.
for
I got
artificial
Google on the
language,
phone.
systematic
I'm talking to
example
you
nature
two right now. Give me a
linguistic
second,
meaning.
Gary.
No, even
Cause this
in
shit, we about to get into pragmatics and all that. He don't even know. I got this nigga on the ropes.
no, even the philosophy, I wouldn't know.
Oh yeah, you see, where start pulling out shit like Mezekiah and back when Mortimer, you know, I see you. You going you bring a Lord of the Rings shit, Frodo and the Seven
When the
Dwarfs.
Moors put it
Yeah,
in play,
yeah,
and then the Europeans came and
yeah,
took it over
right,
and
right.
make it
Yeah,
711,
unified,
1492. Yeah, yeah, yeah. King
when they
Roderick shit.
unified it, and then
look,
now
I
that
do
they
this
use
then.
it this
I'm
way,
gonna
they
see.
destroyed it the
Look,
old way.
okay.
I got it.
So I say it like this because I can't find the under the context that you using the word. So now I challenge you to find me something.
Well,
Just tell
I
me
did.
anything.
And this is the thing though. The burden would be on you, right? Because I'm pretty sure that Stoic would understand the same way I'm using the word. I don't, probably doesn't mean It doesn't. It probably doesn't relate to the way you're probably thinking of the word, right? But I've heard this word used through politics many of times, right?
Because
And
you saying everybody using the word out of context.
right, and that's probably what it is. You don't really got. Well, your understanding might be
Well,
different.
no, that's
You know.
fine. No,
Well, I'm not.
I'm just saying,
The burn is not on me,
learn.
right? I feel like 80% of the room sees semantics the same way I
I
would
can,
see
I
it.
can, I can show you exactly what I'm
I
saying.
can too.
So,
You're gonna Google it. I Googled it. I seen it. It's just a lot of $7
all right,
words and
look.
shit. I don't got time to read that.
Well, no, you don't have to. Just tell me how you Googled it, and I'll Google it. Just tell me how
Well,
you Googled it. I
I
just
had to
need the
Google
exact
this shit.
word.
I just yelled at the bitch. Hey Google, what's the definition of semantics? Hold on.
Matters such as sense and reference and presupposition and implication, and lexical semantics, concerned with the analysis of word meanings and relations between them.
There you go. See, word meanings and the relationship between them. Meaning two words can mean the same thing but be different. You know, like you wouldn't know. They correlate with each other, if that makes sense.
So that's what I said.
Well, what I'm
Is
saying is
the
that
main.
what you and Gary are arguing about is almost considered semantics, right? Because it's just about choice of words you're using to make your point, is what I was saying.
No,
So
he
that's
said
what I'm saying.
no.
It goes back to the same and the similar thing. It's very confusing. We're gonna go nowhere. But I'm not saying you're wrong either word. I'm not saying you won, Gary. I'm just saying that it was a good fight,
I didn't
and we
say I
just
won
got.
either. I just
Oh,
that's what I
okay,
said.
okay,
You
Gary.
right.
My fault. My
No,
fault.
I'm
I was
saying
trying to
I
hold you
won.
down.
I
Oh,
said I
Word did
No,
won.
say he
I'm
knocked
good.
you out
I'm
in the
you
third
right.
round. Gary, in the third round, Word said he did knock you out. I'm not gonna lie to you. He called an early knockout. I
Yeah,
put him in his corner. We
I
got a point
I
deducted,
know.
I
but
thought it. I thought in the second round, but
yeah, it
who
was
you
second
talking
round. You're right. Actually, it was Gary. I'm not gonna lie to you. He's 1-up, Gary. Don't worry about it. We get back at him. We're gonna have some shit planned.
I don't listen. I don't see how it's one up. I really don't. I
No, I
need
listen. The guy
clarification.
who's on the floor knocked out, he's still throwing punches, Gary. It'd be like that.
No, I got up before I got up before 8.
Hey,
I ain't
where?
trying
How
to hear
many
that.
niggas seen boxing get knocked out and they on the floor still throwing jabs and shit?
Uh-uh. I got up. I got up and I asked. See, here's the difference, right?
Gary
I
done walked
wasn't.
into your
I
corner. You heard
wasn't.
Gary walked
Hold
into your
on.
corner.
No. Here's the difference. I got up and I asked valid questions. My questions had punching power. So I am not out of the fight. I got up
Yes.
before the 8 count. I threw punches. The punches leaned towards you
They
agreeing with
didn't
me. So
land.
how was the
Right. No, it's a good. Yo, listen, it was
Yeah,
good. I'm confused myself still, so it's a good one. I don't know what the fuck happened, but
right?
they
So
didn't.
how did I lose?
And
So how
ain't
did I
none of
Can
them
I
lose? Because
punches
can I
he
land.
say
still
something
ain't
real quick?
clarified the meaning.
Yeah,
Can I
hey,
say
uh,
something
Rachel
real
been up
quick,
here.
guys?
Yeah, about 30
Listen,
minutes. Go
I'm
ahead,
sorry. Go ahead.
let me be the butterfly real quick and bring some ease to the panel,
Yeah.
some calmness
thank
real
you,
quick.
thank you,
Let me
thank
bring the
you.
stars and the moons down real quick. All three of y'all make a point. All three of y'all right. Because I took it a little further, went down the rabbit hole. What does it mean to, the semantics, right? What does it mean to argue over semantics? Semantics in the context of communication refers to the meaning of words, is how we personally interpret a word. Ever heard of the term, let's not argue over the semantics? This means that people are not disagreeing on the material facts. They are disagreeing about the definition of the word or
The choice
phrases.
of words used. Gary, Gary, we back in business. Gary, get your towel up. Gary, get ready. Throw the
All
gloves back
Nah,
up.
three of y'all make
my
a
power was
point.
never
But it's
down.
just
I don't know what you
crazy.
talking about. My
Gary,
power.
I can't believe Gary sat here and brought the goddamn smackdown to damn Word's panel. Now we got the Undertaker Word, and then we got Kane Gary over here as
Yeah, they
referee, and then
going
we
at
got
it.
Vince McMahon up there as the
Sorry, I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it. It was just like I had to see. I seen it coming. Gary came up like WWF.
listen,
Like
now, okay, even
I was
now,
minding my
now,
business
even
in the chat.
Gary
I
now,
was
came in the
being
ring. Hey,
commanded
yo,
for the
Ryder,
night.
now,
Ryder.
Frankie. Now,
Gary came
okay,
in the
now,
ring like he
Frankie.
slid through the curtain. You heard? I don't know where Gary came from. I got
Now,
nervous. This shit got ugly. The chair came
now,
out.
now,
Word backed up.
now, watch this. Now, watch
Word said,
this.
"I'm a tombstone
Now,
you, Gary."
Frankie. Now, okay. So from both of y'all definitions, right? When I said I wasn't using semantics, right? We talked about context and intent. So from the way I explained it, can we say it's still not similar? I mean, it's still not the same.
You're 100% right. It's not the same words you use, but it's the same message or same point
So
that you guys are
so we
arguing. You get
so
it?
so so in other words, we're
So
still on semantics. That's what he's saying. That's
I
no
think
matter
she
how you
worked.
put it.
Gary,
No,
chill, Gary. We got them. Gary, we got this.
now,
You
now
sweat, chill,
listen.
Gary.
Now listen. I'm gonna show you why we not on. Why I'm not on semantics is because I define. I wasn't arguing I was arguing the the meaning, not the definition. That's why I defined what I meant by similar, because we were into semantics. And I took it out of that phase by describing the context of what I was saying. So from the context
Facts.
of me looking at the right people, from the way I explained it, I don't know if I have to go into the difference between looking at the right people and looking at the
Gary,
wrong
this thing
people.
is good. Gary, this nigga is good.
He's
Gary,
not.
he good.
He's no, but see now he's
No,
good.
Gary,
He's
he
awesome,
good. I'm
right?
not gonna lie. I felt that
I'm
So
shit in
just
my heart when he said
delineating.
that.
no,
That's
but
all I'm doing. I'm
no, but
delineating.
he said all
That's
of
all I'm
that.
Delineating,
doing.
Gary. He using those
He
big words,
he's
Gary.
delineating. He's doing all that. Yeah,
He
this is what
using
he
he
You
using
do.
know what I'm
FBA
So
doing?
words. He using
so
FBA
when
words,
I went
Gary.
into my point, so when I went into my point, and when you went into your point, and we broke it down in a specific way because we was trying to make a point too. If you ain't gonna be around, if you only gonna be around people you like, you're gonna be vulnerable to them, right? So how do you? So like I said, you could never be caught being vulnerable again because you're only around people
See,
that like you.
do you go
I know what
again?
I'm saying.
You,
I
no,
understand
you
that, but
saying
I'm telling you, you should
but
not.
you
You
cannot,
should not. You should
and that's not
not.
true.
You
And that's
should
what I'm
not.
saying. That's
Why
not
not?
true. Because that cannot be a definite. And I gave you the reason why it can't be a definite. And that's why I chose to use the word focus, because focus eliminates the definite aspect of it.
I get
Is
both of
the
y'all
is
because
possibilities that I can be around people, the wrong people. It's
We
possibilities.
wait. So we do understand. This is how it's semantics because I said everybody, and you only are focused on a certain few. So this is how the semantic thing came out in the first place. This is why the questions are being asked. You saying I'm focused. You only focus on people that you like. So if you only focus on that you like, then you can't be vulnerable to nobody. You were saying I shouldn't be looking at everybody. You only looking at the certain people that you deal with.
Now we got to add more context, because I
No,
said
we don't, because
yes,
that's what
I
you
like.
said.
Yes, no, it's not. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I said. So that when I said, "Do you like being vulnerable to people?" You said no, right? And then
Mm-hmm.
I said why. Then you gave the explanation of, because everyone does not deserve it. That's what you said.
Right.
Because everyone
That's
does
what I
not
said.
deserve it. So when
Mm-hmm.
I said yes, I do like being vulnerable around the right people. It's the context,
Okay.
bro. I'm saying
Hey,
And I
yes
went further
because
into
I'm
the context
focused.
because you don't like, and I went further into the context. I asked you a question. I said, you don't like to be around people, right? You said, right. Meaning what I said was correct. So the only people that you were going to be vulnerable to is the people that you know. So nobody could get the vulnerability. Anybody else don't get it. Right?
that just makes word antisocial.
yeah. I
It
mean, it
does
just
not
means
make
that he
me
has
But
a
that's why
preference.
antisocial.
It's the
It
same
made me
applied
it
method.
does.
sociable. I,
It's half.
I'm
It
just
It's
does.
em-
messing with y'all. I'm just messing with
It's
y'all.
the
Y'all
cup
so
half
it
No,
serious.
empty.
but
makes me
I'm
antisocial.
agreeing with y'all. I'm
Right, right. We
agreeing
all
with
agreeing.
y'all.
Listen, you guys are both saying the same thing. Is why it's called semantics.
That's
To different. That's why you guys are not understanding it. You guys are saying the same thing, but with different words, and that's why
no,
it's not comprehensible.
no, 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 no,
Oh,
no,
oh,
no.
Gary, my
With
Listen,
fault,
this is
different
Gary.
correct.
My fault,
I
context.
Gary. Let me shut
understood. No,
up,
no, no,
Gary.
no, no. I understood. He said we was wrong. We are all
My fault.
agreeing. He's
My
the
fault, Gary.
lone one that's not agreeing, and he said we're all
He
wrong because we're using it out of context. I
right.
didn't say
He
that.
convinced me. He got me on his side, Gary. I'm sorry.
All
I
right,
don't.
What what
listen.
the
I'm being manipulated.
This seems like it's a situation where two cars are identical, right? But two different license plates.
Models, two different
No,
I
models,
don't
right?
know
no,
if
because they're not the
no. Two
same.
cars are identical, but
He,
two different license
Yeah,
plates.
Ryder,
I'm
you done
just
started some
it's a
no,
shit.
he's
Yeah,
metaphor.
saying they're
It's
not
a
the
Ryder's in
same
metaphor.
here.
It's a
car.
Shawn
metaphor in your
Michaels.
head.
they're not the same
He's saying
cars.
look, you ain't saying it right now. Go ahead.
All
Go
right,
ahead and
it's
say it,
like
Will.
listen. It's like I had two twins, right? I gave birth to identical twins, but their organs are different. They behave differently. You see, they're not. It's crazy. It's hard to put it down. y'all are Gary and Word makes a
But
point.
see,
I don't know. It's like
Here you
I gotta
go.
sit here and
It's
agree.
coming right
I
now.
gotta,
Wait,
listen,
Riders,
I
it's
gotta
coming right
agree.
now. Go ahead, Word.
Listen, I gotta agree with Word in a way because as y'all talking, I'm going down the rabbit hole, and it's like everything Word is saying is in the goddamn Webster's. It's like it's broken down, philosophical. How can I say terminological?
Yeah.
Every way you
Keep,
want
go
to look
ahead.
at
Keep
this
making them
shit.
shits up. Go ahead. Yeah. We listening.
Like what
Mm-hmm.
the fuck?
You see, Word is good. Word, I don't know words like a hypnotist. Yeah, he's good. Your Word just
Mm-hmm.
have you just ready to walk off the. Yeah, if I drank the
He got
juice, I
me
ain't gonna lie, Gary. I
twerking.
drank the juice twice already with this nigga.
He
I'm
got
out of
me
here. I don't know what to say
Peace.
no
What
more.
up, though? My bad. Commander, what up, man?
Salute, command,
Oh,
mouthpiece.
Commander,
What up,
don't come
Again,
man?
up here,
man.
Salute.
Commander, because
Hey,
I know
Stoic,
Commander
help
like they
us out,
still at this
Stoic.
shit.
Stoic,
Uh,
bring some of that Gnostic wisdom over here,
but
Stoic.
see, this is,
Word is a
this
walking
is, but
dictionary. A walking
Don't
it's
do
the,
that. You
encyclopedia.
see, because you make him feel like he won. He ain't beat my brother Gary. Gary's the Bible in the flesh. What you
I
mean?
think it's a tie. I think it's a tie.
it ain't no tie.
Gary, you like that,
Nah,
Gary? You
bro.
like that? It's like two
Look,
Super
nah,
Saiyans
nah.
fighting right now.
I
Look,
swear
I'm
No,
it's a
no,
saying
no.
this.
tie.
See,
Give
this
me
is what I'm
mine.
trying to tell
Give
y'all.
me,
Word
that's
is not
all
going
I'm
to take a
saying. Give me
draw.
mine.
Word is not taking a
Give me
draw.
mine.
That's what I'm trying to
Give
tell
me
y'all.
mine.
Yo,
If
did
I
you say
lost,
give
I
me
lost,
mine?
bro.
He
If
Word,
I
you said
lost, I
give me mine?
lost. Give me mine, bro.
Yo, that's an
No,
Damn,
old
don't,
school
no. Give
it's
me
saying,
mine.
crazy.
word.
Y'all
Wow.
both is
Yeah,
right.
you
Y'all both
feel
is
me,
right
bro?
about
If
this.
it's mine, it's
Great.
mine. I'm gonna take it regardless. I don't care how long this
That's
takes.
Y'all gonna
serious.
keep
Your
I'm
niggas used to
going.
taking
say that
mine,
back in
bro.
the days. You
Y'all
said,
Hey,
give
gonna
me
if I
mine.
lost, I lost. I sit back and learn. But
y'all
if I
gonna keep
won,
going.
you ain't gonna distrain me,
Charge it
bro.
to the game.
It's not.
Charge it to the
It's
game.
not the same. It's similar. And like even that I don't even understand how that is out of context. If I'm saying yes, I like to be vulnerable, and he's saying no, I don't like to be vulnerable. How
It's
is
the
that the
cup
same?
empty. It's like the cup half empty, half full type thing. It's like you're both saying the same things. It's
because of
opposite thought, opposite
if,
views.
if you didn't, okay, well, here's how it goes then. If you didn't give an explanation, you would have won. You gave an
Mm.
explanation that sounded like
Word,
mine
just
in
give it
two
up.
different
Word, charge it to
concepts.
the game. Charge it to the
And that's
game.
how it
Word,
goes.
and get
If
back
you'd
in the
have said
gym.
no because I feel the way I feel, I could have defeated it. But you gave your context made my context equivalent. That's why everybody's saying it sounds like semantics.
Because, but see, it's the person. Like this is what people are failing to understand. Us, like except for
Oh,
probably
shit.
Stoic and James,
So you
and
mean
I
me?
think
You talking about
Stoic
me,
and
Gary,
James.
and Ryder?
So yeah, you saying
Yeah,
that
well,
because they agreed with him?
no,
They're
Oh
right.
let me
shit!
tell you.
This shit got personal.
Except for probably Stoic and James, and this is why I said it because like you said, the context equated to, and it didn't because if I said yes around the right people, and I'm telling you because I focus on the right people, that's what I'm saying. And he said no because everyone doesn't deserve it. He's under his context. He's what's majority is the people who don't deserve it.
And I get what you mean. Whereas he could be
He
blocking
never
someone who
said
might. Like
he's
I said, it's
never
always a
said
variable.
the
It goes
right
back to the
people.
variable. Hey, yo, guys are
He
both
never
right, man.
It
said
go
Actually.
back to semantics because
now
I'm saying the
if he
majority of
would
people don't deserve it. You so pretty
Basically,
much what I said was the majority of people don't deserve it. He's saying the minority of the people don't deserve it. I mean, the minority of the people do
Ooh,
deserve it. So it's the
nice, nice.
same thing.
I didn't
It's the
no you
same
said
thing.
no it's not. I didn't say the
It
minority of
sounded the
nothing. I
same.
didn't
That's what
say
he meant, though.
I never
It's,
said minority or majority. I just said for the right people. That can be the majority. The right
That is
people
the
that
minority
does
because
not
you don't deal
necessarily
with everybody. Word, if you don't deal with
he's
everybody,
talking from
and you have a
observation now.
certain amount of people that
He's
you
talking.
deal with, that's the minority. You don't deal with it. Do you deal with
You
everybody?
see, do word. Do you do it, everybody?
I mean the right people.
Do you do it, everybody's the question
listen,
word.
the word is
That's not what
trying
I
to
asked
I
say.
say
you. That's not
right.
what I asked you. Do you
Hold
I
on,
say
deal
listen.
with
right.
Shit,
everybody?
Gary, you back in
How
this
do
bitch, Gary. We
now let
What
me
here.
the
tell
word
you
is trying to
something.
say is that he
Now
trusts
this is
people to
what I'm
see who they
saying.
truly are. That's
Mine
the
is
word
more
he's trying to
open to interpretation because I'm saying the right people. I didn't say the majority or the minority. I didn't say the minority of the people are wrong or right. I'm saying for the right
So
people.
how do you
So
know
the right
how
people
do you know the
can be.
minority is right or the
I
minority is
have to
wrong?
experience. When I experience, if I
That's what I said.
experience it, then
That's what I
that's
said.
when I know when it's right or wrong. But if I don't have the
But you don't
experience, then I don't know.
experience everybody. You experience
Who
who
said I
you have a
didn't?
preference.
But who said you're adding stuff? I never said none of this.
I'm not
Yeah,
adding
Gary.
it. I asked you a question. I
So
asked
if
you a
I
question.
meet
Do you deal
people
with everybody?
when
You said
what
no.
okay now define deal with everybody. Is everyone my friend?
Yeah,
No,
Gary,
it
you
takes a
fucked up,
process.
Gary. You
But if
fucked
I
up
go
with that.
No, I
outside and
didn't.
somebody say
No, I
hi,
didn't.
and yeah, I deal with everybody. In that case, yes, I do
So,
deal with everybody. So
so, so,
explain
so
when
you,
you say deal.
so you are only vulnerable to the minority of people that you deal with, right? Because
No,
you
you
don't
adding too
get
much stuff.
Yeah,
everybody.
Gary,
Don't
you
get that.
Gary though.
No, you
Real,
adding too much stuff.
see when he's saying
You're
focus is
adding
that he
too.
when he says
You're
focus, it gives you
trying to.
clarity. His focus gives you context to what he means. He's saying that that person will be, a one-on-one engagement. He's gonna see if they're worthy for his vulnerability, right? But he's not gonna just give it. That's what he's basically saying with focus. That's what I take it as, right?
Yeah,
It's like with
like
God.
when
Use
you.
God for an example. Just because both of you guys know about God and study the same thing doesn't mean that you know more about God than him. You can't ever say that. You know what I'm saying? It's
I'm
your
not saying that.
preference, right? So I'm saying is this.
When
It's
I'm
you
like
not.
so like this,
Go
let's
ahead.
keep it on the vulnerable part. Let's keep it on the vulnerable part. So when you think of vulnerability, you thinking no, right?
No, I did not.
When you
I
think of being
told you
vulnerable,
why I said
when you
no,
think of
because I didn't get no
what?
Here we go.
All right,
Like
here
I
we
just
go
said,
again.
I never got clarification of what you meant. You said,
Yes,
"Are
that's
I
the
you?"
told you
problem.
exactly what I meant. We went over that. I told you exactly what I meant. We
It's the word
listened to it.
vulnerability. It's the word vulnerability.
We we
It's a
we,
connotating
we
word. It's like almost
listened
like
to it.
submissive. A lot of those people don't like these words. They have like a double negative to them. It's like vulnerability,
But even
submissive.
like when we listened back to it, bro, I explained exactly, and that's when you said no,
Okay,
and I
yeah.
said why. You said because everyone doesn't deserve it. So when it comes to
And then
vulnerability, you said no. That's what you
Okay,
said.
I'm out of
So
this when
I
I
when
did
you
got it
say
now.
thinking
no.
of vulnerability, you thinking no. When I think of vulnerability, I'm thinking yes.
That's not
I
okay. Well,
like
that's.
it. I like being vulnerable. I'm thinking of
I said, "What
vulnerable,
do
like
you
yeah, I
mean?" You
enjoy
said
that.
what you said again, which gave me no clarity. So I said no. That's what I told you as well. I said that exactly too. We just
Remember
bypassed that
semantic
part.
maker. 2025.
Hold on, bypass what part?
You bypassing the part when I asked for clarity, and I said you didn't give me clarity, so I answered no. That's what I said.
Commander said, "How did we get to arguing about this again? What in the deja vu is happening?"
It
Because
was my fault.
Yeah.
word
Was it my
called me
fault?
up here. Because
Yeah,
word did this. Because
word
I
threw a
wasn't on the
shot.
panel.
Word threw a shot. He
But
did. We had an
all
intelligent
I
Oh, he
said
conversation.
so no
Yeah.
shot. I was just talking about
Word
interpretation.
in the hood,
And
you threw
then
a
I
shot.
was saying
In
same
the
and
hood,
similar.
you threw a jab. Word.
I was
And
saying same and similar. And the
you said his
conversation
name.
no.
If
we
you would have
had,
just
I
said
was
if you would
not
have
the
just said somebody
same.
we had a conversation about this before, he would have
Okay, so
felt it, but
you
you called
saying
him out.
you saying the content? Hold on. So you saying the content was not to get me up here? That wasn't your context.
Gary, go ahead, Gary. I think you got him here.
I ain't never said that.
What?
They said how did we
I'm
get they said how no. See, look,
no,
bro,
no, no.
you watch too much
You
court
said this is
TV.
exactly
You
what you
gotta remember
said.
my uncle's a
This
lawyer,
He
will
said
bro.
you watch
probably
too
This is
much
get
why
court
I don't
Gary
answer
up
TV.
here.
questions from
Are
Pop.
we debating
Listen,
opinions up here today?
because he asks
No.
yes or no questions. He don't ask open-ended questions where you can actually clarify. He want a yes or no. So meaning he's narrating it to a point where where I'm going to say yes or no to prove his point. I don't
See,
answer questions like that. No, I ain't answering no questions
he
like that.
wants a
Yes or no?
gotcha moment, is
Yes or
what you're
no?
trying to say. He wants a
Yeah,
gotcha
nah,
moment.
bro.
Okay,
I
that's
know,
fair,
bro.
Gary. That's
Trust
fair
me.
because that's how we fight. We fight
Mhm.
like that,
Not
Gary.
fair.
New York niggas.
That's not fair because I wasn't. I was.
He said that's not
He
fair.
called me up to the panel.
I
When he
get it.
said,
He
look,
called me up
Let
to
me
when
the
he
panel.
finish.
I
said,
don't care how he puts it.
Commander, the question
He
was, how did we get back on this, right? That was the question. And then he said, so you saying you didn't do this to get me on the panel? I never said I didn't do anything to get you on the panel. My intention was to get you on the panel. I never said
Okay.
I
That's all
didn't
I
try to do
said.
that.
That that's all I said. I didn't
Semantics.
say nothing
That's
about nothing else. That's what
But
that's
it was
called.
leading into a
Let's bring
point.
some black
It was
love.
leading into a
Bring
point.
back the black
And I
love.
stopped it.
bring back that Remy Ma papoose. Black
Because
love.
I don't even know what the point was. You just called me up here and I came up, so I don't even know
I
what you was
didn't call
talking
you
about.
up. I didn't call
Show
you
the
up. I
world
did my
black
Jedi
love.
mind trick.
Oh my God,
I
this
did a
guy!
Jedi
I
mind trick.
swear.
Oh shit, Stone
Okay,
that word
so
actually
what is that called?
he summoned Cain.
So
That's
what
what
is that
happened.
called? So you
What is
use
that called?
you use the dark side to call me. That's what you're saying?
Influence. No,
You
it
didn't
wasn't
call
no
me. The
dark
dark
side.
side
It
called
was
me.
it's
Yo, so wait,
influence.
what's
It's
that guy's
influence. That's
name
all it
with
was. It
with
was
the herb?
motivation.
Frankie,
I
was you the dude
motivated
with
you
the
to
herb?
what I said motivated you.
Which
Now
one?
answer this question. I'm about to pull a Gary. So what I said, did it motivate you to come up?
No,
Oh,
no.
Did
you
it
got him.
So how
influence
you
you to come up? From what I said, did it influence you to come up?
I took it as you asked me to come up. That was the context I took it in.
So
Now,
if you so that would be a request, right? So a request, would that be a form of influence or motivation?
so
He
that would be a
good
You
form of
word. Yeah, you
requesting
good
asking.
something.
word.
No,
You
that
good
would be a
word.
form of asking. When you make a request, you're asking for something. I said you asked me to come up. You said I didn't. So now you're saying that you requested. So
Hey,
which one is
Stoic
it?
said it. Stoic says in the chat.
When you
Stoic said you summoned him. Word. Stoic was the ref. The whole
when
Thank
Stoic's been
you
here
you.
the whole time. He's outside looking in.
No, no,
so
We
okay,
we wrong because
you
we're
said
not using it in the right
okay now
context.
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you how I influenced them. Not Frankie Wessels. I'm gonna show you how I influenced them. Because he said request, I asked him to come up. So I
No, you said
indirectly
request.
asked
No.
you.
You said request. I said you asked me to come up. I took it as you asked me. You
Okay,
said you request. I didn't say anything about request.
so I asked him to come up, right? So would you say was that did I indirectly ask you to come up?
Yeah, it was subliminal.
No, he don't do subliminal. That's what he gonna tell y'all. He don't
I
do
do
subliminals.
superliminal.
Of
I do
course he does.
See?
superliminal,
He's a
man.
he has to learn how to when he studies people. He knows that
What?
that's how you manipulate one into get into what you need him to say or do.
Hey,
Mm-hmm.
stop going into my point, bro. Stop going into my point. So, did you say I indirectly asked you to come up?
I
Because
don't
I
know. It was
definitely didn't say,
indirect,
"Hey, Gary,
direct.
come
You
up."
asked.
I
I
definitely
don't
didn't.
care. I don't care how you meant it. You asked. I don't care how you meant it.
I
You
asked.
asked. I don't care how you
So
meant
I
it.
created a.
ASK.
I
You asked.
so I asked. What is the definition? Writers, what is the definition of ask? Because I'm pretty sure it got requests in it. Because I
Oh,
did not. I never said Gary. I never say, "Hey, Gary, come up here." I never said that.
he took it
I
to the
never
Webster's
said that. So
dictionary. I
I
can't.
never asked you to come up. But what I did was throw a superliminal to influence you,
Word is good.
to motivate you, and motivation and influence is a
Gary,
form of
he's in your head right now.
manipulation
He's in
to
your head
get
like
you to come
Professor
up.
No,
X,
he's
I
not.
Gary. Don't
definitely
I
did
promise
that.
you
Gary,
he's
he's in
not.
your head like Professor X. No, let's do it cerebral.
Okay. If you believe it, if
Shit.
you believe that,
I definitely
if you
did
Gary,
believe
that,
that.
but
it's the
I
other way
never said, "Hey,
around.
Gary,
Word was
come
in
up."
your head today. Huh.
I'm not gonna lie to you guys.
So
Nah,
Both of
so
your
Frankie,
arguments
I'm
are
gonna
very
Frankie, I'm
the
gonna
way you
show
guys
you
are
no,
doing
something.
it.
he's so ill.
This,
He's so ill that
He
he can make
ill.
his content be the only content that's valid. He's the
Gary ain't
only
gonna
guy
lie.
that I
That
ever
boy
met in my
bad,
uh,
life.
Gary. That boy
Yeah,
bad,
there you
Gary. I'm
go.
not
he's
gonna lie to
awesome.
you.
There you go.
He's a
Hey,
You
bad
gotta come
dude.
up
Frankie,
You
there's
here,
know,
nothing, no
Commander.
word for you, Frankie.
he's a bad
This
dude.
is what I do.
So since he said that
Refers to
way,
something
I
that
mean,
is above the threshold of consciousness. It is related to mental activity that involves consciousness, awareness, and a stimuli that are equated to
Oh
evoke a
shit! You was just
response
a
or
test
induce.
subject, Gary. You was
I
a
do
test subject.
superliminal.
yeah.
I don't do
So what he's saying.
subliminals.
So what he's saying is he manipulated me to bolster or to boost up his higher level
It's just another
of
way of saying he picked on
understanding
you,
and
Gary. He
education.
picked
No,
on you.
no.
He
No, yeah,
picked on you.
I
no,
Basically,
it's
said
another
me
way
something.
of saying
argue.
something else, but I ain't gonna say that because I would never say that about me, but I'm not gonna say that
I
because that's
said,
the
I
context that I'm
said,
taking it now.
Oh shit. He
What
I
is
Umar
the
over
word
don't,
there.
called
no,
though?
it has
Is it
nothing,
super?
it has
It's called
nothing to, it
superliminal.
has, yeah, it has nothing to do with
I
me.
never heard of that.
It's the action, but it's not the, everything after that is all on you. So
Gary,
the
we good
intent
though.
of
Okay.
We
what I
good.
did
No, I'm good.
was to
No,
say
I'm good.
something
You got a
above
little
the
blood
I'm
in your
good.
mouth,
threshold
Gary.
of
You got a little blood in your mouth,
consciousness
Gary. You got a little blood in your
to
mouth.
Of course,
stimulate
of course.
or induce
I just got on today.
to get a response,
Nigga, word pulled out the
to evoke a
superliminal.
response.
Nigga pulled out the superliminal level 7 on you, boy. You better watch
Nah,
out. We gotta go
see,
train on. We're gonna go train though. We're
well.
going.
I'm good. I'm straight.
Nah, Gary,
I'm
fuck
straight.
Gary. Listen to me. I totally 100%
No,
understand exactly where you're coming from.
I'm straight.
Oh,
I'm
now
straight.
you
I'm
trying to
straight.
throw me away? I don't fought with you the whole hour,
No,
nigga.
no,
What you mean? I'm 32, nigga.
no.
Shit.
It's not about you. I'm
Yeah, he said
straight.
I'm
My
straight.
pants
I
is
told
all
you.
real muddy. I got marks on my face. This nigga's talking about, now you go ahead, do your thing. Fuck, Gary,
Nah,
I don't pull the bitch weave out for you, nigga. Shit.
Put that shit back. Put that shit back in her head because
I done got my lace fronts
she
pulled
didn't
out for
deserve
you,
it.
nigga. Shit.
She ain't deserve it. Well, I gotta pay you back. Then don't worry about it.
Nah, bro. You're
My
not
shit
going
is
to
valid.
the 718, baby.
My
718.
credit. My 718 credit is good.
Yeah, you good in the hood with me. We're not charge it to the gang, Gary. I got you. I'll fight
I know
again,
it.
you heard?
I know it.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
See,
Thank you.
I'm on. See, this is what he's saying. I'm on Visa. He's on American Express. His credit is up there like that.
Yeah.
That's what he's trying
Yes,
to.
sir.
That's what he's
Yeah, I
displaying.
ain't saying none of
He's
that.
pissed. He's pissing on your boots and telling you it's raining.
This is what I'm saying.
Nah, you can't tell me how
Everyone
I
report to
perceive what you're
HR.
saying.
Everyone
How could
report
you
to
perceive how
HR.
I'm taking it?
You say, huh?
How could you perceive how I'm taking it?
He was manipulating your thought
That's what you were doing the
process.
whole time, bro. You was telling me how I was thinking.
No, I didn't tell you. I
What
didn't tell you how you
you were
perceive
saying.
things.
Gary, he pulled a Jedi mind trick.
How you gave it to me. That's all I
He
said.
did a Jedi mind trick. Jedi mind trick.
He trying it now.
Well,
No, he
No,
trying
he did it already though. He already did it, and he proved it at the end
No,
with
he's
the
trying. Okay,
superliminal.
well, he's trying it. Okay, so he's trying
He
it
planned
again.
all of this. He knew I was gonna get involved. He knew this shit was gonna go this far. He's good. I'm telling you, you gotta watch this
Oh,
nigga.
yeah,
That boy bad.
Yeah, he said, yeah, the plan is working great. I feel like Dooku.
now you're
Listen,
I feel like
according
Dooku
to
now.
Frankie,
Hey, I'm
according
fucking
to-
right. Hey, don't take none I say serious, man. I'm joking, Gary, in the word. You know I love y'all niggas, man.
according to Frankie, according to Frankie, he came on here. What's that boy name? He said, "Luke, I am your father." We're saying, "Fuck that."
Oh no, I went further back in the prequels. I went further back in the prequels. I already know what this is. He got me like
Gary. We gonna watch some new Star Wars with Doom.
He about to call me up
I
to
wasn't even
Anakin.
born yet.
That's
we gonna watch.
how I'm
Yeah,
taking
word. Let's get it. Yeah, we gonna do that to Anakin. Yeah.
That's how I'm taking it. He about to call me up to Darth Vader.
Oh, that's his name, Darth Vader. There you
Nigga,
go.
word yo, word, you are good, man. How you had ammo sitting there? I thought you gave up. I thought you was gonna concede to the fight, and you still had another clip stashed though. That's dirty. You threw sand in Gary's eye, yo. You cheating, nigga. He threw sand in Gary's eye in the 7th round.
Yeah, like I said, he understand the debated concept. I'm not a debater.
Yo, Gary, you know they call that in French injury to insult to injury, right?
Insult to injury.
That's dirty.
But I'm not
bang,
injured.
bang, bang, bang.
But that's crazy. I'm not injured. I'm
No, you're not.
Wolverine. I heal quickly.
I'm with you, brother. I'm here with you, brother. I'm like Lazarus.
I heal quickly.
And this was a rap battle.
That's what I was.
Word
You win some.
Gary is Hitman.
So you're saying word one? Roddy, you saying word one?
Yo, right?
She already said that already.
She said word one. That's crazy. Hell no. Hell no.
She said that about an hour ago.
I said it was a tie.
Oh, nah, you gotta pick a side.
No,
it's 2 against 1. If he got 2 on his side, he's tied up. If you on our side, we win.
I wasn't
She
here
said,
for the whole
well,
battle.
actually, Gary, word
I
is
gotta
right.
cancel for the replay.
Now, what was the tie? What did we tie about?
No,
The Star Wars? I don't know. Gary, I'm with you to the end, Gary. I'm gonna die in this shit. We're going down like the Titanic.
He won Star Wars.
Neither one of y'all
I'm straight.
what y'all was saying.
I ain't win nothing because I didn't say I won. I didn't take that victory.
I don't even know what the
I ain't
hell he
taking
was
nothing.
Humble. He's a humble assassin. He don't even care about his killing.
No. We was talking about.
He's a humble warrior. He don't care about his victories.
Was fulfilled in Star Wars, and you said she adopted the name, and then that's how it was accomplished.
I don't know nothing about Star Wars. I can't.
That's what the screenwriter said. I googled it, bro. They said that shit.
The screenwriter said it. Okay.
Word's good. You see when he goes to shit like that, he's good, nigga. Gary, don't fuck with him. Gary, pull back.
We just established that just because he said it, it doesn't mean that he's right. Because everybody else,
he's a man of traps and snares. His words, he chooses his words wisely. I'm telling you.
But what did I just say? I said you won that one. I just
I
said
said I
that.
didn't. I said I didn't take the win. I didn't say anything. I just said I
Nah,
didn't. I
Gary, what
didn't.
happened? The Gary, I was with
I
you
didn't
on
take
that
that.
too. You
Yeah,
can't. I take
I
that.
know
Fuck the
that.
Gary.
I
You
know you
can't
was.
give in this nigga.
You
You beating his ass and talking about sorry. No, man, take the W.
I didn't say no. I didn't say
The
sorry.
fuck
See,
that.
this is
He
this
whipping
is
your
this
ass
is
right now,
no
nigga.
no
He
no.
talking
See,
about
no
it.
no.
You might as well
Hold
say
on.
I
Listen,
beat
listen
you.
to what I'm
Frankie,
saying.
you know what?
No. This
Nah.
is me being me. Hold on. This is me being me. This is just like me when I say if I'm doing my job, don't thank me. It's the same shit to me. The same
No,
thing.
this ain't work.
You ain't got to
Frankie, pull
tell
out
me
the
I
Frankie,
won.
Frankie,
pull out
I
the
don't
urn,
even want to
Frankie.
hear Frankie. I'm gonna have to reevaluate your credibility and evaluate me and Gary because you just said I'm gonna ride with you to the end. So
Yeah, I
I
said
can
I'm
be
going
right
down. I
and you
said I'm going
still
down like the band on the Titanic. I just have
so
to. 718.
so I mean, so I'm gonna have to read. So I'm gonna take. I'm sorry,
You
bro.
could,
You
you
know,
could
I
take my
still think you
wrench,
top
man. I'm
Just
still
five
gave
gonna
alive.
chat. You can take my wrench. I'm
Nah,
still
so
gonna
gave
chat
you
though.
a
bro. You still
wrench.
top five alive.
You get a
And Frankie, I will
screwdriver. You get a
always,
screwdriver. You
I
don't
will
get a wrench. You get a
always,
screwdriver.
Oh, Frankie's
and
gonna be the
Frankie,
next
I will
president.
Damn, look,
always
Gary.
take
Gary,
your
Gary, I
side.
got sacrificed, Gary. I'm getting treated like Jesus right now because I stood up for you.
Oh, no, Frankie
Nah,
about
But
to
see,
be
look,
I'm
I
Gary.
will
gonna be the
always
Gary's
yo,
the
when
Frankie. I'm
it
gonna be
referee.
the
when it
word.
Gary's the referee
Frankie, I'm
now.
gonna be
when
the
it comes.
word. I'm gonna be the
Frankie's
word.
about to be
Frankie, you didn't
Gary.
sacrifice. You're making a good investment.
Go ahead, word. What's my punishment for being a insubordinate?
He said insubordinate. I can't with him.
I'll say this, Frankie. I'ma still debate that you top five alive, my brother. I still love you. You ain't losing no wrench or nothing like that. You still my guy. But when it comes to between me and Gary,
Anything
I
after
ain't
but
listening to shit
anything
you
after
say
but
no
is
more.
bullshit. Hold on. Anything after but is bullshit. Anything
Where
after but is
Commander at?
bullshit. Now you're doing wrong. Now
I
you're
ain't
doing wrong.
listening
So
to
now I'm the
shit
victim. You see,
Anything
Gary, how
after
this
but
works?
is
They always
bullshit.
pick the
nah,
Spanish
you still
man.
my guy. He said he putting words in my mouth.
I was
He
trying to
still
stop black
doing
on
it.
black crime, and now it goes on the Spanish man. This is fucking wrong, bro.
Nah, I'm
Oh,
just saying, bro,
damn. Wait a
when
minute.
it
This
comes
about
to
to get
your
crazy.
credibility
What?
and
Now you guys are
evaluating
friends, and I'm
between me
excommunicated.
and
That's what it
Gary,
is. You guys are friends, and I'm
nah, bro,
excommunicated.
I'm just
I
saying, bro. I'm gonna have to.
I'm a pupil. I'm not. I'm a pupil. I'm learning.
Gary, did you set me up for this, Gary, to get kicked out of the group?
I had
You
nothing
did
to
this,
do
y'all
with it.
Gary.
How did
did.
I
I don't
do
know
this?
what's
I
going on.
wasn't
I
here.
feel betrayed. I feel betrayed, Gary.
Well, you need to be feel betrayed by Sensei over here because I wasn't here.
He is sensei. I have to respect his wishes. I feel like
I
I have to
know.
die on my sword.
So he wasn't
I feel like I
here.
have
How
to
you
die on
gonna
my
be so?
sword, Gary. I have to
Hold
fall
on,
on my
I'm
bro.
sword right
saying
Hold
now.
on, man.
he just
Hold on,
told you
bro.
he manipulated.
Right,
He
right,
Jedi
right,
mind tricked
right,
me to come up here. So
right,
I had nothing to do
right.
with it.
And then
It
I get
wasn't me.
excommunicated. Yes, I see this.
Pebble
I know
I mean,
this.
that
I
Palpatine
know this.
just,
Palpatine
bro,
made
bro.
Anakin Darth Vader. I had nothing to do with that. Windu
Rule
got
number
killed.
one:
If
never
you
outshine the master, Gary. Rule number one.
That
if you try to think what I did was bad, then I mean, I think it's
No,
good.
I
I
deserve my
mean, it's all
lashings. I
about
deserve my
perception.
lashings. I'll take my lashings like a man.
I didn't tell Frankie to throw
You
me
just
out
not
with the
gonna have
baby
me
water
saying you ain't gonna have
or the
me saying
bath
Toby. I'm Kunta to the day I die, nigga.
I'm
so
done.
you gonna stay getting whooped
Listen,
then?
Word. This is what this. I mean, Gary. This is what Word is trying to do, right? He's trying to show you why Papoose is winning right now. It's all about the words.
Nah, he
Papoose,
just done embarrassed
Papoose
me.
is
He excommunicated me in front of
I'm sorry.
the whole tribe. Hell no, this
damn.
shit got real. Gary, man, what you got for
Well,
me,
damn.
Gary? I
Well,
done fought blood and tooth for you, Gary. Shit, man. You ain't even trying to say nothing about how he just judged me and made me feel less than. I appreciate you, Gary. For real, with friends like you, I don't need
hold on,
enemies,
man.
man.
Oh
Wait a minute.
shit! Wait a
Listen.
minute.
I can't even. If that's the case, I can't save you because
Put a
he
prayer
did
up for
me
me or
worse. So
something,
how can
brother.
I
Put a
save
prayer
you?
up.
Bro,
Prayer
now
don't
look,
work.
There's
look,
power in prayer. What you mean,
listen,
boy?
Yo,
now
this is
listen,
the
Nah,
episode.
no,
Rachel,
it don't. Who you
Rachel,
praying to?
Gary,
Rachel,
That's
what
true.
episode
That's
is
true,
Rachel.
this?
Gary.
I'm talking
That's
to
true.
Gary,
Rachel. Check this out. If you
I'm
ever
just
wanted
saying.
to
I'm,
understand what gaslighting was, this is the perfect example.
I
Because
am definitely.
Frankie
I was.
just said, I'm his guy, but he's riding with Gary. But I'm the bad guy. When I
But
said, I'm just,
word.
look, bro,
I'll be
I'm going
honest
to
with
still
you.
ride with
I was
you.
being disingenuous. I got to tell the truth now, and I have to call a spade a spade. I was being disingenuous for the sake of content, but I already said you was right from when you first said right when you
I
mentioned
know, I'm fucking with you, bro. I'm
But now
riding
you
with
made
you.
me feel so much
and
Appreciate
he,
personal. I feel like I got to give
no,
you
but
like I'm about to
that's what he
donate
meant
some
by
shit.
gaslighting.
Oh
I
yes, Gary. Right? He just gaslit the gaslighter. Gary, you right.
it.
yo,
I'm just saying.
Gary,
Oh man, y'all can
that episode
look, man. Look,
was
now see,
So
look,
I'm just joking. Yo,
I'm
listen, I did
sitting
it for the
here.
sake of
Now
content.
look,
My fault.
now look. Out
episode was
of
under
the whole time, I've been sitting here eating all the ad hominem. I've been eating all the narrative. I ain't never threw no shade. I ain't never said this is
Wait a
what they
minute.
always do.
Who
I ain't never did
I
none
don't
of that. Y'all try to make it
I
seem
don't
like
know.
I'm the master manipulator.
You're good,
I don't
man.
know
Yo,
what
you're
ad
good.
hominem
I
is,
just
so I
realized
don't
how
know
good
if I
you are
did
They
that.
today,
ain't talking about now. See, look,
Gary.
y'all talk about.
I,
I
I don't
realized
know
how
what ad
good he is
hominem
today.
is, so I don't know if I did it. I ain't gonna
I
lie. I
don't know
told
what
you I'm
Haman
learning.
is, but don't call me that again.
So
So wait, go ahead and
look,
restart up.
that ain't me.
I'm joking.
That wasn't me because I don't know what that is.
Hey, word, man. I'm not gonna lie to you, word. I see the level of the construct of your
I just
Yo,
linguistics
word.
and yeah,
I'm
your
telling y'all,
verbiage,
word is the
the way
emperor.
you weaponize your verbiage
Word
is
is the
awesome,
emperor,
dude.
boy. He. Oh my God.
He
Woo.
has an artillery of his lexicon is superior.
But y'all,
Scary.
Wait, this is compared to
that's
fiction.
who. Ask him who gave him that name.
But like Rachel said, the name is the word. He is these words. The words that we're using
No,
it defines him. He's good. This guy's good.
no, he's a
I'm gonna be
lexicon. No,
honest with you.
y'all just he's
I'm gonna
singular.
tell
The
you
word
exactly
is
what I.
singular. I'm telling you, lexicon is plural.
Wait,
Now you gotta
Y'all,
look
y'all
up
missing the whole point.
PHA.
The word is
You gotta
singular.
look up.
Lexicon is
You gotta
plural.
look up.
am I didn't losing
Look
me?
up
Now we're on
PH.
Transformers. What
Hey
happened?
Rachel, watch this. Rachel, look up PHA.
Transformers.
Look up the meaning. Look up the meaning of THA.
The who?
The meaning of THA.
THA?
Yeah, you might have
Oh,
to
this
look
is
in the
like L.
etymology definition.
This is the L thing again. This is the L thing. Here it comes.
Same
Just
Word is
like
going.
reason I
anti don't
spelled
mean
the
have.
word.
This is what you call
This
overkill. I feel right now. This is like
yeah,
this is what we
yeah
gotta
this is
pay
this
for.
is
We're
what he do.
paying
I'm
Gary right
telling you,
now.
he trying
It
to
We're
says
paying.
he's
is
over
a
no,
I'm
Sanskrit
just showing
word.
levels.
overselling his thing.
Huh?
It's
Wait, oh,
levels, bro.
listen. The
Look,
is
I'm
a
trying to.
Sanskrit word that
I'm an
translates.
elevator. My bad. Go ahead, Rachel.
Damn, he's fucking us up.
All right. It says the is a Sanskrit word that translates as a protector, preservation, fear, and mountain. In the modern world of Hatha Yoga, hopefully I read that John
It's a
right.
Hindu word.
The has come to symbolically represent the moon. Ooh. More specifically, the word a Hatha is represented by Ha for the sun and the for the moon. Oh shit, represents half and half. That's crazy. Wait, what's the
Like
terminology?
like a,
Hold
like
up.
like like a semi. Like a semis. That's why he can use semantics. See how that all works
Yeah, here we
together?
go. You see what I'm saying?
See
That's
how that works
why I can
together?
use. The semantics is the study of linguistics, so I don't use semantics. I
I
study
died on my
semantics.
sword
Of
already,
course you
guys.
do,
I'm just
because
letting you
you're
know I
linguistic.
died on
You're
my sword
linguistic.
already.
Wait a minute. You're linguistic. How do you not know that? That's what lexicon do. They can use the words any way they want. They can use languages anytime they need. What do you mean?
But you got to understand the context of what you're saying it under.
Oh
You're
my
saying I
goodness gracious.
use semantics.
Okay, and terminology is a different word. Terminology, they use it for medical terms. And it's a hip replacement. That's crazy. Oh shit. Wait a minute.
Well, the way he beating on me right now, I might need a hip replacement. Shit.
Yeah, I think I got a Bose disc. I got a Bose disc in my
Yeah,
shoulders.
look,
Gary trying to
yeah.
carry the weight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the
No, that's my
definition
man. Detroit fucked
is
New York up,
exactly what
son. That's what they did.
Gary, I
Detroit
don't know.
fucked New York up, son.
Tomorrow you're gonna realize how much I went on a limb for you today, Gary. I put my life on the line for you today,
Oh
man.
no. Oh no, I'm gonna give you my disc. Make sure your shit
I was
good.
like
My
a
shit good.
gazelle.
I'll
I
give
was
you
like a
mine. I
gazelle
got you.
in the wild. I was like a gazelle in the wild jungle of the word. Pause. Just like a young gazelle out here wandering, and he left me out here, snares and traps. I feel deceived and betrayed.
You was wandering to and fro, but then that jaw
You know,
caught you.
this is what hurts me more, Gary, is that the word still accepts me in in the tribe, even after you see that we betrayed him. It hurts my heart.
Yeah.
damn, that word goes back. It really goes back. So I mean
See,
further than the
I don't
Bible.
do that. I don't do that.
All right, so
I
how
don't
many
know nothing about
uses?
that.
There's only two terms for this word. What word just said, and then you got the medical term for that word, definition for that word. There's no other words for that. And
But we
how
know he
far that
meant.
shit,
We know he meant. You know what I mean? We know he meant. Like
that
it's
shit
like
is
when you say glizzy,
funny.
like there's not no real shit glizzy, but we make it mean something, and that's what it means to us. Like nigga, you ate a glizzy.
In slang, it means you. When you use the word the, it means you're speaking. Let me see. Slang
Yeah.
refers as a
All right,
collective.
word. You good right now. You
Yeah,
top
So
shit.
in slang he using his word.
I mean,
He's,
we all have our own languages.
well, the
Broken
word
English.
the in slang means you. It means when you use it, you're representing yourself.
yeah.
Yeah,
So is
you use your
so
word,
like when you
not
look
the
under
words.
the word. So you look at it from the creation of the Sanskrit. It means to protect, to preserve, fear, or mountain. So now when you put "the" in front of word, I'm protecting it, I'm preserving it, I will use it to induce fear, and I'm a fucking mountain with it. That's what I mean when I say I'm the word.
Ain't no mountain high
You
enough.
know what, Gary, in New York back in the days when a nigga put his arm on, remember when back in the days in New York when a nigga put his hand on your head? That was like the ill son move to do to somebody. Like you
Yeah,
feel
he
mad
just tried to
disrespected.
sun somebody
That's
just
what
now.
he
He don't
just
even
sunned us. He
understand.
just
Yeah,
sunned us.
he didn't know. He ain't sun me.
All right, he sunned
He
me.
didn't
Fuck
sun
it.
me. Nah, he ain't sun you either. You know better
That's what I'm
than
talking
that.
about. Gary, fight for me. Gary, fight for me. I'm trying to bring it
You
out of you.
already know. We already know
I need to see
what a
dedication,
little bit of
Gary. I was all the way to the ropes,
listen.
man.
You know what a little bit of faith can do to a mountain. You know what it can do. So I ain't trying to hear that.
You know,
Yes,
Gary the
Gary.
Snail is a very
I
smart,
would never submit to that
intelligent
shit.
man,
Never,
right?
ever in my life, ever.
And Frankie just said, Gary, fight for me. It reminded
I
me of that
need it.
episode.
Sounded crazy, right? No homo, but Gary, I need somebody to swing from right now. I'm dizzy. I'm disoriented. You know what I mean?
Listen. He's
I'm.
Goliath. He's Goliath. You David. You got the
Ooh, I
slingshot.
like that.
Don't worry about it.
Ah,
I
shit. He's
like
basically
I
trying to
like
say that you
that.
could throw down Goliath. Ah, shit. What you think about that, Goliath?
The
Would you throw him
mountain.
down with a stone?
He
Hey,
the
look,
mountain.
look. I ain't got to talk about nobody. I'm gonna just talk about me. You feel me?
Hey, word. Hey, word.
I
No
ain't
lie
got to.
though.
I'm gonna keep the light on me. You know,
Word. When he
it's
said
just bad
Goliath
for
though,
real.
it was good because you do got one eye. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
No, I ain't
Oh
Goliath.
shit.
I ain't Goliath. I'm Metatron. If you want to equate me to something, I'm Metatron. I ain't Goliath.
I told y'all to keep
You
bringing this
I'm
Megatron.
the
Megatron
Shit.
Metatron.
lost. Okay, I'll take that too.
No,
So I'm
I ain't
fine.
say.
So
I
He's
ain't
I
trying
know
to
say
what that
say that
means.
we
Megatron. I said
Decepticons. He's trying to say we
Metatron.
Decepticons.
No, I didn't say
No.
Megatron. I said Metatron. You know what
Oh,
Metatron is?
this nigga's a superhero.
I
Yeah,
said
he's something else.
Metatron, not Megatron.
He put it together
I'm
with the
lying though. I don't
metaverse.
care how you put it. I don't care how
That's
you
the
put it.
word of the Lord. That's
That's
what it is.
nice.
That's the
The
word of the
metanetta,
Lord.
right? The metanetta.
The meta, the begin, yeah. I know what that is, but it
In
don't
the
matter.
beginning, what was it? What happened at the beginning? What was at the
Stop. Now you
beginning?
boosting. Now you taking. Now you putting. You see, you doing
I
overkill
said, look,
now.
okay, look, everybody saying what I'm doing. I'm just telling you what I'm doing. You feel me? I'm Goliath.
Hey,
I'm
word.
this.
That's your
I'm gonna
friend
just talk
word.
about
That's
what
your
I'm
friend
doing.
word. That's all
You
right.
know,
Okay.
That's
everybody's saying
that's
what
his
I'm
word. His
doing.
word
I'm
is
just
bond.
saying
I'm
what
just
I'm
saying his
doing.
word is
You
bond.
know what I'm saying? I'm gonna keep it on
Mm-mm.
me. I'm gonna keep it on
And
the
you
word.
doing a great job keeping on you. Your word is bond.
I feel like I lost the
You know
most
what
How
I'm
are
out of
you?
both
I
of y'all. I feel like I
can't,
lost
Gary.
out more than everybody here.
I don't know
Your
how.
word is bond.
I just now I want
I don't know
to
why.
now everybody.
He's morphing. He's morphing as the conversation goes. It's okay. You just got to be observant.
Oh, I like that word,
Damn.
morphing. Gary's
Again,
coming at you with the
I
biblical
think
again,
shit.
the word is animorph.
again. We gonna keep talking about what I'm doing, but ain't
Anamorphed.
nobody gonna talk about what they doing, right? Ain't nobody gonna talk about what they doing, but we gonna talk about what I'm doing.
I
So
don't
what I'm
Oh
listen.
doing
And
is,
shit,
I'm
word. Good.
and
so
I'm
what
gonna
I'm
keep.
doing is,
Hold on. I'm gonna keep it
what
on
I'm
me because
doing.
I can't see what I'm doing. I can't see what I'm
You
doing. I say this.
you
I
gotta
say this all the
you
time.
gotta
If
put
you
it
see what I'm
okay.
doing, tell me what I'm doing because I can't see it.
Now, now this is what okay. So to keep it on you, you gotta first put it on you. So before you keep it on you, you gotta put it on you. So go ahead and put it
I
on
don't
you,
know what that
and
means.
then we're gonna keep it on.
I need simplistic stuff. I don't know what that means. I'm
No,
learning
because you
still.
just said I'm gonna keep it on me, but it was on me. So for you to keep it on you, you got to take it off of me, what I'm doing, and put it on what you're doing.
That's what I said. I thought I said I don't know I don't know what I'm doing. So I need somebody to tell me what I'm doing. That's all I said. I didn't say nothing like that.
Speaking about black
I'm
love,
just Yeah, you got it. If you going correct. It's not criticism. I could take correction. It's not a problem. That's why I'm telling you. If I did something wrong, tell me what I did wrong.
I
Because
didn't.
you're
I
implying
never
that
said.
I'm doing something. I'm doing something. I didn't say right or wrong. So just tell me what I'm doing. You said they. You didn't specify whom. So that means I'm a part of that equation. Oh, I can't use equation because that means equal. But go ahead.
Everybody was just saying what Word was doing, and what I was saying what Word was doing. So everyone was saying
That's
what my intentions were, and all I did was clarify my intention. And when you
that's
said I'm gonna keep it on me, I said you have to first put it on you to keep it on you.
I don't remember me saying that, but if you heard me say that, that's what you heard. All I remember saying is if I'm doing something, let me know what I'm doing. That's all I remember saying.
That's what you said it right before you said that. You said, "Well, I'm gonna keep it
Okay, I
on
don't
me."
remember that part.
Yes, you
Okay,
did,
well
Gary.
then I'm gonna keep it on me. Okay, so if I said it, okay, so if I said it that way, that means I'm gonna keep it on me. What am I doing wrong? Because I'm trying to figure out what am I doing. Because you saying they doing something. So what am I doing? So I'm keeping it on me. What am I doing? Let me clarify what I meant then. If I said that, that's what I meant.
I never said nobody was doing nothing wrong. I said what y'all was
Gary,
doing.
Oh my
was-
God.
Gary.
You right.
When
You
did
right.
I say
You right. You right. No. You right.
It's Ashton
He
Kutcher.
got
No, when did
me already,
no
Gary.
when did I? This is what
Yeah,
I
you
said.
got it.
This
Yeah,
is
you
what
got it.
I said.
You got it.
No, this is what I
You
said.
got
I
it.
said everyone is keeping it on me, and I'm gonna keep it on me. That's what I said.
Oh my God! You
So
just said
now,
Hey,
everybody's
so
saying
Gary,
what
now,
I'm doing, but they're
Gary.
not
Let's
saying
give it
what
to him,
they're
Gary.
doing.
Let's
But
just
no.
regroup.
Yeah.
Let's
I gotta go.
regroup.
All right, you right.
so
He's on his high
Oh
horse
hold
right
on,
now. He
hold
already
on.
feel like he
Now,
smashed
He's
us.
right.
He's saying pause.
now check this
No,
out.
he got it. He's right.
Now
He
check this
right.
He
out.
already
So
told me
now,
I'm done. He told me I'm done. I got to get the wrench in 6 days. I'm, you know what I mean? He
whatever.
already laid down the law.
He gave me a
I
screwdriver.
already said
He
that.
gave me a
So
screwdriver.
Yeah.
so hold on,
He
so
gave me a
hold on.
screwdriver.
Now, hold on. So now, under the context of what you just said, right? Because you said if you was doing something wrong, so the reason y'all was keeping it on me is because I was doing something wrong. I'm asking a question,
No, I was trying to get clarity. So that's the only reason why I got involved.
I don't know who he's
and the
asking that
reason
to. I don't. Who is he
because I
asking that
asked
to?
that,
I
I'm
don't know.
asking that to
I think it's
everybody
one of his tricks right
because
here to make us get caught again. I feel,
Nah,
I
you
feel
right. No. You right. You right. I ain't even
literally
going
what
with that.
he
I'm not
just
even going there.
said.
You right.
Because what he just said that I was that what was the term you used?
don't help him, Gary. Do not help him.
I don't even know what
What
he's
was the
talking
term
about.
you
I
used?
swear I don't.
He want to cook. He cooking so good right now. He
You
don't
said
care what
I
he
was
say.
indicating that you was doing
That
something wrong. You just said something similar to what I was trying to indicate or insinuate that you were doing something wrong. So
It
you
was like a
asking what you were
superliminal.
doing
It was like a
wrong.
superliminal, right? You just taught us what a superliminal was.
yeah. I ain't falling for it.
See,
He only got to tell me something one
he's
time.
using
I'm
these
straight.
tricks as he's teaching us this. This is the greatest thing about the
Nah,
word.
you fool me once, shame on me. I'm good.
Talk that
Now see,
bullshit.
that's what I'm saying.
Y'all lied to
So
me.
when did I
I want to
fool
meet
you?
Ashton Kutcher. Where he at? I
When did
know
I?
he's behind the scenes somewhere.
So
'Cause
when
y'all
did I
breaking
fool
the
you?
subscribers right
Yo,
now.
Word, you ever
Leah.
saw Belly? Word, you watched Belly, right? Word?
Yeah.
You remember that part where it was like, you gonna get yours, B, when DMX made the nigga strip? You gonna get yours. Word of my mother, B, you gonna
Oh,
get
black.
yours,
I
B.
ain't black. I
Yeah,
ain't
I
black.
feel like
I ain't black.
that's what me and Gary
I'm,
doing
try,
right now for you.
I'm trying to ask
I'm
when did
straight. I ain't coming back. I ain't coming back. I'm straight. I don't need vengeance. Vengeance is not my thing.
Gary, I will do it for you. I'm a fucking warrior.
Nah,
Don't leave us, Gary. Why you
vengeance
leaving
ain't
us?
my thing.
What happened?
No, Gary's not leaving. No,
Where's
Gary, I fought for Gary. I
the
What you
showed
talking
state?
Gary
about?
truth.
Where's Commander at? Commander, where's the state?
We're Commander.
Where's the
Gary
state?
about to
Oh
make me
no,
cry.
no, don't do that. Don't bring HR. Do not
Where's the
bring up
state?
HR.
We
You
Commander.
cheating, bro. You
Where's
be
the state?
cheating.
We're Commander. Gary about to make me cry. These are two brothers.
What you
I don't
crying
care,
for?
They
Gary.
were just
Gary,
close.
Hey,
Wait a
Gary,
minute.
hey,
Wait
you
a minute. What y'all
Brother,
crying
two
for?
stones.
Wait a minute. God damn.
He
Hey
said,
man, y'all
I'm
just give
leaving.
me
I ain't
y'all
coming
just
back
give me my
no more,
W
Gary.
and
Don't
Listen,
leave.
don't cry for me. I promise you, don't cry for me. I'm learning.
Word, we can't.
I
I
love
can't
this
give you
shit.
something you took. Word, we cannot give you something you took. All right, so it's not rightfully ours to give anyway. You took it.
oh,
You
see,
already said you
here we
took
No, you
it.
go.
can
Here
have
we
it.
go.
Right, so
You can
we're giving
have
it
it.
to you. You
You
want
can
to take
have it.
it? You get. They took a lot of things
You
in
can
history.
have
We
it.
fought back to get it back. We'll get our piece
Yeah.
back.
Listen. Yeah, I'm gonna overcome. I'm Martin Luther
Might take
King. Well,
100 years or 1,000 years, but we will get our piece back.
I'm Michael King Jr. I ain't Martin Luther King. I'm Michael King Jr. That's somebody
Wakanda
else.
forever. Wakanda
No, I
forever.
need okay. I need is one more person on the panel who talking about his goddamn time. Give me my W.
Huh?
Who?
You.
Don't you? I say you took it. I
I
can't
want
give you
my
something you
W.
take.
I want all
You
three
took
of
it.
them. I got
I
two.
got.
I
I
need
got.
the third one. Rachel, where's
Who's?
my W at? Where my W, Rachel? You talk about
Word got
I what? I
word
tie
got
my
that money.
shoes. What you talking about?
Yo, Ryder, don't be scared because what he said to me though. Don't feel like
Either,
I
He
got.
said,
I
either
got the
I'm gonna
worst
win
because
it or I'm gonna lose it. That's it.
I
If
try to
I
outshine the
lose, then
master.
I learn my
I
lesson.
got a public display of humility. Don't fall for it.
But if it ain't nothing to win, then I mean,
listen,
if
I
it
can
ain't
treat
nothing
it
to
like a
learn, then
princess.
just give me my W. Give me my W.
Then he got Gary. Just let it go, Gary. Don't get it.
Can I get them W's in the chat?
Bring out
Can we get some W's in the chat?
I'm
Oh, now
telling
he
you, I'm
Word.
pushing it,
learning something
Gary.
different.
Now this
Can
motherfucker
I get some
pushing
W's? If y'all
it.
rock with word, can I get this? How
He
many?
want because I'm
We
learning
only
He
got
something
said,
5
different.
people,
nigga
man.
said if
Y'all
you
can
rock
get
with
this world
word,
thing.
yo, you
I'm
grimy
learning something
son.
different. I'm telling you, I'm learning something different. I got it. I'm straight.
Shit. He said if y'all rock with word, let me see W's in the chat.
Well, look, I'm gonna show you the difference between arrogance and
Nah,
confidence.
Gary, I'm
Okay?
coming to your next live, Gary. We roasting, we cooking on this nigga. We gonna cook, we on this
I'm
nigga.
gonna
He
show you
got
the difference between arrogance and
I ain't got time
confidence.
for all that. He got
Yeah,
it.
talk that
I'm
old
straight.
shit. Talk that old shit now, Gary. Talk that old man shit. You look, I got work
Damn, I can't
tomorrow
get
and
no
shit.
I'm
W's.
straight.
Three ass.
He got it.
Where that from? Can't get my W's, my people.
See, because there's a false sense of reality. In the multiverse, they really playing L's.
No,
I
that
can't with
yeah,
y'all too.
and see, look,
Nah, he
because I
got
didn't get my
That's why you
W.
can't see
This is
them.
what
They're
I'm
not
saying.
W's, they're L's.
No, and you know what? It ain't even that. I agree with you
Yeah, because
that
you
I
can't see
took
negative.
L's
You
in the
said it.
chat
You only
because
see positive. There's
there's
no
no
positive in the chat.
confirmation. There's no
There's no positive in the
confirmation that I
chat.
got a
You only see
W.
positive. I'm
So
gonna go
that
back to the whole
so
360.
see, I might have to go on different accounts and put some W's for myself. Damn, that's fucked up.
you know what I'm saying.
That's how y'all do me, man.
Now he on his petty shit. Now he on his Petty
Now
Murphy
you know
shit.
what? Oh no, I'm about to be real
Yeah.
petty now. I'm gonna come on here with some basic ass shit from now on. I ain't challenging no. I don't give a damn stuff. Nah,
Hey, word, come on, man. We just what the
Everybody
fuck,
nah,
man?
nah,
apologize.
man. I'm about to
Apologize
come on
to
here
word.
dumb as
Hey, word, we
I'm coming
started off
on here
so
dumb
good,
as
man.
hell.
Come on, man. We was shooting in the gym.
Nah, man.
No. I don't care. I ain't wearing that jacket. I don't care. I ain't got nothing to do with that.
I'm coming on here plain Jane.
What he said? Hold on. What he said earlier. Whatever he says is the decision after that he makes. So that's the decision he
What?
made. That ain't got nothing to do with me.
He's running this shit like
When
Julius
did?
Caesar anyway. I don't want
Hold
to
on.
hear it.
Time out.
People
Time out. When did I say that?
Well, I'm saying it wrong, but what I'm saying is you saying what you're saying, and now you're gonna make your decision. That's what I'm saying. Just like how you said you didn't call for me. You didn't call for me. I just came up because I'm on my own free volition. That's what you're doing right now. You're just doing
I
it to
can't
yourself.
wait for this.
That's all.
Gary, he got
Can
you
we
arguing with
just get
yourself,
right to
Gary.
this?
Don't fall for it, Gary. It's over already. He already
You got,
said he's
I'm not.
subliminal.
No,
He's
no, 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 no.
subliminal to us. He's good. I'm telling you, he already gave you the
No,
My
answer.
heart out.
no.
Men are still
You
arguing.
missing what I said. What I'm saying is, I'm not wearing that jacket. If he
There we
coming
go.
plain, if
That's
he
all I
coming
need.
out simple and
There you
plain,
go.
that ain't got nothing to do with me. I didn't do that.
There you go.
I
Right
ain't got nothing
there.
to do
I
with that.
just needed one. Shout out to my nine.
Gary, I
Shout
need
out
you,
to
Gary.
Story,
Stay with me,
man.
Gary. We're gonna come back from this, Gary. You bleeding a little bit in your ear, Gary. Clean that up.
I can't listen. I came back from lesser things, so I'm straight.
Right. That's what I'm saying,
It's
Gary. We're
nothing.
fighters. How you make a good sword, Gary? You gotta forge it in fire.
Oh,
We're God's
I don't know
sword.
how to make a sword.
We're
I don't
God's
know how to
weapon.
make no sword.
Okay. Sorry, I thought
Like I
you.
said,
Commander,
I know how to make a pea.
come up
Look, I
here.
know how to make a pea shooter. I know how
He
to make
said a
all
pea
that stuff.
shooter.
I got
I
a
know
pea
how to do
shooter
that
shirt.
too, Gary.
I'm just
You get a
saying.
quart
You
of
know what
water
that
and a
is.
balloon, baby, and some rocks
There
or
you
something.
go.
Yeah. Word
You
don't know
chasing
about those
people with
type of
Roman
things. You
Gary,
candles.
see?
you be a part of
Yeah,
the
you're right.
Oh,
You
bro,
chasing
I'm
people
not.
with
Bro,
Roman
you don't want to
candles.
Word out
know
here
what I
looking for
know, bro.
rifles and deuce, long noses. We
Nah, bro.
shooting bee
Bro,
shooters
the
at you,
only
nigga, and
I
spears.
look, bro. I understand that. Don't leave household chemicals around. I can
See, now
make
you
shit happen.
dirty. You see, now you turn into like some whole, you playing dirty chemical
Shit.
agent warfare
Just
shit.
being real, bro.
He gonna be
Don't
shooting
leave
niggas with
household
bleach
chemicals
and
around.
super
I
soakers.
had a
He trying to
science,
get your eyes.
bro. I had a science set when I was little, bro. I'm really into science.
Yo, worst
I
You know
thing
what
meant
I
like a
mean?
proverbial way, not reality. But yeah, I know what you mean. You're more, your mind is
You
more
get, you
insidious,
see
like
what I'm saying?
sinister.
He's Darth
See, he's
Sidious. That's what I'm
godly.
trying to tell
He's
y'all.
so
He's
godly,
Darth
like, and
Sidious.
he could be like Jesus,
Oh,
like, and
y'all
then he could
say
be
y'all
like,
making pea
word.
shooters. I don't want to use the word, but I can make shit go, with the
okay,
B word.
yeah, but we was just taking be
You
like,
know?
okay, now you want to threaten. Okay, so Gary, you see what time it is, Gary?
Yeah,
Let's
so
go get them things.
I'm
Yo,
trying to
circle the
tell you,
block, Gary. Yo, word,
Yeah.
drop your low right now. Word,
We
drop the low.
I'm gonna be throwing Coke bottles.
listen. I've been comprehended that my guy does not do anything little. He does nothing little.
No,
He
I know,
throws
I
little
know.
things away.
Listen,
He has to though.
word
He's
is telling
gigantic. That's why he's Goliath.
Okay,
I
okay,
can't.
Gary.
No,
Gary,
word
tell
is
him drop the
telling
addy.
word is telling us to be careful.
Nah,
'Cause
I ain't gotta drop no
basically,
Addy.
listen, he's one of them kids right from Revenge of the Nerds, that movie that came out like in
Yeah,
the 60s. I think it
yeah,
was. He said, "Be
Um,
careful, yo, y'all ain't watched that movie."
yeah. No, I
hey,
love that
bro,
movie.
people
That's
on the
one of my
block.
I don't
favorite
got.
movies.
Hey,
I
Frankie,
never seen
people
that
used to
movie.
be
I don't gotta watch
scared
that.
when they pissed me off on the block, bro. They couldn't even turn their porch lights on, bro.
Yo, Revenge of the Nerds.
Yeah,
Local
you
flame.
bad. And
I
I
was
know you was
25 years
bad.
old
You
when
was
I saw
like
that.
I was bad
mischievous.
as
You
hell,
was the
bro.
right word. You was like the Black Dennis the Menace.
And I was 10 times. I was problem child, bro. I was
Yeah,
on
that's what I
problem
meant. Like
child.
Problem Child, even better. That's a good one. I remember that. That's a great movie.
Wait, Problem Child
He's
wasn't
better.
that Menace the Menace?
No, Problem
Nah,
Child was with
No,
John Travolta. That's Look Who's Talking.
John Ritter.
John Ritter.
He's
Oh my
telling you
God. Yeah.
he's better than Kevin at Home Alone. He's telling you he's 10 times
Yeah.
better than
Yeah.
Kevin at Home
Yes. That's
Alone.
what he's saying,
That's what he's
Gary.
telling
There you
y'all.
go. He's trying to water bandit us. He thinks we're the water bandits. That's what it is.
No,
baby was
he
diaper
know
was on my diaper type shit.
he know better than that.
Yeah,
He
I see
know.
it now.
He
I see
know
what
I
he's
know what
saying
he's
now.
saying.
He's one of them niggas with the paint bucket on the string off the stairs.
Yeah,
Tarantula. Yeah.
and the paint got something in the paint. That shit gonna blind you.
Right. I see what he does. He
It
want to
ain't just gonna
blind
hit
you.
you in
Then
Yeah.
your
you
face.
walk
He gonna
into
blind you with it.
walk
Yeah,
into
that's
a
MacGyver.
toilet.
He MacGyver. He the black
So,
MacGyver.
ladies, he said he could. He's actually better than Coke and Macaulay, however you say him.
Oh hell no! You didn't just say Coca Macaulay, did you?
Yeah, that's his
That was
name.
some
Macaulay
future shit.
Culkin.
I mean,
I read it.
Macaulay
I
Culkin.
read it in my head the same way you
Macaulay
said
Culkin.
it. It's crazy.
Kevin McAllister, my
Macaulay
bad. I
Culkin.
fucked his name up. I
I
mixed
was
him up.
fucked up for.
Macaulay
I thought we was having a
Culkin.
Mandela effect. I thought it was a Mandela effect. Was it Berenstein Bears or Macaulay Culkin?
No,
Both.
oh, it was the name that he had for the show. For the movie.
Nah,
I forgot. My
his
bad.
name was Kevin. Kevin in the Home
His
Alone was
name was
Kevin.
Kevin in
Yeah,
the movie.
Yeah, the
Kevin
McAllisters.
McAllister.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he
So
had to be
yeah,
dangerous. He was with Mike. He had to fight for his life sometimes. So I
yeah. He
understand.
definitely know that he
Macaulay
moonwalk. He
Culkin.
showed
I
Mike how to
fucked his name
moonwalk.
up. There you go.
He said,
His full name
yeah, you
up.
He
gotta get out
showed
of
Mike
there.
how to moonwalk.
There you go. Wait, he just did a Michael Jackson. That shit
Hey,
reminded me
I'm not
of
gonna lie to you. I don't like making fun of Mike. Y'all remember that movie when he was a rabbit? What was the one? What was the name? The Moonwalker. Did y'all watch that?
That
Oh
was
man,
my
bro,
shit,
That was
bro.
that was
that
the
was
that was
my
the video.
fucking
I never
shit.
seen that.
It was like a movie, right? I could have sworn it was a movie. Like, nah, it was more than that. He
Yeah, it
used to
was a
walk through the
movie. It was
sets,
a movie. No.
and
The
the other
rabbit
shit was
in the
it was a
video
rabbit.
he was the rabbit because he gave himself
Yes,
a ticket. But
right.
in the movie he was Moonwalker.
Yes, that and
Uh,
Ben. Remember Ben with the mouse?
Yeah,
yeah.
That
it
nigga
was
didn't
two of
cry when
them.
he played Ben
Oh
at the
shit,
end of
I
them.
did
That
it.
shit was sad as a motherfucker, boy. I cried at that and Free Willy. When I cried on Free Willy, I thought I was gay.
Yeah, you cried because he sung the song. That's why you cried.
Oh, that Ben
For
song.
Chris
To this
Yacht.
day, nigga, I cry. If I'm in the kitchen cooking, I cry that shit, nigga. What? That shit. Hey, name it. That's voice. That frequency was different, bro. Listen to Ben right now on some sad shit. I guarantee you're gonna feel good in the morning.
Listen to who?
Ben on the D line. Ben in the D line somewhere. He ain't there. He out there.
Right. Yeah, this nigga
He's
said the
chilling.
D line.
He on the D line.
He on the 6 train with a fucking trench coat and a little hat.
I can't.
Stand uptown.
He smoking
City
cigarettes,
Hall.
telling people, "Hey, you know I played with Mike on that solo, right?
Hey man, I was with Mike. Mike who?
Look at my face. You don't remember me? It's Ben." It's hilarious.
Oh,
You gotta have a
well,
great
yeah.
imagination, man. Hey, listen, we just got our ass kicked. I got my ass kicked. Fuck it, I'll be honest, and I just want to be joking about it. You know, that's how you take a good L. You know, you make a good joke out of it, turn it into a lesson.
Yeah, you turn. Yes, that's what you're supposed to do. You learn from your errors. That's what they tell you.
Gary, you know when I knew we
So
fucked
if
up?
you
When he pulled up Superliminal. Nigga really squashed us. Like that right there was like a
listen,
fatality. He did it like a babality and a fatality. Pause.
Get over here.
he did the most. He did the most. He said, "Yo, I
Yeah,
know
he
this is
was
gonna
doing the
get him up
most.
here."
He styled on. That's flexing
He
right
ain't
there.
summon. He said it. He said he ain't summoned me, but he knew this was gonna get me up there.
He waited.
I
He
hear
waited till I
you.
said I was gonna die in
I'm
the ship
listening
with you,
to.
But
like the band on the
Yeah. I'm
Titanic. He
listening
waited
to
till I said that to hit
everything.
me to kill us.
Gary, can I
Yeah.
ask
Oh
you a
yeah.
question?
He
I
was
think
plotting. Yes. Yes, man.
I don't know. Do you catch amnesia sometimes? You want to know why? Because you keep falling for it. Because he does it all the time.
What do I do?
Oh.
What do
Look,
See,
look,
Gary, they
now
give it
you
more
about to do. You
credence.
about to do
Gary, they give it
something.
more
Do this.
credence to manipulation. This is giving more credence to your
Yeah.
argument of manipulation. I see it now.
Yeah, like
I ain't got.
I'm
That's what I'm
asking,
Because
like, what do
that's
I'm asking.
riders is ride or die, and that's a fact right there. So
saying.
yeah, I give it more credence to manipulation and
Because
bullying, like
listen,
elderly abuse.
Word always finds a
Hmm.
way to say something, and Gary will hop right on the pen. And I'm sitting
So
there
what would
like,
you call that? Would that be like provoking or instigating? Would you say?
man, that's
And
just
Then,
in
then,
your
because he's
turn, in your
Scorpio.
definition.
He's
then, look,
Scorpio. Get over here.
look.
Gary.
Look. That's fucked up.
Okay,
Look. This how. Now
what's the
listen.
bull
Now,
of
now I'm gonna
Sub-Zero?
shut the
That's
whole
Gary.
conversation down. That was me being vulnerable.
Oh, Gary fucking got it. Get yo W's in the chat for Gary. Chat W's in the chat for Gary. I'm going down like the band in the
So
Titanic.
let me
Gary
ask
fucking.
you, now that you said that, Graham, is
Nope.
this one of
I
the
ain't
reasons
answering
why
nothing.
you
I
don't
plead
like
the
It's
fifth.
being
almost like he
vulnerable?
waited for you to say that, right? Don't fall for Gary.
I plead the fifth.
No, it's clarification. I'm trying to understand. It's like this is why you don't like being vulnerable.
No.
Gary,
No.
shut your ass. Gary, plead the fifth,
No,
nigga.
he said no. He said no. I ain't got no follow up question. I was just asking for clarification. There
Oh
was
no.
no
You want to
intent.
know why this ain't the reason?
Uh,
You want to know why this ain't the reason? Because I got context over this one. I didn't get context before. See the
Oh
difference?
shit! Now Gary's punching, nigga. Gary's back in this bitch for real. He came back. This ain't even
no,
no
that
ump or
don't make
ref. He
sense to
fighting.
me. That
Guys, Steve
that don't
O.
make sense
So,
What you mean it
sorry.
don't make sense?
because
Stoic said,
you
"Wow,
said
Gary waited this long."
Yeah.
no, because you
I
said
tell you.
because I asked you is this why you don't like being vulnerable? You said no because I had context. But the
Yeah, I got
reason you said
context.
no, so I'm just trying to. This is why I said it don't make
Oh, so
sense
you gonna
because the
tell me why I
reason
said no now? Hold on, wait a minute. So you gonna tell me why I said no now?
I'm not telling you what. No, I'm telling you why it don't make sense to me. I'm not
Oh,
telling you
okay, go
what
ahead.
you. I'm not telling you nothing about
Okay,
you.
go ahead.
And I'm saying why it don't
Okay,
make
go ahead.
sense to me because the reason you say you don't like being vulnerable is because you don't like being vulnerable to the wrong people.
That's not what I
But
said.
now you
That's not what I said.
That is what you
well
said,
because
Gary. That was the
everyone don't
premise of the
deserve it.
argument
No, it's
that you
not.
don't
No,
like.
no,
You don't
no,
want to
no.
be
Wait a minute.
vulnerable
Wait a
because
minute. Wait a minute.
Okay,
Wait. Hold on.
okay,
Hold on. Hold on. Hold
okay.
on.
No, we can
Hold on.
all.
That's not what I said.
I
That's
can
not what I
concede to
said.
that.
I said because everybody doesn't deserve it. What I'm saying is you
right there you go.
deserved
My
it.
fault.
That's what
Yes,
I'm
you're right.
saying.
Right,
That's
right,
what
right.
I'm saying.
Yes,
I just said I got context.
that's true. Word. He did
That's
say
why I'm.
deserve.
So if
But
it
that's
doesn't
why
make
I'm
sense
saying
to
it
you, then
doesn't.
I can't do nothing about that because you're the context.
Facts. Facts.
But I'm telling. Now, see, that's you didn't say I was the context.
Word given.
You
Oh
said
my God.
because you got no
Oh,
because you
so
said
now,
because you got
hold on.
context.
So now I got to be
Right.
critical.
But you
Change the
didn't
subject.
define.
Right.
So when you
So
say
now I
I'm
got to
just telling you
you right.
I'm just telling you from my
You right.
perspective. Like
You right.
when you say context,
You
I'm just telling you what I'm thinking. And now I understand because you consider me the context. But when
I
I
said that
think of
when I
context,
first said it.
huh?
That's the very thing I said. You said you didn't
You
understand it
said
when I
no.
first said it.
You said no because this time I got context. You said because this
Yeah.
time I got context. So when you said it like that,
Yeah.
I took it from the first conversation when you said you had no context.
Right.
But then you just said I'm the context. So that's different.
Right.
Meaning I'm the right person to be vulnerable for. Now, and when you said I'm the context, it made sense. But
I'm
when you say
using
it
your
because I
word
got
because
context,
I'm using you as the example because you said everybody. I said everybody. You're not everybody. You're just the context.
Gary did a
You're not everybody.
subliminal, right? Stoic, you're right. Gary pulled a subliminal right there. That was gangster.
that's not subliminal.
Oh, word, you can't. You arguing. We're in the sidelines. You can't talk amongst you fighting. Don't talk across the board, word. Don't talk
I'm
across the
just,
board,
look,
word. I'm not in your
look,
corner,
y'all just
buddy.
learned the word, and now y'all think and y'all using it out of
Gary got you
context.
with
So
this
it's
one.
not
This argument here, you
subliminal.
fucked up. You know you don't fucked up, right?
How did I put that? Look,
Because
like I
right
said
now he's
earlier,
more right. Right
like
now
I
he's
said
in the right.
earlier,
He's in the right.
how is he in
And
the
we already
right
got
when
credence.
if he listen? This is what he said. No, because this time I got context. So when he
Because
said
he's
that,
dealing with you personally. It's on a personal level.
okay.
He's not thinking hypothetical.
So when
I'm not
somebody
thinking about
say
everybody.
context, now think about this. So when somebody says context, you think of a person.
Yes,
Is that
I
when
think of
we
the
talk about
situation. I
context?
think about the context of the situation, the dialogue, or the interaction.
I'm
It's the
thinking
only
about
way
the
you get an
subject. I'm not
understanding.
thinking of
Because
well,
anything out of
yeah. In this
context could
case,
be
it's a person because you're the subject. You're the subject, so
right,
you're the
right.
context.
And when
You're
you
not the
delineate
content.
it and
You're the
further
context.
explain what context, because you said no, because this time. So I took it when you said no, because this time, the first conversation we had, you said you didn't understand the context. So
Can
I
I get a
took it
I
second
from
said
the
I
question,
didn't
Marquand?
get no. I
information
didn't
when
say I
you
didn't understand. I said I didn't get it. You see, there you
okay.
go. You hearing things and not listening. I said I didn't get context. This
Oh
time I
shit.
got
Oh,
context. You're the context. You're the subject. So I can be
cook,
vulnerable to you.
cook, Gary. Gary. Finish your food. Don't let this nigga get back up.
And that's why I
Yes.
say when you further delineated, I understood what you was talking about. But when
So
you first
he's
said
But
right.
context, I
Is he
took
right
it
though?
from the conversation.
But is he right now that you got
I took
clarity
it,
and understanding? Is Gary right?
yeah, I
Okay,
understand what he
Gary, you got
meant
the
when
W,
he said
Gary.
it.
Let's get it, baby. Slow and steady, Gary.
they say slow and steady
That's how
win the
you win
race.
a
I don't
fight. You
know.
might win the battle.
Thank
It's
you.
hard to win the war.
I love you, but you're reaching. You're reaching, bro.
Yeah, hey, I'm
You,
playing
you
around, bro.
reaching.
Now
I'm
you
joking,
reach.
man.
Now you
Oh, word. I
reaching.
don't get
You
Damn.
your feelings
saying
where
What you
emotional
got reaching?
impulse.
you saying he won because
Look,
I asked him a question for
No, I
clarity.
asked you, did you give him the
He,
W on that? Because you just said he was right. That's all I asked. Not one, but I was
but
just
the
joking with the
W
whole
on what? I asked him a
on saying that he was
question.
correct
Oh,
on what he said that you needed context on what he was saying by context.
So we're
but
naming
where
this
you
live
Frankie,
get
you
where
better
Adeclaire
you
stop.
War.
You already got it. You already
but
got a screwdriver.
where
You're
you
gonna get a butter
where
knife
do
now. You better stop.
where do you get where you I mean, but where do you
Can I
get
ask a question?
there was no
How did it get to this from what's on the title? I just
Old
realized
man
that
shit. We
because I
old
came
man,
super
yo. This is
late.
what old men do.
Wait, it went from what is the purpose of life, your life, to the battle of I declare a war right now, and that's
That
what the
was like
title should say.
that was
I
Well,
like
declare
2 hours
war.
ago.
well, the purpose of this, we in a way we're on topic, right? We're just learning. So the purpose of this conversation is what we do on as 9% anyway. We learn from each other. That's
Oh,
what we're
okay,
doing.
okay, because I
But
was a little lost.
word stated while we're having a great conversation on the topic, word stated, right, that he mentioned that he threw a subliminal out there and subliminally, but consciously with the right, intent, was trying to
Yeah,
summons
so
Gary
the
to the panel.
purpose.
So that's what deviated it from the top main topic, because from there on, then it became like
But we're still on topic.
don't piss on my boots and tell me it's raining type shit. You know what I mean?
I declare a war. Yeah, we came from I'm Professor Xavier trying to get my students up here on the
Yeah,
panel
Professor.
to
Yo,
I
let me tell
declare
you, that
war.
guy above you. I'm not saying no names, but the guy above you is
Mm,
fucking Professor X.
Xavier.
mm-mm.
He said, I need Wolverine. I need
Any
East
telepathic, any
I need
And he
telepathic.
telepathic.
oh
I need
wow.
That's
all of
that
y'all up
crown
here.
chakra right there. That's the crown
Nah,
chakra. He's using the crown
word
chakra right
got,
now to
yeah, he
give
got
out.
some different. He worked with a different kind of magic. It's different.
Man, I'm trying to get
I
people up
keep
to
trying to tell
5D.
y'all,
That's what
y'all don't
I'm
need a
trying to
piece
get
of
people up
paper
to
to be
5D.
a therapist, a psychologist. This is my
I
guy right
feel
here.
like I
This is
feel like yeah. Now you guys know each other real well too, so that's great. But I feel like came here and I was gonna take care of the word for Gary, and then the word said, "Let me get that. You got any extra bees on you?" And I gave him extra batteries, and then he used mine to go for Gary, and I feel bad now, So it was a good little
No,
getting
don't
off
feel
the
bad.
chest.
Don't feel
As
bad.
long as the word
Y'all was
admitted
having
that
a great
you was right,
conversation.
I feel like we're back on track and we're all friends again, right? I'm sorry, I don't need
Nah,
an
my
inch.
guy said it's time to have some wreck. So let
Yeah, he called
me
wreck
get
on
my
me
guy.
though.
Bill. I ain't
I
calling
got
him,
the
but I ain't
lashings.
calling him though. Yeah, you got the lashes, but I had to supervise the lashings.
Yeah, you did. You took
I
care of me
wasn't a
well.
part of it though.
Thank you. Thank you. Pause.
I,
Thank you.
I tried
Man,
to
I
shield
don't
you,
know
but
what
I
y'all
got it
talking
too.
about. I was just asking questions and
You
trying to
ain't
get
asked no question.
clarification.
You
Yes,
ain't
I
asked no
did.
question. That's not what we talking about now.
You was laying snares and
Nah,
traps
nobody was
and
arguing.
bombs, nigga, landmines.
He was in the
I don't
Goonies. He
know what
said
y'all
booby
talking
traps.
about, dude.
Yo,
Said a booby trap.
when he said I don't know what you're talking about is when you really know this nigga play chess. Like he don't tell you his next move,
I play
boy.
Risk, bro.
Yeah, he don't play.
I don't
He don't
play
play
chess.
chess. He say he don't play chess. Oh,
Okay.
yeah,
I
I'm
play
trying to
Risk.
listen. I'm trying to.
Well,
He don't play.
how
He
about
do
if I
something else. I'm
clarify
trying
that he knows the art of war? He knows the art of war. How
Hey,
about that?
you ain't never played that game Risk?
Risk? I heard of it, never really played it. What is it about? How do you play it? I heard of that game, but I don't think I played it.
You start off as one country and you got to take over the world.
You start off as one what?
Very strategical game. Very strategical
You start
game.
off as a country, and
One,
then you try to conquer the world.
Wow, for real? That's a crazy ass game. That's just like
but
it's
you
like
It's
risk a
Monopoly
worse
lot,
on
than
a
man.
chess.
bigger scale. Yeah, it's like Monopoly on a grand scale.
Mm-hmm.
I never heard that shit. Who made that? Milton Brothers? Oh, who made it? I never heard that shit. Like that shit wasn't with Trouble and Sorry and all that. I never seen.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it's out.
That,
No, it's
Nigga,
out.
I'm the
It's
type of
out.
nigga. If I see Risk or Hungry Hippos, I'm grabbing Hungry Hippos. I'm sorry.
hold on. I think
Yeah,
somebody just hit
yeah.
the panel. Hold on.
I'll grab me a Connect Four before I grab some Risk shit. It's not like you got to read a book to play. Fuck that. Be
I don't
like, I
look. I ain't
got you.
grabbing Trio for free.
$700 charge on your farm, on your irrigation. You owe me stock. Like I got 5 cattle and 2 acres of land. Like what the fuck?
And I ain't paying property tax while I got the
Yeah,
cattle.
yeah. We're
I ain't
not
paying
paying
no
water
property.
bills this year.
You got to be able to defend
But
your
Where's the
country
water
while
come
taking
from? The
over other
rain or the
countries.
ground? Someone's
that's a
just
good game
fucking
though. Risk is a good
exploiting
game.
it. They're just exploiting it.
Yeah, everything in life is meant to be exploited. You just got to find your lane. You know what I mean? What you exploiting? What you bringing? Your
Yeah.
art? I'm exploiting my art. I'm exploiting my IP. You know, my intellectual property. But you just got to know how to market yourself. Is what it is. You know, promote. Everything's to be exploited
And
in
I
this
ain't
day
down
and
with
age.
other people's property. I ain't down with OPP.
Yeah,
Depends on
fuck
the
that.
meaning of exploitation, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I don't know the meaning.
Well, there goes back to the word like we were using earlier with vulnerable, right? See, the word could have like a double edge to it. You know, it could sound like almost
Yeah.
like it has a bad meaning or connotating behind it. It's like submissive. You know, it's the way the word is being used in the
Yeah. So,
context.
how would you define exploitation in the sense you're speaking about? So
But what I'm
so I
saying,
know because I don't know. Like when you say you
uh,
exploit your music or you exploit your
just
art.
just just making money off of the pain and the suffering of a certain subculture in society. You know, where they
Yeah, but
weren't
if money's being pulled in, that means there's an outcome of
right.
someone
But what I'm saying is
contributing.
that the market is manipulated, right? And it's so
Yeah,
you're
it is.
working for like the people who you think are getting paid are only getting pennies to the dollar, right? But
You're
they're
right.
meant to propped up and look good, like they're the kings of the
Yes,
throne when they're really
they're
getting their
paid
check signed.
hundreds of millions in contracts, but by the normal eye of the citizen, they basically get pennies.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, you see, like for instance, right? You let's say
But it's for influence. It's for influence.
right, because
It's
what we're
not for
doing
any
is
other reason.
we're going after a brand, right?
Yeah, I'm on
Your
shrooms right
growth.
now. Sorry.
It's a logo or brand that you're basically influenced by, and you're a
Yeah,
fan of or a fanatic. But what happens is some people don't even realize the
hip
real
hop.
name.
Hip hop.
You know, yeah,
That's
like
how it works.
Tupac, you know, and all that. Like people don't
Yeah.
know his real name, but they're ready to die over the name Tupac because that's what the people promoted to them. You know,
Yeah,
so
and you
it's
hear
almost like
Tupac's
a
interviews. He's smart. They didn't like
well, I
him.
just use them as an example, but I'm just saying in
Yeah,
general, right? You know what I mean? They go for the name of the artist and they don't even know the real person.
gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I'm shrooming. I'm trying to focus. It's a little intense, but
What are you streaming on? Cow shit?
yeah, the good shit.
That's what it is, right? Honestly, think about it, right?
Basically, it's
Right.
angelic
Be honest.
DNA. Angelic DNA. Yeah.
Yeah. Psilocybins, right?
Yeah.
Good luck, buddy. I threw up the first time. I thought that shit. They said try that
Well,
shit with peanut butter. That was the worst
I
thing you could
already
ever do.
threw
That shit
up.
was in my
I
teeth.
I already threw up, and I took 5 doses. I'm on dose 5.
Yeah, you're about to see Jesus. I'm saying you're gonna be mad when he
I'm
black.
ready to take 6, 7, 8, but I'm not there.
You gonna see black Jesus with a pair of Air Forces woke up to you. Telling you, be
Dude,
careful.
okay, I will say this. The biggest thing I ever saw on shrooms, I took like 4 or 5 grams. I saw that female energy of like feminine God in front of me. And it was a shape of like fractals and mirrors of perfect geometrical glass that made up a shape, but I could tell it was woman, but it wasn't human. It was a woman. it was
I got a question,
divine
Isaac.
feminine.
I mean this seriously. I'm not being funny.
Yeah,
There's
I'm
been
not
dreams and people have spoken about being seduced by aliens, right? Like a female alien got on top
I've
of them
had
while they
them.
were like sleep paralysis or something.
I've
Would
had
you
them.
would
Yeah.
you have three alien baby mamas? Would you do it?
It's no, it depends because when
You
when you
taking the
speak
coochie though? You taking alien
no,
coochie?
I'm saying when you speak the name Yeshua, there's something about it, right?
No, don't go
So
that
when
far
you
with it. Just keep it like in a in a common context. Don't go biblical
yeah,
on it.
but
I'm
I'm
just saying
saying
like
if pussy's presented
no
in front of me by an
coochie.
oh sorry, if coochie's presented in front of me by an extraterrestrial being, I'm definitely confronting God first.
Okay, I respect that. Then you see, you're
Like
more. I think I might try it. I might just to see what it smells like,
yeah, I've shroomed 450 times, bro. Like this is
bro. It
why
might be the
back of
best
the
thing you ever
hand,
had in your life, bro. You never know.
back of the hand, bro. Like
I'm not making it up, Isaac. I've heard many
yeah.
stories of people saying that aliens been subducting them and
You
probing
better
them
be
and such.
careful.
Oh,
You
dude,
might
okay,
get
I'll give you a
emotionally
story.
addicted to
Hey,
that thing.
oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
right. You might get the wrong
Sorry.
alien. The nigga, his name is Harold.
Yeah. So hear me out. I was in San Luis Obispo, California, and I prayed
Say that
to a
again.
higher power. I was in San Luis Obispo, California.
Okay.
And I prayed to a higher power that said, "Hey, if you can teleport in my room and you want to talk to me tonight, I allow you to, and I give you permission to." And they did. That night, they did it. I promise you
What did they
everything.
do? They sat there and talked to you about what?
I don't know what happened. All I know is they talked to me. In the
Fuck,
next
dude,
2
that's
weeks,
great
the
content.
next 2 weeks, bro, it gets crazier. I broke my apartment and slit my wrist like 30 times.
All right, now you went too far. Fuck, dude, you gotta
Yeah.
be careful when you say shit like that. This is, it's
Yeah.
just, viewer
I'm just
discretion
telling you, I
advised.
did
Stoic.
fuck with
I
the
can't. It's
spirituality you're
stoic.
not supposed to.
Yeah,
I
No.
invited demons in and you're not supposed to.
Yeah, you're not
It's
supposed to play
real.
Ouija boards either without closing it
Yeah.
right. It's true.
Yeah.
Scary. But why do you do that? Why would you even mess with that
I
kind of
didn't
stuff? Like,
know. I was young and
but
I wanted to
now
meet
you see
someone.
you got a
I'll
conflict.
tell
You
you,
got a
you asked a
conflict.
question. You asked
You're
a
right.
question, I'll tell you.
Sorry about
No,
that.
you're good. I just want to. I want to clarify it so we're on the same page. I trusted them and I thought they were good. That's why.
Wait, so you was being vulnerable?
He was being vulnerable, Gary.
I was being vulnerable, but I took Angel's trumpet. You know Datura, Jimson weed.
Mm,
That's why I spoke.
mm.
That's what happened.
All right,
So
Stoic. You're not alone. You're not alone, Stoic.
Yeah, and the
I
powers
don't
of
want to be wrong
rose.
for asking these kind of questions. I don't want to be wrong, but people who take those kind of self-medicated type of things, they get different experiences. Like, they even get their ego killed and become really in tune with nature and become in sync with the ether and the world, and they get signs and
Trees
and
and
their
feel
symbols
like
are read different,
yeah,
right? Am I right or wrong?
yeah. I can hug trees and hold trees and I get messages.
Yeah, my wife
I
she
could
does that.
die.
She hugs trees and they
Yeah.
stand in the rain. They ground themselves.
I
Yeah,
don't want to.
sun gazing.
I don't want to be here when the suffering. I want to see peace and
Brother,
love.
you are
Like
here through the
period.
suffering. What do you mean? We're all suffering here in this planet. We
I
just
know
know how to
we're here,
cope with
and
it.
I'm strong. I've saved a guy life drowning. Like I understand. I
How you saving
understand.
our
I'm
lives?
broken.
How you helping us? Being the one that knows Yeshua personally, right? Like you say you do. How you can
I
save us
don't
from
know.
drowning?
I only think it's something through my own ripple effect that has
Right.
any little bit of percentage in this reality's ripple effect.
Do you
Any bit.
care about saving anybody else on this
I
journey, or do you just
100%
want
do
to take
because
care of
I laid
yourself?
my life down on the line that day to save a guy life from drowning. I knew I could have
Right.
died. I knew it.
Amazing. God bless you too for that.
Mm.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and I felt God did it through me. That's what's weirder. Like I'm not
Right.
trying to be crazy. I was
So
like,
can I
there's
ask
no
you a
way I could have
question?
done that alone. There's no
This is going
way.
to tie back to the title, Isaac. So I don't mean to cut you off, but do you feel that your
Yeah.
life's purpose was? Do you feel that your purpose in life could have been fulfilled by just saving that person alone? Like you don't have to do nothing else. You feel like you can
Yes.
leave and
Yes.
you're clean slate.
Yes.
Your heart is light as a
Yes.
feather.
Yes.
See, that's what I was
Yes.
talking about earlier with this title with the topic. Life could be your purpose of life could be to sacrifice for someone
Oh,
else's
dude,
life.
I
You know,
wanted to cry and just bow down at my mom's feet and never get up after I saved his life. I wanted to meet my mom and just my mom's not dead, but when I saw my mom, I just cried. I just wanted to sorrow at her feet for this confusion of fucking life. Like why I had to
wow.
jump in after some guy to save his life because he was ignorant to jump off a bridge where you're not supposed to. He was ignorant, and there's
That is
signs that
deep.
don't jump off. So it made me want to go to my mom and like, yo, I want to give up. I want to give up. I want to give up. That's what it made me feel.
See, I'm just trying to tell y'all, man. This is what happens.
I want my mom. Straight up. I'm done. Like I'm done fighting. I want peace. I'm done.
This is what I be talking about when people. Sometimes you be here for a season. Sometimes it's not about who calling you. Sometimes you just there for a reason. It's not about who called you, who didn't call you. Right? It's not about none of that. He felt like he said he felt like he was straight after that. He ain't even cared about nothing else after that. He said, I'm finished.
I'm done.
Didn't somebody else say I'm finished?
I'm done.
The fact that you didn't even probably double think that, you know, I can probably go with this dude, you know, like you didn't even think. And there's so much people in the world that probably did that too, you know.
I was scared the whole time.
Right. Well, that's even probably why you survived. Fear kept you alive. The fear kept you alive.
If we don't pull this off, we're both gonna drown.
Right.
It was like a 30-meter swim. Like it wasn't just like half-assed fucking rescue.
So you didn't want to go on the casting couch for like gay watch?
No, I got back to the shore after I saved him. I broke down, all my muscles collapsed, and I thought I was gonna have a stroke and die.
You could have been David Hasselhoff. I'm telling you, you could have.
Yeah, bro.
Definitely.
It doesn't even make sense, bro.
Yeah.
Like it was crazy. Like I felt it.
Mm-hmm.
I felt God. I
saved kids from a fire one time in a building. I didn't even think none of it though. I was like 13 years old, 12 years old. I didn't even think. I think it was just my mom left us home alone too. So it was like 8 kids. I'm the oldest, so I'm babysitting the neighbors' kids and all that.
Oh, God.
And there's a big fire in the building, but there's fire escapes. There's fire escapes in New York buildings, so it's different, you know.
Yeah.
So luckily, like you know what I mean, when we got out of the building, everybody was just bunched up and everybody. But it was a fire in the front door coming down the hallway, and I lived on the first floor. And we had to go out to the fire escape. You know how hard it is to bring 8 badass little kids outside and make them not, you know, and I'm still tweaking myself because I don't really understand the severity of it. But I know it's real when you hear them alarms and people, you know what I mean? It's different when you're in it, you know what I mean? Like like I was saying, everything slows down kind of, you know, you got like a cheat code if you tapped in, you know. If you don't panic, you kind of can use it for your advantage, you know.
That's feeling. That's it.
But I didn't even take no credit for it, and it was nothing to me. It was just something I had to do so my mom wouldn't get in trouble for leaving us at home alone that time, you know.
Yeah, afterwards I want to cry. That's how like thinking about it makes me feel.
Yeah, but that goes back to the topic, man. That's a great little little story to tell right there. It makes sense.
So what you mean by that question, Thor?
Read the question, Gary.
I'm just asking Thor what he meant by the question. Someone who is vulnerable and meet y'all, what y'all do? I ain't gotta answer that one.
Exactly. That's a hard question. That's a very hard question.
It's not hard. I mean, for me, it's not. I don't.
I guess you. Okay. I would say you meet them where they're at.
I don't do that neither. I just don't know. I mean, that ain't for me. I mean, I can't meet nobody where they at, but I don't abuse people's vulnerability. Huh?
If they're vulnerable, that means they came to you with something. Like meet them where they're at. Don't get too far ahead. Maybe. I don't know. I'm guessing.
Meet you where you at.
Everything's
deep.
Like
for me, I'm a life coach, bro. If I meet people where they at, I can't help them. I can't do nothing for you. Said I'm where you at now.
I get that.
So I can't meet. I can't meet nobody where they at. I don't want nobody to meet me. If you above me, don't come down here. Stay up there. Shit, pull me up. That's what I do.
I saw a root system reaching down.
Ain't the old saying you treat them like you meet them?
Nope. That's
I thought it was. I've heard that. I've heard that. You know, on different occasions. You treat them like you meet them. You know.
You treat them like you meet them. Yeah, and usually they talk about. But when I heard that, it was like
right. Yeah, well, yeah, you know, yeah, there you go. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. On occasion.
But no, when people vulnerable, I just make sure I don't abuse that, you know, because people are, you know, susceptible to being hurt. That's why I say if I can't help them, I don't hurt them.
Word.
So somebody's vulnerable.
Would you consider Isaac vulnerable? Since you have a good judge of character, who's vulnerable and who's not?
Yeah,
you got Isaac around us.
Man, bro. All y'all who come on this panel be vulnerable, bro. People
God
be coming
damn,
up here.
I feel like you're invading my privacy, son. Don't say it like that,
Hey,
Paul.
But
when
see,
I
but no,
hey, wait, when he
but think
wait,
about this too. It's
I
levels
feel
to
like he was in my
everything,
ring
though.
cam or some
Because
shit.
no when he
because
says that,
even when I come up here, I'm
I
vulnerable.
agree.
You know, I share shit that I
Yeah.
don't share. You know, to the average person, I always share shit, and this shit
I
is
would
recorded
yeah.
on YouTube.
If I say
So I
anything,
Yeah,
mean,
but you're
I would say it to
conscious. You're
God's
conscious of
face.
what you're saying.
If I say it on panel,
yeah,
I'd say it
I'm
to God's
very
face.
conscious.
Straight up. If
Some
I'm
people
telling
get
you right now,
comfortable in the
it's of God.
conversation and they think they're on the phone regular, just speaking to their friend, and they'll say
And
everything.
some people don't
That's
have
how it is for
levels
me.
to it, you know,
Because I
Right.
and I
know that
Or
even
God
think
knows
discernment.
more.
vulnerability.
Discernment, like you said.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even vulnerability is a tool. It's not something that
That's
you leave
today's
on all the
word.
time.
Today's word is vulnerability. I'm not gonna lie to you. I hate that word. Gary, that was a
I
shot for
mean,
me and you. Gary,
people.
me
I
and you.
mean, there's so many benefits of being vulnerable, though. It's more benefits, than it's not. I feel there's more pros than
I
cons.
feel you have to be. You're right. I feel you should be because you get to engage and learn more about people. Even though it's like the wise playing the fool. You know what I mean? Not
Yeah,
saying you're playing the fool, but a smart man plays
Being
dumb to
vulnerable
see
is actually
who
very
and read the
smart.
room. See who's in the room, could think like he does. And who's not on that same level right before you start to just say what you think you know, and you never know. So a wise man will sit back and listen before he speaks.
You ain't got to be
yeah.
vulnerable to do that.
Yeah.
I was vulnerable, Gary. They got me. I've been vulnerable all night. Pause.
But
Yeah,
I
yeah.
say this too.
I've been
I don't
vulnerable
even
the
know if you
whole
could
time.
say pause. Can you say pause after that? That sounds crazy, right?
Yeah, man, ain't no. I don't even say
I
pause
know.
at
I
all.
fucked up. Word. My fault. I fucked up.
but
I done
but
got a Diddy
even
case on me now. Fuck.
but you know what, like that same saying you said, I like to add to that. You know, a wise person don't have to act wise, but a dumb person does. They gotta act. It's all
Right.
act, bro. Wise people just go be wise. They don't have to do nothing extra. It's just go come out natural. But it's the
You-
people who try to be smart, who try to,
Right.
play that role. Those the
So how do you
people.
feel about this word? When they say those who know say no, they say those who know don't say, and those who say don't know. Isn't that like a fucking oxymoron? Like, how do you teach then? You know what I mean?
Well, that's under context.
On the
You
what?
know, we gotta take that under context too. Like,
Okay.
is a specific reason or is something specific they associate that with?
I got you. I
That's
got you.
like when you know, like if
How you know what context meant
when
there, but when Gary used it, you ain't know what he was saying.
Gary used what?
When Gary said context, you want to get the definition, all that shit. But when you just said it was like,
No,
yeah, you
because that's
bomb, you
what
right
we
on.
talking about. Because when I'm saying context, the
Nigga, but
whole
the
premise
King
was
Arthur definition.
no, because Gary was talking about I'm the context.
Yeah,
I
that's what
I
he meant
very
though.
rarely I very rarely hear people associate
Okay.
context to a
Which was a
person.
variable. It was
So
a
that's
variable,
why I
right?
needed
Hold on,
clarity. No,
I'm gonna give you.
I just simply
I'm gonna
needed
defend
clarity.
word real quick.
That's
I
all.
got
I'm
you.
gonna defend
I
word
got
real
you.
quick.
I
Hold on.
got
I'm
you.
gonna defend. Hold on, Frankie. I'm gonna defend word real quick. Right. This is what he meant.
What?
Right.
Nah, how you gonna defend him? I'm defending
No, no,
you. What the
no, no, no,
fuck?
no. Listen. No, I understand what he's saying because this is what he
Nah, go
did this to
ahead,
me
go
one
ahead,
day.
go
Right.
ahead, go ahead, go
Listen.
ahead.
He said he shared out one of my lives. Right. And I said, thank you for the kind gesture. You know that man had a fit because I said gesture.
Yeah, I remember when I said belief one time, he flipped on me. I didn't know we was gonna fight after that.
Now ask him why he felt that way about
Where
gesture.
does that's his teaching ways. I guess that's the way he is. Like, when people,
In
I
my
don't
world,
know,
it ain't
like,
about fighting. It's who has more peace.
but everyone around it should be on the same, code, right? We should be on code with each other. If we're talking amongst each other, and we're not gonna have somebody that's talking about, birds and bees, and we talking about stars and moons. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck you here for? You know what I mean? So everybody should be on code. So, at the end of the day, like I said, word is he listens more than he speaks a lot, and we're always here. So, right, this is his show. We're coming on here talking. He don't really have to say much. Sometimes we get engaged in a conversation. Like, I don't have Gary speak. Gary speaks from the heart, and Gary's very passionate. Gary could be wrong and strong, but you can't tell. I've been like that. I mean, I know how it is. Respectfully, Gary, you're my boy. You already know,
No, no,
but I
no.
know how it could be.
Listen, that's why.
Like, we could fight because you have a certain perspective. You have a perspective, and your belief ties
No,
into
I
what
get
you
it.
seeing too. You know, your optics. So it's a different kind.
Right.
Someone telling you that is almost like it's like you kind of going against your
I
foundation,
appreciate
what you've
that.
been, you know, your morals and your principles.
That's no, I
If you have to
appreciate that because
if
that's
you have
what I
to
meant
break your
earlier.
bounds, you have to break your bounds. And you have to break
But that's
if
what
you
I
have to
meant
if someone
earlier
tells
when
you
I
something
said
that changes your reality, then you have to shift your whole ground. Like your grounding,
and
everything
that
that made you feel solid, you have to change it.
but that's what I
Explain
meant
it.
earlier when I said, you know, if I'm involved, like if you see something wrong, you got to tell me because I don't see it.
That's
You see
true.
what I'm saying? Like I'm
Not
in it.
taking the
I,
plank out of
I can't see
your
it.
friend's
I'm in
eye.
it.
But
Yeah.
that could be
Well,
cognitive
look, let
dissonance
me.
too. You know.
So
It could be.
I want.
That's why you need
I
outside
want.
perspective.
Right.
I want to say this for Rachel too, so she understand my like ideology of what I do. So what I actually do is simple. Only thing I do is delineate on my epistemology, and I be concise on my appearances.
This nigga
That's
used
all
this
I do.
word. Those two words he been using for like 2 months already, bro.
There's
Delineate
a
and
difference between
yeah,
gesture
he's
and gestures. Like, what the
Vulnerable.
hell? Wait a minute.
yeah,
Who?
Jester is someone
See?
in the court who makes
Yes,
he
No,
makes
I
the
said
king
there's a
yeah.
laugh.
difference between gesture, like
Yeah.
without an S, and with an S.
That's
Yeah.
it.
What the fuck? I mean, I would have thought that it meant the same thing. It's just you add the S
No.
when that make it like,
Individuality too. Like
what
they
the
might be
hell?
forced. They might be forced into being a court jester. They're not trying to play that role. They have to. Like it's
Wait,
No,
Yeah, like what
what is
I'm
he
doing is
looking up?
considered
gesture
gesturing. I'm
without the
gesturing for
S.
the yeah, I'm gesturing on the
Gesture
panel is
without
what
the
I'm doing.
S. They say is a
Wait,
movement
why
of
y'all
parts
looking up
of the
gesture?
body.
Which gesture y'all
They
looking
trying
up?
to they don't know what jester
Because
they
of what
are.
you said.
He
No, but
There's
they trying
someone
to see
who
why I
obliges.
felt some type
A
of way.
jester is someone who obliges by the king and just listens in every move.
You
it's two
can't tell me.
yeah. That's why I was
Yeah,
like,
he's a
wait,
joker. He's an entertainer.
I'm not
the
talking.
definition to this
Wait,
shit.
I'm confused now.
There's more than one definition. Thank you for the kindly gesture.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, under
Okay.
that
He's like, wait,
context,
what's
I
that?
mean the
Yeah, that
intent.
makes a lot of sense. Holy shit.
I'm over here reading.
Sorry, I'm shrooming
Yeah,
out.
I'm like, why would words snap over the word? So I'm over here looking, and he's all about the words, right? Let me look up a definition of this shit. I'm like, if it's thinking, would that be something,
Yeah. You think about kind
nice?
gesture, it's like who's the king you're responding to and who you're listening to. Kind of give who's your energy coming from. That's kind of interesting. I never thought about that.
That's
But
what
it's
y'all
funny
got
as
out of
shit how
that?
they say gestures with the S means use one body part to
Wait a minute.
the
That's
one
what y'all get out of
and
that?
to manipulate another body part.
Gesture, yeah,
What
to
the
act
fuck?
out as someone else. A gesture is to make an action of someone else. Basically,
This shit
you're
is
like
crazy. I
a
thought it
mimic.
just meant, thank you for your kindly gesture. Like I thought it was the way Gary put it, but okay.
I'm
but
too shroomed
usually
That's
out.
the
when
way
I
I
love you
people,
meant it.
guys. I'm too shroomed out.
but
I have to
no,
leave. I love
but
you guys though.
see, you,
This is
but
funny. Where it's used in different ways.
if all words are like that, that's why I say, what is the, how are you, like when you looking up definition, you have to understand the context that the definition is written in, because a lot of words have philosophical meanings. They will have a functionality meaning. Then they have a definition. So the meaning is different. A meaning is different from a definition. Definition is just like the construct of the word, but the meaning is how it's perceived, how it's used. Does that make sense? Like look
I
up
guess.
meaning versus definition.
Oh no, you're
Look
right.
up meaning versus
No, it
definition.
doesn't. There is a difference. There's similar sounding. All
Yeah.
that is. It's just when you go to Rhyme Zone, it shows you all of that, consonants and all that.
So yeah, so like when you begin to look at words, you have to understand like is it used as a noun, as a verb, as an
Right.
adjective?
Right.
And you have to understand the context that the word is using. Is it in present or past tense? Is it in a functionality? That's like if you look up faith and faithful, like those are two different concepts. Having faith and being faithful is two different things. But people will associate faith to faithful, and it's not the same concept.
That was deep.
No,
I
it's
never
not.
even caught that. That was deep.
No, it's not.
I never looked at that way.
Well, having faith and being faithful is two different things, right? I would agree it is.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
Yeah. To me, it's an elevation of faith. That's how I look at it. He might be saying that's not what it is. That's how I view it, though.
Oh wait, what do you mean? Like they correlate together? Like it's all the same action, right? It goes in. They're one of the same.
It
Basically.
ties. It
Right.
ties.
I
Yeah.
understand what you mean. Then, yeah, I know. Well, you're both right though. At the end of the day,
Yeah, that's how I look at it. I
Well,
don't think that's what he's saying. That's how I look at it, though. For me, that's like and love. It's the same. Like it's a concept. Like we'll
what
have
about love
like
and
me and
lust?
Will
I
have.
get
What about love and lust?
you're saying, right? And I get what Word is saying because faith is a belief.
That's the opposite.
Assurance. Wait, listen. Faith is a belief, assurance
Okay.
of God's worth and all that He has done. Right? Faithfulness is living in accord with that truth. In other words, faith leads
No,
to faithfulness, but it's two different words, two
right.
different definitions.
That's what I said. That's the elevation of. Like I have faith in Rachel, right? I have faith in Rachel. She writes great poems, this, that, and the third. Now I'm faithful to her poetry because I have faith in her poem.
Mm,
So now
I
I'm like
understand.
anything she write is articulate. It's something that I can learn from. It's something that has passion to it. I can be faithful to her words,
Well, to have
but I
faith in
gain
something, wouldn't you say
from her.
that's like to believe in it, to blind belief, like to have blind faith is almost like to believe in it without knowing for sure? With faith, with the word faith, not faithful, but faith would be like to lead by faith, but not by sight. Like it's blind,
Yeah,
basically, right?
Mhm.
yeah. And the
Right.
faithfulness means you got to live to
Yeah,
it.
Faithful,
and see
faithful would
with
be like
me.
dedication, like loyal.
But that's what I'm saying. And for me, all of that ties into love because love is blind.
He said, "Love
Oh, you
is
sound like
blind,
Eve. You sound like Eve from Rough Riders.
and it don't take over
I'm
your
just saying.
mind
So
when
if
you
love is
think
blind and
about
if you're going into
now."
faith,
Oh, my
faith is
bad.
the substance of things not seen. You see what I'm saying? It all ties together.
Real
It's
quick
about
before I
Philly in the
leave,
house.
you think Isaac got abducted by those female aliens? He
I'm
just left.
done. I can't. No, he didn't.
I hope
Wait
he
a
ain't getting
minute.
some
I'm getting off
serious
here, bro.
beat.
'Cause I ain't even about to get into no more with y'all,
Word, I'm
'cause
sorry,
I
word.
don't
Good
want
night.
to.
I'm gonna get out
No,
of here though. It was fun.
y'all don't like giving me my W's anyway.
I gave it to you,
So
man. I gave it to you 10 times, and I fell on the sword. I was quiet. I don't. Come on, man.
You is not
Man.
being
Gary
fake.
turned against me. Gary turned against me for giving it to you. Come on now.
I know we
I'm
got
being
Grandpa
petty.
Gary in the building, but word is
Can I
being
get my
baby
wrench
right
back?
now, y'all. He's being a baby
I
right
ain't
now.
never took no
Now
risk.
I'm joking. I'm
you
joking.
still
It
got
was
a
a
butter
joke.
knife.
Gary
I
said you
got
got
a
a
butter knife.
screwdriver. Gary said you got a screwdriver. Like a real Puerto Rican, I'm out here doing the janitor's work. Fuck out of here. Master of
dead.
custodial arts.
Some
I'm out here
fire
sweeping up
drills.
after the
Here comes
live
the
is done and
slow
shit. I'm
poppy.
picking up chairs. I'm picking up church chairs after the live is done.
He cleaning up the
Praise the
blood
Lord.
with
Sweeping
them
shit up,
rags and buckets of
the
water.
drum set is all cleaned out. You know what I mean? No dust.
Make sure ain't no
Uncle
grape
Bronson
juice
Reed.
still in the store.
He's
You know
tucking up
what,
the
Gary? When
casket, the ring, and
they had a
everything.
poll, yesterday. I forgot on what panel, but they were saying who was going to join Seth Rollins, and I picked Bronson Reed. And when he came out, I was like, I knew
Hey, that nigga, I ain't, we're gonna talk about that Monday. That nigga's
I see y'all,
Monday.
man. Salute.
Y'all was
Gary
talking wrestling
Word,
again?
right, everybody. Stoic chat. Salute, man.
Well, you gonna get your wrench back, Frankie. You gonna get it back. He ain't take it. You got it. Yeah, I seen that. I was just looking like this is so dumb. Oh my god, I can't stand these people.
I
It
can't
don't
believe
even
y'all
make sense.
actually turned wrestling into a podcast today. I gotta give it to y'all. We had the best wrestling match ever. We didn't have to, see here.
And this
Man,
is
y'all
sad because I'm not
biased as
even.
hell, man. I ain't listening to
I
y'all. Y'all
ain't
biased.
even in character. I ain't even in character. I'm supposed to be busting it down. I ain't. That's Mr.
Y'all, you
Only
Crazy.
was
person,
busting it down. Listen, you was on here on grandpa mode. I didn't say that word. Get your shit together. Listen, you just hearing me. You're not listening.
only person who wasn't being biased was Stoic. Everybody else, I don't know, bro. I don't know if y'all just feel
Stoic
bad for
was
Gary
I
Stoic
or
was
wasn't being biased.
wait, hold on,
Listen,
wait
I
a
was
minute.
doing.
Hold on,
Listen,
wait a
I
minute,
was
wait a
doing
minute.
what the
You ain't gonna lie
master
on
was
Stoic
teaching
like
me,
that.
Mr.
Wait a
Miyagi
minute, you're not
said.
gonna lie on Stoic like that. Stoic was very he was biased on both of us. We both wanted him.
how,
What are you talking about?
how you
That's
gonna be
biased.
biased for both of
Listen,
Because
all
he
I
loved
did was.
both of us. What you talking about? What you mean?
So you hear
them?
this?
But
How Mr.
okay,
Miyagi gonna teach me all this
this
and then
is
tell me
now
I'm
Gary
wrong?
trying to be like me now.
Come up here,
Nah,
Stoic.
bro. He was
I ain't trying
was
to be
not
like you. I'm
biased
just
at
saying.
all. He was
He's not
unbiased.
biased?
He was
Okay. 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 Two
Big
things
called
can
it
be
down the
right.
middle.
That's all I'm gonna say.
He
He ain't call. So how we
he
both won then?
didn't say we both won. He said I won.
You better look at that chat.
I'm dead.
Yeah,
You gotta listen.
that's what I'm trying to
Learn
tell you.
got a
You
blind
do
eye.
this is what I'm trying to tell you. You do this all the time. You don't look. He said Gary W. Word W. So what does that mean then?
Oh, I didn't see that. I just seen word W. I didn't see Gary W.
I know. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's I'm telling
Oh,
you, and
now I see it.
you just hell bent.
Oh, now I
I'm
see
telling you
it.
what he did.
Stoic
I
was
said
on
we
both
both
sides.
Okay.
won. You said
So
no.
when
He ain't
Gary
say
won,
that. He's unbiased.
he admitted when Gary won,
So
and he admitted when Word won.
Hey, that's what.
Gary ain't doing nothing tonight. What are you talking about?
See, here you go. You just can't leave well enough alone. The people have spoken. I ain't said nothing. They spoke. I don't even care about this. You
Man,
can't. You gotta
The
look,
stop.
I'm
results are
blind
in.
and they can't
Blanco
hear.
is the
That's
father. The results are in. Blanco is the father.
well, I take that back. I
Alien.
take that back. I take that back. Frankie, even though he was biased, he told the truth.
Ooh.
Nah,
So
I
Commander
that's
say
what
it
Rand.
like
I'm
that.
See, this is why Commander ran. She knew it. See, I missed half the live. I gotta catch the replay. So I ran myself into this.
no,
Word
everybody.
was
You ain't
calling me. Word was calling me. He's like, Ray, get your ass up here. I need to pick at your brain too.
Don't blame his heart, blame his eye. Yeah, don't blame my heart, blame my eye.
Blame his
shit.
eye.
There you go. There
Don't
you go,
blame my
y'all.
heart, blame my eye.
Nah, screw that.
Y'all out here giving the participation trophies and shit.
Gary had me here to a point where I wanted to cry. I was looking and searching for Commander.
Why you
He
still
had me,
crying? What's wrong with you? Why did you cry?
listen, he had me over here begging like almost one guy, but then I was singing in Spanish. I was like, "Perdóname, mi amor, por todo el tiempo que te
Wait,
amé."
what?
Yes. Y te hice daño. I'm like, please forgive me, Gary. Don't go. Don't leave us. We apologize for whatever we said to you. Don't go, Gary. You won.
I won what?
He tore my heart apart when he said, "I'm leaving. I ain't coming back.
I
I
ain't
ain't
win
coming
nothing.
back."
I said I ain't win nothing.
He said, "I ain't
I
coming
don't
back."
need to win.
Gary, you know
I
I will
did.
do a review on this, and I'll show you what I'm
Wait a
talking
minute.
about.
Wait a
You're
minute. I
gonna
said
laugh
all that.
at
I
me.
don't remember saying that. Okay.
He said, "I'm leaving. I ain't coming back. Fuck this." I was cracking him. I'm like, "No, Gary, don't go." He bought me out the bushes. Yes, you
Wait a
did.
minute.
Yeah, you said that. He was
You
like,
was
I
in
ain't
your
coming back up
bag.
here. He was like,
That's
nah,
why
I ain't coming back.
I
Yeah, I
can't.
ain't coming. I ain't coming back. I ain't coming back on panel.
See how
always
he's
said.
wrong.
Gary always said.
Gary, don't leave.
I ain't coming back on panel. Nope.
Gary
I'm
always
gonna let
said.
Rachel Commander do all. I promise.
He said, "I ain't falling
And he
for you."
always say I'm right.
He said,
But when he say I'm right, that means
I
I'm wrong.
promise. All right, I promise. I'll be in the chat.
He
What
said,
if
"I'm
you
not
pull the
fooling."
superliminal?
I can't no more, yo. Gary
It's
said, "I'm not
one
I'm gonna be
word.
right in the chat.
It's
I'm gonna
one
say,
word for
look, it ain't nothing changing but the appearance.
Frankie said, "What if he pulled a superliminal? Super what? Superliminal? Oh, okay. I was gonna say what if
I don't even know what that is.
a super?
it's one word.
No, I almost got tongue twisted saying the word.
Oh,
Stoic is my replacement. I'm stepping
Shit!
down.
Stoic, you got to come up. You know, see, Stoic can't. There's only one Gary.
if you don't come
Can
back up
nobody
here, we'll have
replace
to call
Gary?
this Frankie. So if he don't come back up here, we're gonna have to deem this a fatality, not a knockout, but a fatality. Fatality.
I don't care what you call it.
Wins.
He's gonna bring out Dr. Xavier for real. Listen, it's gonna be like the
He can do
last
what he-
movie where the whole world was gonna come to an end because between him and what's her name, right? They was reading each
Jean
other's
Grey.
minds. Yeah, he was trying to get her to come back to us. And then he destroyed the world.
He made
I
a
mean,
he
he
no
did
see that's what y'all missed.
right?
He made a sacrifice for that. He made a sacrifice. He made a sacrifice and the team got better for it.
That's on one version.
Yes.
That's on one version.
That's how it was. What you mean?
That's
They
one version.
wasn't
You gotta realize
they
I was
wasn't
in
gonna
comic
win it.
books too, and the cartoons and all that. So I'm saying that's one version. That was just the movie. That was on one Earth that happened. On another Earth, he's still alive. Chill. Remember that. On another one, he's walking. Don't forget that.
I'm on the earth that counts. The one I'm on.
That's us here. So
Mhm,
come
that's
back.
all I need to know.
Don't go.
I can't get to that space. There's a firmament up there.
I
I can't get there. I'll be here. I'll be here.
You know who you remind me of?
Everybody.
There was this cartoon I used to watch when I was little. You called a whole temper tantrum. What was this little? Oh, hey,
Hold on,
it's
what?
Caillou, the little big-headed kid. I used to watch this cartoon.
I never watched that. I don't know what that is. You said I called a temper tantrum.
He used to get so mad.
Right.
No, I'm not coming back, mommy. No.
Damn, y'all thought I was mad? Oh, okay.
Gary is like, no, he had me crying.
Oh, hell no. So that means I came out of character for real then. All right.
Through so
You
many
see what I'm
different
saying?
emotions on that
You know we
title,
love you,
it
Gary.
came my soul.
All right. I appreciate the comment.
Frankie said he lost the most.
I lost the most. I came out of character.
This was
You
Kane
good,
and
Frank.
Undertaker. This was Kane and Undertaker.
You was good. I came out of character. Once you come out of character, you are no longer of use.
It was funny as hell.
That's not. What you mean? You said I called a temper tantrum. That's out of character. I don't do that.
You gotta realize, look who I compared you to. Caillou.
I don't give a damn. You tell me I got a temper tantrum.
Word. You gotta show him who Caillou is.
You ain't gotta show me. That's a child. Children catch temper tantrums.
I can't. Look, all right. I don't know if Gary's taking this serious. I'm just joking around. All right.
I'm listening to understand.
Y'all did this. Y'all gave us the entertainment for today. So we're over here
I told you I take all correction.
So it's
I take it off.
the easiest way to learn something. This was fun. Yo, only freaking Word and Gary can come up with something like this, yo. I'm telling you.
I came up with it. This is all on me. He just manipulated it. I fell for the trap.
Yo, you ain't wrong. Yo, I'm sorry.
I ain't saying
no. I'm trying to tell y'all. Y'all telling me things that I don't like. I'm just telling y'all what it is.
I ain't saying nothing.
Nah, you ain't got to. You said enough. You said enough. Yep. What'd you say this was? A fatality? I'll take that.
I said if you don't come back up, that's a fatality.
I'm
As long as
agreeing.
it's not what is it? A baby-tality? What is it called? What's that last one called? As long as it's not that one, I can't even pronounce the word. So don't judge me.
What you talking about when the person becomes a kid?
Batality. It's got there's a new one they had. They added on to the new game.
Oh man, I ain't see the new game yet. But
As long as not
there's
those.
a couple. Man, what was the other? It was fatality, babality.
There you go. That's
brutality. Brutality.
I don't know.
And there was another one when they give them like a present or a gift or some shit.
Yep, it's a few.
It's a few.
Okay, you're giving a gift, a parting gift. Oh shit!
Oh,
finish him. All right.
He loved his women too much.
I still can do what I do.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
He said I can still do what I do. Guys, they ain't gonna
Yeah.
now they mind fucking
All
us.
All right.
I
All
told
because
listen, these two
I
guys know
said
gas.
similar ain't the same. That's how all this started.
No, it ain't. That ain't how it started. That's not how it started. It ain't start with that at
How
all.
it start?
Doesn't
How it
matter.
start?
Wait, y'all not really
Doesn't
beefing,
matter.
right?
No.
Wait.
What am I beefing for?
Oh, okay.
How would I be beefing about that? I'm just learning.
Gary got the fully in him right now. You hear him?
No, I got
Bestiality,
the
that's what
V
it
in
was.
me.
He got the fully in him right now. He not
I ain't
even
from
from
Philly.
Philly.
Nope.
I passed it on. I'm contagious. I'm sorry, Gary.
I got the 718 in me. We gracefully bow out. Some of us go hard, and the rest they gracefully bow out.
OMG. Y'all do know this was like a tie. Y'all both had wins in this shit. Y'all
There ain't no
fucking
tie. It ain't no tie.
Man,
He won.
right,
Ain't
Rachel.
no winning
Stop
this
saying it
shit.
was a tie.
Ain't
Stop
no
saying it
winning
was
this
a
shit
tie.
when y'all both had great key points. Y'all both, y'all
Nope.
both was
Nope.
setting
It's not
records.
about points.
Neither
It's
one of
not
y'all was
about
wrong.
points.
Neither one of
Same
y'all
is
It's
was
not
not
about
similar.
points. It's not
about
about
context.
points when you trying to be right. It's not about that.
Who's trying to be
It
right
was
though?
right.
I thought y'all was bringing
It was
awareness to
right.
it.
It was no. I'm saying it was
Where
right.
it at?
So you won. I
Wait,
know.
where it at? I don't. I'm scared of it. I'm
It was
running. Them
right.
niggas come out of sewers and damn bathrooms and shit. Where the fuck it at?
Mm-hmm.
He know. He said it. Oh no, it not right. It wrong.
Oh shit.
Charlie.
I appreciate you, Jonathan. I appreciate you, Frankie Blanco. You, Jonathan.
Who's Jonathan?
I'm David. I got that much love for you, bro. I appreciate you taking that L for me. Appreciate it.
Ain't nobody take no L. I just took a W.
Nah, okay, whatever you want to call it.
The same is not similar. The similar is not same.
I know. You right. Mm-hmm.
All right, come on, let's live, love, and laugh. It's getting a little serious. Where my
I
Gary
don't
and my
know how
word at? Where my Gary and
Gary
my
ain't
word
gonna know.
at?
Gary right here. Gary ain't gonna know. He right here.
Where my OG at?
He ain't gonna know where. I'm still him.
What's up?
I'm being Coach D now. I'm changing.
Oh shit!
I'm
I
evolving.
like how he did that, yo. Gary funny as shit. I remember that shit when when D, you hear me, when word got serious as shit for a minute and just started
Coach
coaching
D.
everybody.
Yeah. Straight to the point. No nothing.
Oh man.
No nothing. Fuck the chat. What up? This is what I'm talking about. That's it. I'll holler at y'all later.
Heartbreaker, you got the best of me.
Oh man.
He said straight and forward with it, yo. Ah shit. He gonna be bringing the Mariah Carey out of everybody.
Yeah. He's surgical with that shit. I felt like Jake Hoyt.
You hear this word?
I felt
Yo.
like Jake Hoyt. Protect and serve. Yeehaw.
That one I don't know.
Ooh, that's training day.
Okay. That's that one with
That's
Denzel.
training day. Yeah, that's when Denzel won that award. He was Officer Harris. I felt like Jake Hoyt. Damn.
Oh shit! I only seen it once. That's because my baby pops wanted me to watch it. That's
No, I ain't the chosen one. I'm a fallen angel.
He said I'm a fallen. Oh shit! He's trying to say he Lucifer morning star.
No, I just said I'm a fallen angel. I don't
Which
belong
one?
there.
Where you been?
I lost.
So I just gave him the
I
name.
lost.
Look
I
who
lost.
popped
I'm a
up
fallen
Isaac in the
angel.
chat.
Huh?
Huh?
Wait, how she just pop up now, Commander? Commander,
Oh,
we needed you
I
earlier.
never said nobody lost. I
Ah,
just said I won.
Commander, where
so
were you
nobody,
at?
so if nobody lost. How did you win? So you was fighting yourself? That's what you trying to say? That's nice. That
You gotta,
happened though.
I just won. I don't think nobody lost.
How could you
I don't
win?
look at
How
it.
could you win fighting nobody? That don't even make sense. Who you was fighting? Your shadow?
I just won.
Wow. I
that's
know.
you.
I just won.
I know. Yeah, you know. That's what I'm saying.
I
You
don't think
won.
nobody
You was
lost.
you. That don't even
I
make
mean,
sense. That's not even logical. That's not
if you
logical.
perceive it
That's
if
not
you
logical.
perceive it as a loss versus learning a lesson, then I don't think nothing was taken away. I think things were
Well, I don't
gained.
know.
So
No, because you don't do participation trophies. So you
no, I
either
don't do
win or you lose.
participation trophy.
So
Commander,
you either
Well, I'm not.
win or you
I'm just
lose.
focused on me. I
So,
don't really care
here,
what.
Commander. Frankie
No, I'm
oh,
just
Obama.
okay.
saying. No, you
Okay.
ain't. You ain't hear
Yeah,
what I
no,
said.
no. You see,
I
I heard you.
I said. I said I didn't say anyone lost. I said I just won. So
That
if you
don't make
feel you
sense.
lost, then,
How's that even possible if nobody lost?
well, I wasn't paying
That
attention.
ain't.
I was just paying attention to my W.
Oh, so you were just fighting the shadow, and then whoever got hit got hit. That's what you're saying?
Well, if you look at it as a loss instead of a lesson, then that's
No,
perception.
no, 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 no. That what
You
you
can
mean? It's not a
win. You
perception.
can win. You could have won too. You can feel like you won too because you learned something,
Nothing.
right?
It's
You can feel
you
like
know that's
if you
I
didn't
don't
learn
do I
nothing,
don't
then
do
I
I
can
don't
understand.
I didn't learn. I learned a lot, but I don't do moral victories like that.
I don't think that's a moral victory. You took something from it. You gained.
So that's a moral victory because I didn't win.
Well,
In
if you
in real
learned
life,
something,
in real
do
life,
you feel you
in
won?
real life is either winning or losing. There's not even a tie. You either win or you lose.
Okay, so
There's
let's
no
say this.
other thing to it.
If Remy Ma and Clarissa Shields was in the ring, who do y'all think will win that fight?
Clarissa.
That's not that because she don't
I was just trying
because
to
Remy don't belong there. Rachel, you is making
Remy can
such an
fight.
excellent point.
Remy
She
can fight
cannot
though.
fight. She can't
Remy can
fight
fight.
that. She
Well,
can't fight that.
we
She
can't
can't.
take away from Remy knowing how to fight. She can box her ass off. Now, Clarissa's a professional
How
boxer,
you know
and
that?
I'm just
What she? How
because
you know she can box?
you gotta realize I grew up watching them, Papoose and
You,
fucking Remy. Yes,
okay.
their whole life is out here. Shorty can box.
Okay.
But my whole thing is, I'm not saying
Okay.
she's as good as Clarissa because I just started learning about Clarissa because of this
She,
whole trend shit. And Clarissa can box her ass the fuck off. You see? But
there's
my
there,
thing is,
there's
she
people
can
that
drop
play
the fucking.
there's people that play street ball and there's people that play under the whistle. It's two different
What's
things.
that? What's that? Teach me because I'm just learning about
Street
boxing.
street. Okay, so when you play street ball basketball, you playing 5-on-5, no referees, no whistles, no nothing. You call your own things and all that. Those dudes can't play under the whistle. They're not equipped. They're not equipped to do that. It's two different elements.
Oh shit! I didn't know that.
That's the difference. All right. So when you go to the park, when you go to your park, when you see the people playing basketball, just listen to them. Yo, that was a foul. You travel. They argue about it. The whistle is the whistle. Everything is stated already. If the referee say you foul, you foul. If the referee say you travel, you travel. There's no debate about that.
Yeah, that's something
I'm just telling you.
Something new I learned
I'm
today.
what. Ask your baby father. He can tell you there's a big difference.
I will as soon as he get a break. I've only been able to catch him here and there because I'm not working.
He's gonna be like, wait. He gonna say, wait a minute. Yeah, that's two different things because they ain't built for that. Like them dudes, but the street dudes, got more stamina.
The street fight.
The street dudes got more stamina.
Oh wait.
Yeah.
Wait, so if you're telling me, wait, no, see, Mike Tyson is fucked up right now, especially after he let that game go. Everybody, I feel as though it was rigged. But I'm gonna put it like this: so if a regular fighter sat here and fought Mike Tyson, right? You're telling me that they couldn't do it because of Mike Tyson's lethal hands, right? Basically, is what you're trying to say. So it's the same thing with Clarissa and Remy.
Man, Mike Tyson old as hell, bro. If he get
right,
man.
If he'd have got hit, he could have died. They're not doing that. They're not taking. They're not doing that.
If Remy fought Clarissa in the ring or in the shield or in the street, she gonna get her ass whooped.
Oh
Anyway it
shit.
go.
Okay,
It's
okay.
levels to everything. I mean, but it's some people
That's
who
all.
fight in the ring. Like that's like if somebody try to box me, I'ma
Respect
fuck
the
them up
neighbor.
because I'm gonna be kicking them in the head. We ain't. But if we get in the ring, a boxer, they beat my ass, man. I get in the ring with a boxer in a boxing ring and a boxing match, they probably whoop my ass. They more skilled. They built for that ring, but they put them in the street or you put them in the Muay Thai ring where I can kick and elbow. I'm gonna fuck them up. That's like
So
when Clarissa she went into MMA. As long as she was standing up, she was doing good. But when that girl grabbed her and started choking her ass and kept grappling her and wouldn't stand up with her, she got her ass whooped.
see, that's what I thought. I
Mhm.
thought that because the streets were different and there was no rules, that Remy could have ended up, fucking. But the way Gary just
Man,
explained it to me is different. So okay, I'm getting
man,
both of y'all.
it's
I'm understanding.
Remy fighting like it's people
It's the difference
who
between a street
like
fight
that.
and a professional boxing fight. I'm getting it.
Yeah, that's like when somebody trying to do karate. I'm not saying karate ain't good in the street. You catch a person with a move, you probably knock them out. But I seen
Yeah.
people who were second degree black belts get their ass whooped by somebody in the street because ain't no rules in the street. Ain't no, referee go break you up. This is an illegal move.
Right.
Nah, everything goes. They can pick something up and crack your ass with it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But Clarissa's a different beast, man. She grew up in Flint. Like she
Yeah.
been
She grew up
fighting her
in the
whole life.
streets already. She just
Yeah, and she
advanced to the
do
professional
MMA
level.
and she do boxing.
Right.
Remy Ma ain't practicing no boxing or no MMA on a daily basis.
No,
This
not
girl
in that way.
breathe and live that
You're right.
shit.
You're
She
right.
live and breathe that shit. That's what she do. That's who she is. That's a part of her life. That's
You're
why I
very
be
right.
telling people like, people used to try to challenge me like, bro, do you know what the fuck I do to you? Like, I live this shit, bro. I'm used to most people ain't even used to getting hit. I like getting hit. That's a whole different mindset, bro. You dealing with a whole different beast now. And it's like if I grab you, you like I can put you. Do you know how to get out of different submission moves, wrist locks and stuff? If you ain't used to that shit, like people who grapple, I hate sparring them because they more advanced than I am. But an average person, if I grab you, you ain't gonna be able to get away from me. But I'm gonna have a hell of a time
You don't like
dealing with somebody who
grapplers?
do. Man,
No,
I
because
do.
he.
I never
You,
studied.
Yeah.
I
you know what's
spar
crazy?
with, I
Because
spar with people who do BBJ, jujitsu, uh,
I like
Greco-Roman
grapplers.
wrestling,
I'm a
and
grappler.
shit like that. That shit dope. Like that is levels to that shit.
I
Like
think that
an
I think that
average person,
grapplers
I
are
fuck
easy.
them up. But somebody like man, if you don't understand how to move your hips, if your weight distribution and all that shit, bro, that shit ain't. You'll get fucked up real quick.
When I was doing
You'll be.
wrestling, when I was doing wrestling in high school, I think that for me was the easiest doing the grappling moves because one, my shoulder. See, I might be double jointed, but I have a shoulder that dislocates. So the grappling moves was always easier for me
So
than to
since
sit
you.
here.
So
It's
since you
easier. It's
regular,
way
since you Greco-Roman wrestle, do you think you have a chance against an actual a wrestler like wrestler?
now? No. If I would have kept going with it, yes. I haven't wrestled since I was 16, since I got pregnant with my son.
Mm.
Yeah, hell yeah. I only did that for 2 years. Hell yeah, they got a better
Mm.
chance of beating my ass. Fucking right. I'm gonna admit that. But
Mhm.
I'm not gonna sit here and deny that I know the moves.
What
You
you
see where I'm
think,
coming
Word?
from? It's not like I play with my
What do you think,
kids and I
Word?
play with the kids
Because
outside.
to me that's two different things.
What?
They
Look,
I don't think they can do what you do. I
Who?
don't think that even though they train, I don't think they can do what you do.
well, I do like what I do is a little bit of
I'm talking about from the
um
wrestling concept.
I think the
oh
grappling
shit,
part is fun.
Greco-Roman. Like if you
Yeah.
like even people like Greco-Roman is different from Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. That shit different. Um Greco-Roman is more like what And you can't even say John Jones because he practiced jiu-jitsu. Like you can't like the style of Greco-Roman wrestling is different from Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Even though Greco-Roman wrestling has different, I don't think they get different pin moves, but they're not submission moves. So like
Right.
the whole point is to in wrestling, the whole point is to pin people.
Yep.
In jiu-jitsu, the whole point is to submit people. So you
Mm.
got two different intentions. You have two different motives. But like when you start watching MMA and this person has a background of Greco-Roman wrestling, that foundation is good, but they build onto it. They start, it's mixed martial art. So even though you
Mm.
wrestle, you learn strikes and you learn jujitsu, you learn the submission move.
That's the
So
word.
if you compound Greco-Roman with Brazilian jiu-jitsu, that shit is dangerous. But like
That
that
shit.
shit is out of control. Like John Jones is a perfect example. He has a background in grip, so he will grab you and slam you, but then he gonna put you in some more or some shit. He'll put you in an arm bar and a ankle lock. He go submit your ass in a triangle. So that shit is like mixing those two arts. That shit is dangerous because one is to basically get you on the ground, and the other one is to submit you.
Yep, getting you to the ground. That's why I say it's the easiest because of my height and because of the issues that I have with my body between being double jointed and the dislocated shoulder. But I have a question.
I think
Why?
I
Why?
think Racing could beat Selena Vega. I bet that. I put money on that.
Why is it that when it comes to wrestling, right? A lot of people like when I was doing it in high school, right? I noticed that because I'm better. Like, how can I say it? My power comes from my legs. I'm stronger. My lower body is the best. So why is it that
Mm-hmm.
people fear the ones that use their lower body the most? And I noticed that a lot, especially with the men. They hate it when you use your lower body.
Well,
What
that's
is the
that's
problem?
where
What
the
is the
inertia
issue?
that's where the inertia comes from. Is that lower arm?
Yeah,
That's where
yeah,
the balance comes from too. I mean,
yeah.
is really all about like this uh weight shifting. All that starts from the hip, and you explode with the thighs. Um, you transition with the hip. So it's all lower body. It's basically more lower body. Only time you usually are upper body if you're trying to get them to the ground. Basically,
Mhm.
everything else
Yeah.
shoots from the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Let me play this real
Only
quick,
if
and then
you
I'm gonna
make
get
the
out of
pin,
here,
only
man.
when you make the
I
pin
make it with my
is
upper
upper
body
body.
though.
Yeah,
But
but
it's best
that's when
with
you
the
make the
lower body.
pin.
That's why I like. That's why I say I like I like the grappling better when you have them on the floor. You can tackle them right there. It's easiest for me, especially when they're tall. If I bring you to the ground, it's curtains. If you're up there, it's curtains for me. If you stay on your 2 feet and you're taller than me, I need you down here where I could just fuck your arms up, wrap my legs around your neck, try to put a little figure four. You see where I'm coming? I need you in the ground with
Yeah,
my little 47 ass,
you trying to
not
take
up
all the
there.
power from the lower body. That's what he's saying.
Shit, while he's standing up, yo, I felt that shit. Them little slams, yo, on your back, they fuck you up. That shit ain't no joke. Even though it's on the mat, you feel that shit. They sit here and they power slam. Bah! That shit ain't no joke.
Man, listen,
Put my stomach
I
deep
was
in
watching wrestling today. I don't even know if people saw it. I was watching wrestling today. The girl messed up the move and broke the girl nose.
Yeah, that shit happens too. That's why I
here.
say I'm cautious. Fuck that up. Listen, my lower body is the
She broke the
strongest. I
girl
tried
nose
to
and
do.
then she superplexed her from the top rope. I ain't fuck with that. Nah,
Damn.
that's
She said
that's
he's super.
all lower body. Yeah, she took off the top rope. She slammed her ass from the top rope and won off that one move. I was like, okay. And she tiny. She tinier than you.
Mm. But you know what's crazy? Somebody like Word, he said he's like 6 feet, right? And some change, right? With his weight and all that. Somebody like Word could sit here and actually pick me up from the floor. See, those are the ones that I gotta be strategic with. I hope I said the word the word right? Because
Mm-hmm.
at the end of the day, I could have him on the floor and have my leg wrapped around his arm and try to twist it with my hands and
I done
stuff
did
like
that
that,
shit a
right?
couple times.
He
I done
could
did
pick
that
me
shit
up from
with
that
200
ground
pound men.
and
Man, this
slam me.
dude.
I gotta be
bro.
cautious.
This dude had me in the arm bar. Man, I grabbed my arm and he was like 210. I got up on my feet, picked his ass up and slammed his ass down. They
That
was
shit was
sitting
done.
there looking like, bro, man, when I was in my prime, I don't like to do that. But when I was in my prime, shit, I'm bench pressing 300, squatting 5 something, deadlifting 4 something. Like, man, it was like I was a little bowling ball, like, oh, powerhouse. I can't do that shit now. Fuck that. I wouldn't even. I'm too
No, but
old
that's
for
what I'm
that shit.
saying, man. That's why when
But
people
my
be like,
son, man, he gonna be a beast, man. Right now,
he
I got this 25-pound kettlebell. Maybe he picked that thing up with 2 hands and he lift it up to his chest, like doing chest up. He can do that shit 6 times, 25 pounds. I'm looking like, yeah, you gonna be a fucking monster. His
no
back
word.
is big as hell. Yeah, he gonna be a monster. My daughter, man, she punched my son today. He looked like that. Like, I'm about to hit her ass. That shit hurt.
Don't hit her back at all, yo.
She reached back, was like, boom. I was like, oh, maybe I should stop. I'm training her though. I trained my baby. Fuck that. They ain't gonna get bullied. I tell my son, somebody hit you, knock their ass up. Fuck that.
You have
I
to.
will. We'll talk to the school later. I'll talk to it. Find you another school. We'll homeschool you or something. But then I don't let nobody hit them.
You know that my baby pop's gotta go to the school again because my daughter defended herself. This time he's gonna go curse the gym teacher out. I was like, you still don't want to pull her out? No, she won't stay in public school. She's not gonna lose, making little friends and learning about life. I'm like, they not teaching her shit anyways. Look at the shit we gotta go through all the time. I'm like, homeschool is better and less drama. If anything, just gotta, be on their top.
That's it.
Get in class.
Oh man, let me play this for Stoic and then I'm gonna shut it down. I appreciate you,
Alright.
brother. Appreciate you. All right, y'all take it easy. Right? I'm gonna shut it down right after the song goes.
Thanks. Oh, wait, we ending the live. I just peeped that shit. You ain't say nothing till now, word. Kick your ass.
On.
Oh, you just did that shit, right? I'm like, wait, I thought you was talking. All right, go ahead. I'm out.
The key word is consistency, right? Yeah, consistency is hard work. Hard work. Sometimes you just want to crash out. Sometimes you just want to crash out.
Here you go, bro. In my bathrobe, doing the thing. Yeah.
Sometimes you just want to crash out. Sometimes you just want to crash out. Sometimes you just want to crash out. The key word is consistency, right?
Do